Hum. At the same time when Shanks launched the pursuit, the hundreds of meters of green knife shook the skywax, and the raging energy seemed to tear the surrounding space apart, drawing a deep dividing line at the junction of the sea and the sky. A strong and dangerous atmosphere hit him head-on, and Shanks held up the domineering griffin in midair and his breath was stagnant. The moment the giant knife light arrived, he roared, and with the help of top-down inertia, he swung a domineering slash that fully interpreted the aesthetics of violence. Boom. The two top-level slashes of the same level collided violently, and in the deafening noise, they split into countless flying slashes and flew in all directions. In the sky full of sword light that is enough to tear ordinary pirates apart, the red cloak flutters, and Shanks continues to rush down, fighting with Mihawk who stands proudly on the candle battlefield. The head-to-head confrontation between Griffin and Hideaway was staged again, dazzling peak swordsmanship emerged one after another, and the violent breath filled the entire battlefield. This is the fateful duel between Hawkeye and Redhead. On the deck of the Red Fourth, crisp gunshots sounded, and a burst of gunpowder smoke rose. The vice captain, Beckman, with a big smoke in his mouth, raised his gun to smash the slash flying towards the pirate ship. Looking at Shanks who was playing fiercely on the field, he couldn't help but uttered a complaint from the bottom of his heart. What a headache guy, no matter how messy he is, he should pay attention to the safety of the newcomers, right? A slightly thin but extremely powerful figure came to Beckman. With domineering bullets and a speed that is too fast to see clearly, he is worthy of being the number 2 of the red-haired pirates. Mr. 3 stood side by side with Beckman, casually leaning on the overtime railing. Fierce hurricanes erupted from the candle battlefield in the distance, blowing his signature 3 hairstyle into a mess. Beckman's sharp eyes slowly turned and landed on Mr. 3, and he said in a low voice, "I am very honored to receive such a high evaluation from the second in command of the Cross Union." "Let's stop here for the polite words." Mr. 3 chuckled and pointed to the battlefield ahead. "How about Lao Bei? Who do you think will be the final winner between these two?" "Old Bei." The cold and handsome Beckman frowned slightly. He didn't remember when his relationship with the person in front of him was close enough to be called that. Having said that, with a firm gaze, he still gave the answer very decisively. "Is there any need to ask this question? No matter how strong Hawkeye is, it is no match for our captain." "Oh? In the face of Mihawk's strong attack, your captain can't see any big moves now." Mr. 3 signaled Beckman to carefully watch the situation on the candle battlefield. Beckman's eyes narrowed slightly, and he heard the deep meaning of this sentence. Shanks has been the Emperor of the Sea for so many years, and has defeated countless opponents who thought he was strong. Whether it is hidden methods or background, he is always slightly better than Mihawk. That's just based on the fact that Hawkeye hasn't mastered the Overlord color burning, right? Before that, the two of them were already evenly matched opponents. Mr. 3 retorted. Then how do you know that Shanks has been standing still? Beckman took a deep puff of smoke, exhaled a burst of smoke rings, and said pointedly, "Shanks knows the method of Overlord burning, but Mihawk doesn't know how much strength he hides from Shanks. If you rely too much on the superficial increase in combat power, you will lose more thoroughly in the end." Hearing this, the corners of Mr. 3's mouth raised, revealing a more determined smile. "Is there a possibility that Shanks knew about Bahran because Mihawk wanted him to know?" Beckman's breathing was stagnant, and his pupils contracted momentarily. "What do you mean?" "Let's wait and see. The final winner is definitely Mihawk." With his hands behind his back, Mr. 3 looked relaxed and confident. "Then wait for the result quietly." Beckman still insisted on his own ideas, and would not be shaken by a word. At this point, the dialogue between the two second-in-commands representing the highest IQs of their respective pirate groups came to a brief conclusion. "In this case, it will be a little difficult to get the Red Group to stand on our side." Mr. 3 sighed inwardly. That's right, through this conversation, he probably learned about the attitude of the red-haired pirates towards the world government. On the surface, he and Beckman are just competing for the final outcome of Shanks with red hair and Mihawk with eagle eyes. But in fact, the real content of the discussion between the two was the odds of winning the war between the Cross Union and the world government. From words such as dominating the sea for many years, hidden means are the bottom line, overly relying on surface combat power, and other words, it is not difficult to see Beckman's thoughts. Although on the surface, the Cross Union, which has gathered many top powerhouses, is the most powerful legion in this sea. But he still feels that the huge combat power and secret weapons currently possessed by the world government are far stronger than those of the Cross Union. Regarding this kind of judgment, Mr. 3's counterattack was quite straightforward. The Cross Guild also has powerful means to hide, which is far more than that simple on the surface. And Beckman's last sentence, "wait for the result," contains two meanings. 1. Literally, he wants to wait for the result of the decisive battle between Captain Shanks and Mihawk. 2. He is looking forward to what Mr. 3 will show that can change his mind. As the think tank of the Red Group, known as a strong man with the highest IQ in the world, Beckman's decision and judgment can even directly affect Shanks' final decision. At the same time, his fear and caution towards the world government indirectly shows that the relationship between Shanks and the 5 old stars of the world government, and even the king of the world, is absolutely extraordinary. That's why Mr. 3 feels that it is very difficult to win over the red hair to overthrow the Tianlong people's rule. Most of the attention of core cadres like Legilu and Jesus Bu was attracted by the battle between Red Hair and Hawkeye. This group of veterans who tended to fight never imagined that just now, on the side railing less than 10 meters away from them, an equally exciting duel of speech skills broke out. Meanwhile, somewhere quite far from here, New World, 3 pillars around the island, dark rooms. My lord, I have spread the news of the discovery of the dynamite rock according to your wishes, and let the younger brothers continue to attack the residents of this island. A pirate wearing a pirate hat and mustache stood respectfully, remembering that he had offended the strongest pirate force in the New World this time. His voice trembled a little. The Cross Union will send someone over soon. You must ensure my safety. Also, there is also the agreed position of Colonel in the headquarters. On the opposite side, 2 tall figures were hidden in a dark corner where the sun could not reach. It can be vaguely seen that what they are wearing is the Justice Cloak of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but the word Justice on the back is completely integrated into the dim environment, making it difficult to recognize. Don't worry, for you pirates who are full of betrayal and deceit, dishonesty is the norm, but we who represent justice are different. One of the men wearing sunglasses said in a deep voice. Hey, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Received the promise, the mustache pirate message was happy, and he lay down on the ground to thank him again and again. Blue. At this moment, the phone bug in the opposite admiral's hand suddenly rang. I'm Githafredo the Brown Python. The target has appeared. It has been confirmed that it is Crocodile, the captain of the 3rd team of the Cross Union, and Heartfelly Ayasha, the vice captain of the 1st team. However, our actions seem to have been exposed. They just turned around before landing on the shore. Before he could finish speaking, the signal on the other end of the phone was suddenly interrupted. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud noise from the coastal waters around the island surrounded by 3 pillars, shaking the entire island trembling. Obviously, the hands over there have already been handed over. Although it is a little different from Mr. 3 who is expected to appear here, the level of these 2 people is also enough to carry out the plan to destroy 10. The admiral who was hiding in the darkness walked out slowly and came to the brightly lit area. The tattoo of Death Xuan's heart came into view, and this person was actually the general of the Navy headquarters Green Bull. Let's go, Ares Azdrina, Aramaki said towards the dark corner. Hearing this, a tall and cold woman with a fluffy white fur scarf around her neck walked out slowly. Together with these 2 people and the brown python Githfredo who was fighting with Crocodile and Ayasha at this time, the Navy headquarters dispatched a full 3 generals this time. Before that, shouldn't we clean up the useless things first? Like the expressionless side face, the voice of Azdrina, the newly recruited general, was cold and ruthless. What are you going to do? You just said that you won't break your promise. Sensing the crisis, the mustache pirate was frightened out of his wits, stood up and ran wildly towards the exit of the room. However, a white cloud in the shape of an white sheep appeared ahead of his escape route. As the white clouds turned into thick thunderstorm clouds, countless thunderbolts poured down, blasting the mustache pirate into a piece of coke. Seeing this, Green Bull stepped forward cooperatively and crushed the coke with 1 foot. I'm sorry. You guys who die 100 times without regret are not within our scope of justice. The duel between Redhead and Hawkeye didn't last too long. After a day and a night, with the bug-level overlord color burning, Hawkeye, whose strength has been improved in all aspects, finally suppressed the red-haired Shanks and successfully won the duel of the world's strongest swordsman. On the fragmented candle battlefield, Shanks was panting heavily, his clothes were in a mess, showing his muscular lines. Wrapping the overlord color within the blood, muscles and bones, so as to obtain explosive power beyond the limit, it is indeed a bold and terrifying means of domineering use. Shanks looked up at Hawkeye who was slowly sheathing the black sword, and couldn't help sighing, and said frankly, Mihawk, I lost this duel. Your domineering is much stronger than the last duel. Mihawk's eagle-like eyes fixed on Shanks closely, and he wasn't overjoyed by winning the battle of destiny. On the contrary, in this duel, Shanks' domineering strength and trickiness exceeded his expectations, far stronger than when the two dueled many years ago, and their speed was improved. If he hadn't mastered the Overlord color burning, the person who regretted losing today would definitely be him, Dracule Mihawk. Ha 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 ha, even so, I still lost to you. Shanks stretched out his hand and scratched his head, smiling quite casually. Even though he suffered a defeat in front of his friends, it was not particularly embarrassing to think that the opponent was a man who was dubbed the strongest in the world. This is due to his free and easy personality, and it is also the pattern. But next time, the result may not be certain. Shanks suddenly changed the subject. Hearing this, Hawkeye was taken aback for a moment, then the corners of his mouth raised, and he smiled heartily. What a difficult man. With the powerful domineering blessing of knowledge, he saw what was going to happen next in advance. In the next second, Shanks stared, and the remaining domineering energy in his body unreservedly bloomed. Different from the arrogance released externally, the berserk breath surrounded Shanks, and the golden particles surged, gradually sinking into the surface of his skin. Sizzle sizzle. Small dark red electric arcs emerged and kept jumping on Shanks' body. Although it was not particularly stable, there was no trace of dissipating. Just by seeing it with my own eyes, I have already grasped the essence of Bahran? Mr. 3, who stood watching the battle from a distance, stared wide-eyed, and couldn't help being startled. Having read the original book, he certainly knows that in terms of the talent of Overlord color alone, the red-haired Shanks is definitely the top group of people in the pirate world, and there is even a vague trend of the strongest Overlord color. But no matter what, the speed of comprehension is too abnormal. When he was puzzled, Beckman, who was leaning on the side railing, coughed lightly and gave a reasonable answer. After hearing about the Overlord color burning, Shanks began to conduct tentative research a long time ago. The principle of this technique is not much different from the Overlord color winding. Now that I have experienced it personally, it is not too exaggerated to be able to learn it. It's not difficult to hear that there is a trace of regret and loss in his clear tone, and it is obviously difficult to accept the defeat of his own captain. And this also indirectly shows how unpredictable Mr. 3's understanding of domineering is when he created the powerful skill of Bahran. I see. After Beckman's reminder, the surprise on Mr. 3's face eased. Then, I won the bet between you and me yesterday, he said instead. Did you still mention this? Beckman sighed softly, spread his hands, and acted frankly. Yes, you won. After a few seconds of silence, he added, on the matter of the result of the duel between Shanks and Mihawk. The meaning is obvious, the combat power shown by Mihawk is amazing enough, but that's all. Still unable to influence, or not enough to shake, the red-haired pirate's attitude towards the conflict between the Cross-Union and the world government. It's okay, we have no plans to leave yet. Looking at the eagle-eyed red-haired couple walking towards this side, Mr. 3 chuckled lightly. It's rare to see each other. As a competitor with a good relationship, it shouldn't be too abrupt to have a lively banquet on your ship. Beckman frowned. Didn't you invite us to meet? Why did you drive on our ship? Because your pirate ship is spacious enough. What about wine and meat? Just keep it simple. It doesn't need to be too luxurious. Of course, it would be great if there is a collection of fine wine. Hearing such a shameless scoundrel's speech, Beckman couldn't help but twitched his mouth. I mean, shouldn't it be up to you? Halfway through the speech, as if sensing what was going on in Mr. 3's mind, the stable second in command of the Red Group sighed helplessly. Forget it, your boat is small, and you didn't bring too much food, so just treat it as a bargaining chip for the bet. Mr. 3 was immediately happy, and raised his hand to pat Beckman on the shoulder. As expected of the smartest man in the Red Hair Pirates. It's comfortable to deal with smart people, so you don't need to waste so much talk. By the time Hawkeye and Redhead, who were covered in blood and dirty, had finished their showers, put on clean and tidy clothes and returned to the deck, the sky had already completely darkened. Half of the bright moon hangs on the sea skyline at the end of the field of vision, and the sly moonlight is reflected on the sparkling sea level. Candles were brightly lit on the deck of the Red Fourth, and many vicious pirates were sitting together, happily humming Bink's fine wine. Although he felt unbelievable about his own captain's defeat, after all those present were big pirates who followed the Red Hair and experienced countless dangerous battlefields, and their faith and will would definitely not collapse because of a duel. On the contrary, after seeing Hawkeye's Overlord color burning, they look forward to the scene where Captain Shanks masters this skill and becomes even more powerful than he is now. At the banquet, Mr. 3 did not mention anything about the Cross Union and the world government. This requires an in-depth communication with the redhead, rather than an explicit statement on the table. However, there is another important thing that can be done: single out all the cadres of the Red Regiment who are known as the Iron Wall, temper their own domineering, and turn the Seabike into a supreme black car. For the props rewarded in the early stage of this system, the comment information clearly shows that there will be special bonuses after being refined into black cars. Although we don't know how effective this special bonus will be, but not letting go of any opportunity to become stronger is Mr. 3's current code of action. At the same time, Mr. 3 stared slightly, and the branch panel in the back of his mind appeared. The side mission Hawkeye's Fate Showdown has been completed, and the target reward, Swordsmanship Sheets, has been obtained. That's right, you can also try the power of the newly acquired Swordsmanship Sheets. New World, a Crusader Union pirate ship disguised as a merchant ship. Mr. 3 stood on the deck, leaning his hands on the edge of the fence, carefully feeling the somewhat salty sea breeze blowing in front of him. During the few days of contact with the red-haired pirates, Shanks did not give a clear answer to the matter of joining forces against the world government until the end. Perhaps out of his friendship with Buggy and maintaining the relative balance of the whole world, Shanks also solemnly reminded before leaving that he vaguely revealed that there is a god behind the Tinlongren, a god in the true sense. As the original party, Mr. 3 naturally knows that this god refers to the final boss, I Am, who is most likely to survive for 800 years on the void throne of Marie Joya. For this kind of mysterious strong man who has no information and is completely unfamiliar, he has maintained extremely high vigilance from the beginning. And the red-haired Shanks, who knows how powerful the Cross Union is now, is still so dignified. It is conceivable that the level of danger of IM's strength will probably rise by one class. Along the way, the reason why Mr. 3 has been able to succeed repeatedly is to collect arrogant and strong men such as Hawkeye Hancock and Kaido Mama under the banner of the Cross Union. In addition to extraordinary courage and strategy, what is more important is the foresight of the original plot and character background. But this time, it is obvious that the innate advantages of the Traversers will disappear in front of IM. It would be a lie to say that you are not worried about this. Of course, now that they have come to this point, gathering so many top powerhouses is already the limit of what he can do at present, and it is almost the limit that the protagonist of the original book, Luffy, can do. From this novel point of view, since the ending of One Piece as definitely the victory of the protagonist group, then IM should not be so strong that it takes seconds to raise his hand. This doesn't fit the original setting. So, there are worries, but Mr. 3 is not panicked at all. Although the red-haired pirates are known as the Iron-Walled Pirates, the ones who can really make him take it seriously are Shanks and Beckman. Therefore, through this voyage, the plan to practice armed domineering and successfully break through the extreme stage to complete the breakthrough of the Devil Fruit ability has not been successfully realized. It is always a small step short of the last one, and it is also a very difficult small step. Sure enough, without the blessing of the system's main task rewards, it is still very difficult to complete the promotion by yourself. Mr. 3 sighed softly. However, it is not for nothing. Mr. 3's eyes moved slightly, and a system panel appeared in the back of his mind. Seabike has been nourished countless times, and has successfully reached the level of the supreme weapon black car. Bicycle training can obtain greater growth, and the speed, strength, and attack power are greatly enhanced. Unlock special form. Pure black ball. By covering the surface with arrogance, the Seabike is smelted into a high-density black sphere, which can be transformed into any shape of weapon according to one's own ideas, and its power is equal to that of Hei Daoya. Quick Knife is the same. After roughly mastering the operation method of the sea bicycle, perhaps it should be said that it is the pure black ball. Mr. 3's mind moved slightly. Whoosh. Under the cover of off-white wax shavings, an extremely deep black sphere like a black hole was suspended in front of him. The surface of the black sphere is constantly flowing with arrogance, twisting and shaping in midair, turning into a black sea bicycle. Afterwards, the black car changed again, simulating shapes such as a mace, a giant tomahawk, a small black case, and even a small sailboat. The strange and multi-stage changing ability, under certain circumstances, can hit the enemy by mistake. Mr. 3 waved his arm lightly, and the pure black ball finally turned into two handsome long knives with flashing black light, which he held in both hands respectively. You can clearly feel the energy continuously transmitted from the handle of the knife. Its rage level even gives Mr. 3 the illusion that simply waving it can cut the sea in half. This is the strongest level weapon derived from being nourished to the extreme by arrogance. With this pure black ball, plus the swordsmanship cheats obtained from the Hawkeye side quest, although it can't be said that the strength has improved by leaps and bounds, Mr. 3 at this stage can be called the top sword of the Hawkeye red hair level. How? If he meets Kaido again, he is confident that he will defeat Kaido by consuming only one Eternity wax figure. Is this the final form of your weapon? Sure enough, just like you, it is full of mystery and weirdness everywhere. Hawkeye, who was carrying the black knife knight, walked slowly from behind, staring intently at the black double knives in Mr. 3's hands, and asked, "Can you show me?" Naturally, Mr. 3 would not refuse such a simple request, and threw both black knives over with a chuckle. Hawkeye raised his hand to receive the pair of knives, his sharp and deep pupils turned slightly, and he put them in his palm to look carefully. The sword body contains extremely profound domineering aura, which is fierce and hard but at the same time possesses incomprehensible plasticity. With a sound of buzz, Hawkeye's hands were instantly covered with jet black armed domineering, and two black knives were continuously poured into them. Like a shriveled sponge suddenly being irrigated by seawater, the two black knives swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, attracted each other, and gathered together to become a pitch-black sphere again. The domineering strength of Hawkeye is obviously enough to meet the operating conditions of the pure black ball, but he is not the true owner of the pure black ball, so he cannot do as Mr. 3 does as he pleases. After observing carefully for a few seconds, Hawkeye returned the pure black ball to Mr. 3 with some reluctance. "Mihawk, anyway, there is still some time before we arrive in Kale Bali. How about it? Let's practice together." Mr. 3 took the pure black ball and let it float behind him, with fighting spirit in his eyes, he added, purely in the field of swordsmanship. He wanted to try out the newly acquired swordsmanship cheats. Huh? Hawkeye questioned in surprise. After confirming that Mr. 3 was not joking, he raised his right arm with a serious expression, and slowly drew out the crossed black knife knight behind his back. "Since you are interested in this, let me have a good look at it." By the time the pirate ship slowly entered the port of Kale Bali, it was already dusk when the sun set. Just when Mr. 3 returned to the central circus building and wanted to plan the next action arrangement, a sudden news completely disrupted all plans. He, who has always been calm, almost lost control of his emotions, bursting out with extremely terrifying domineering anger. The news is that the Crocodile team was ambushed and attacked by 3 generals of the Navy headquarters at the Three-Pillar Roundabout. Except for Captain Crocodile, who was seriously injured and barely escaped, the entire elite pirate team was almost wiped out. Ayasha, who was accompanying her, was captured on the spot and escorted to the deep-sea prison to advance into the city. In the conference room of Kale Bali Island, all the core members of the Cross Union were present. Different from the cheerful and relaxed atmosphere in the past, everyone's faces were solemn. Even Buggy, who has always been good at mobilizing the atmosphere, sat with a gloomy expression, with a chilling expression. Everyone is well aware of the special relationship between Ayasha and Mr. 3. Even if they know the general process of the whole incident in advance, no one is willing to touch this bad luck and explain the situation at the beginning. In the end, Crocodile, who was still wearing a suit jacket, took the initiative to stand up. There were circles of white bandages wrapped around his face, and he could vaguely see a new knife mark that almost penetrated his right eye on the basis of the original line-shaped seam marks. The iconic golden hook is no longer visible on the cuff of the left arm, and the entire sleeve is empty. Obviously, in this encounter with the 3 generals, he was severely traumatized. The residents of Dynamite Rock and Sanju Roundabout were attacked, all of which are fake news spread by the Navy and pirates. Crocodile slowly lit a cigar for himself, leaned on the seat, and his dull voice was nothing but self-blame or anger. Thanks to Ayasha's fruit ability, she noticed the powerful malice hidden in the island as soon as we landed on the island. For the sake of caution, although we chose to evacuate it the first time, we were still attacked by the admiral of the Navy headquarters. That guy was very strong and blocked our retreat route. The 2 admirals who appeared after him suppressed us even more. Except for Ayasha and Mr. 1, the accompanying brothers were killed almost instantly. Solve. In order to cover my departure, Ayasha risked her life to forcibly increase her strength, and abruptly stopped the 3 admirals. Recalling the tragic scene where maliciousness was surging in the sky at that time, Crocodile, who has always been calm, clenched his right fist tightly, and a murderous light flashed in the depths of his slightly trembling pupils. If it weren't for taking care of Mr. 1, who was seriously injured and passed out, and for sending back information about the 2 new generals to the Cross Union, he would definitely fight to the death with his ruthless and arrogant personality, and would not allow himself to be rescued by a little girl. After listening to Crocodile's general description, dark red lightning kept jumping around Mr. Three's body. The white light reflected by the goggles covered his eyes, making it difficult to see the specific expression. But the violent aura that filled the entire meeting room and was so thick that it almost turned into reality clearly exposed his emotional fluctuations at this moment. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly froze and fell into dead silence. His grandma. Since Akainu doesn't want to maintain the current balance, then we shouldn't have too many scruples, just rescue Ayasha, and let the city of advancement be erased from this sea by the way. After listening to Buggy again, it was really unbearable, and he slammed the table hard and was about to start doing it. In any case, he is now the recognized president of the Cross Trade Union, and his speech, which is equivalent to a formal declaration of war with the world government, immediately shocked the strong people in the audience. Erasing the advanced city. As the opening of the final battle, it is a good decision. I have long wanted to trample those damned Tianlong people into flesh. Hancock, who was wearing a sexy cheongsam, raised his hand and brushed the long black hair that was hanging down his side face behind him, revealing his arrogant and beautiful face. She is the first Shichibukai to join the Cross Union, and she has spent the longest time with Ayasha, and she has long regarded this little girl who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside as her third sister. Now that Ayasha has been arrested, she is naturally willing to express her support unconditionally. Ooh. The all-out war between the pirates and the navy, it's really exciting. With a mace on his shoulder, Kaido raised his head and laughed, showing the fearless demeanor of the four emperors. Compared with Ayasha, who is irrelevant to him, he who only wants to turn the world upside down, is more eager to bathe in the top flames of war and vent his power wantonly. Except for Buggy, there was almost no one who was greedy for life and afraid of death, and all of them were ruthless people who dared to be tough. Therefore, when they heard that war with the world government was finally going to happen, they were all eager to fight and fighting like Hancock and Kaido, and they had no intention of shrinking back at all. After all, to overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people is the ultimate goal of their gathering here. All of a sudden, all the fiery eyes of the audience were on Mr. 3, the strongest military strategist of the Cross Guild. As long as he nods his head in agreement, the battle between the Cross Trade Union and the world government will start completely. Mr. 3's chest heaved up and down, and the uncontrollable violent breath on his body gradually calmed down through uninterrupted deep breathing. After thinking for a long time and repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, in the end, reason and calm overcame the impulsiveness. Ayasha was tied up because I wasn't careful enough. It has nothing to do with you, Crocodile, so don't blame yourself. Facing everyone's gaze, he breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Buggy on the opposite side and asked in a deep voice, Buggy, what happened to the Navy after the three-pillar round the island operation? Although Buggy was surprised why Mr. 3 didn't respond to the question of starting a war, he still answered truthfully. The internal news from Morgan's a few hours ago said that the Navy will carry out the public execution of Ayasha in the headquarters in a month's time. This news will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. The role of the previous good relationship with the World Economic News was deeply reflected at this time. A month. Mr. 3 bowed his head and pondered for a few seconds, and immediately made a decision in his heart, then according to their wishes, after a month, attack the Navy headquarters in an all-round way. Hey, this is clearly the hole that Akainu dug. If we want to have another top-up war like that against Whitebeard back then, should we jump down? Kuzan, who has worked with Akainu for many years, couldn't help but speak out remind. Many people's eyes flickered, expressing the same doubts and worries. Because of this, it is even more necessary for us to play tricks. Mr. 3 has completely recovered his composure. Seeing that everyone was frowning slightly, he continued to explain. The execution time is set at a distant month, which shows that even the Red Dog and even the world government are not absolutely sure that they can win this war. Therefore, they need sufficient time to mobilize troops, arrange battle plans, arrange battlefields, etc., and use the most powerful posture to face the battle. That is to say, during this month, Ayasha is absolutely safe. Speaking of this, Mr. 3 subconsciously stretched out his hand behind him, wanting to take a sip of strong tea. But belatedly found that the little girl in charge of serving tea and water was no longer by her side, so she had no choice but to give up. Compared to the Navy, which is already extremely deep, we need this month's time for development and adjustment. Now that we have launched a full-scale attack rashly, we will only suffer. They hope that we can attack the city now, revealing strategic flaws, and seize the opportunity to wipe us out. The Cross Guild's research on superhumanoid weapons is in the final stage of experimentation. After Kaido's mother, the Double Four Emperors, the entire team's pirate forces and their subordinate pirate groups need time to integrate and adapt to each other. And Mr. 3 himself must break through the last shackles and successfully eat the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Only by completing the last shortcoming on the strength panel, overcoming all weaknesses, and facing the most powerful IM can have a higher chance of winning. Out of selfishness, Mr. 3 really wanted to break through the city right now and rescue the little fangirl from the dire prison. But he, who shoulders the fate of all members of the Cross Union, had to remain absolutely calm and make the most secure decision for the moment. For him, this was a rather painful torment. After roughly explaining the next actions, Mr. 3, who was physically and mentally exhausted, walked out of the meeting room slowly. In the distance, the setting sun on the sea horizon was left with a fragmented corner, the soft orange afterglow was scattered, and there were flickering spots of light on the sparkling sea. Mr. 3 buried his head forward, walking on a secluded forest path. Suddenly, the sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on hard stones came from behind. Mr. 3, this concubine has completely gotten used to the awakening of Tiantainguo's ability, and her physical skills and domineering have also improved. With a faint scent of wind blowing, Hancock, who was wearing a black and white cheongsam close-fitting, crossed his arms and called out to Mr. 3. If you want to feel the power of becoming stronger, then I will give you this chance to challenge. Mr. 3 glanced back at the arrogant Hancock, lacking in interest. I'm sorry, Hancock, I don't have the heart to compete with you now. Before he finished speaking, the pink light shone in front of his eyes, and his long white and flawless legs pierced through the air in an instant. It can be clearly seen that the red high-heeled shoes have become extremely dark under the domineering cover of the armed color, and the surface is even more flowing, a sweet coat that is enough to completely petrify the objects it touches. Awakening fragrant legs, Hancock leaned over and ran wildly, leaping high and attacking Mr. 3. The willful and arrogant pirate empress will not give anyone the time to reject her, not even Mr. 3, whom she regards as her partner. Boom. There was a dull collision sound, accompanied by a violent energy shockwave, billowing smoke and dust on the forest path. At this stage, Hancock is already a royal-level powerhouse comparable to Big Mom, and her power-up kicking power is not insignificant. The breeze in the forest blows away the smoke, revealing the scene inside. Mr. 3 put his right arm wrapped in a hard candle in front of his body, with Liu Ying's domineering blessing, blocking the attack space of the high heels in the violation of the awakened sweet fruit ability. After this period of tempering, his domineering has become quite exaggerated, so naturally he will not be affected by this fruit ability. Hancock, I'm really not in the mood to fight you right now. Mr. 3 sighed softly. Gray-white wax liquid emerged from behind him, condensed into two huge fists and slammed at Hancock violently. A red light flashed in the depths of Hancock's beautiful eyes, and while pulling back his long legs, he clenched his fists and pushed forward horizontally, launching a confrontation with the two giant candle fists with the same domineering posture. Under the effect of the sweet coat, in just a few rounds, the giant candle fist that was not covered with arrogance was completely petrified, shattered into small stones and rolled to the ground. Hancock grasped the gap, stepped deeply into the hard ground, and the sexy Mioman's body rotated 360 degrees. The hurricane oscillated, and under the strengthening of inertia, she raised her other long leg and kicked Mr. 3 fiercely. However, a thick wall of candles was formed ahead of time, laying across her attack trajectory. Boom. The red high-heeled shoes slammed down, leaving a cobweb-like dense crack on the surface of the candle wall, which was far harder than steel. Hancock, who was obstructed, let out a low cry, and broke out with even stronger force, directly kicking the wall of the candle to pieces, and attacking Mr. 3 against the sky full of wax shavings. Mr. 3 crossed his arms in front of his chest, and Liu Ying bloomed domineeringly, and once again took over this powerful and heavy fragrant leg. You are very domineering, but every move is full of hesitation. With black hair hanging down, Hancock maintained the attacking posture with his legs raised, tilting his head to reveal a beautiful profile. Bicolor pupils turned, staring straight at Mr. 3. Before, in order to help my concubine completely overcome the fear of the Tianlong people, you not only took my concubine to experience the evil auction house, but even risked being wiped out by the demon-slaying order, so that Buggy bombarded the Tianlong people. At first, I also suspected that it was just an accident, but after thinking about it carefully, how can a shrewd and cautious guy like you allow such a low-level mistake to happen? So, I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. At the end, Hancock's voice was a little intermittent, and his pretty face was full of embarrassment. It was quite a challenge for the pirate empress, who was used to cruelty and cold-blooded, to utter such provocative words from her mouth. What Hancock never expected was that Mr. Three's answer was even more amazing. Ahem. I'm not afraid of your jokes now. Buggy's bombardment of Tinlongren was indeed a pure accident. The voice fell, and the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. The cool breeze blew again, which not only brought an indescribably awkward atmosphere, but also took away the rare sensational twist on Hancock's face. Instead, there was a violent rage that froze the air. Damn bastard, do you want to refuse the concubine's gratitude? They are already partners who can rely on each other, so just accept this warm thank you obediently, and then, let my mother die. Boom. Dense dark red arcs emerged from the surface of Hancock's body, and her power surged when she entered the domineering state. She kicked Mr. Three, who was in a defensive posture, smashing dozens of giant trees along the way, and finally embedded several among the rocks 100 meters away. All of a sudden, the dust was everywhere, the fallen leaves were scattered, and flocks of frightened birds fled with flapping wings. Hoo. Hancock slowly withdrew his raised long legs, stood there panting slightly, and stared coldly at the end of a mess full of smoke and dust. The birds circling in the air lost their habitat for no reason, and kept making rapid and loud cries to express their protest. Then, Hancock only used a kind look in his eyes to make them clearly understand what protest is invalid. The surrounding fell into silence. Dozens of seconds later, the sound of stones falling to the ground came from the depths of the smoke and dust. Hancock, you were right, we are all trustworthy partners. Mr. Three walked out slowly from the thick smoke, with a faint smile on his mouth, and the clothes on his body were naturally spotless under the protection of the wax. Shank's dignified attitude shows that the world government under Im's rule is definitely not simple. The change of Ayasha's arrest brought the situation to a new level. All plan. Although it was not clearly shown, Mr. Three did fall into confusion and lack of self-confidence for a moment. This is the fundamental reason why Hancock would approach him for a fight without warning. But now, Mr. Three, who had suffered a heavy kick and came to his senses, no longer hesitated. In the next decisive battle with the world government he will and will definitely go all out to win the final victory. Do you still need to be reminded about this kind of thing? Hancock snorted coldly. It was exactly the same as the first scene, and what responded to her was Mr. Three punching with the overlord-colored candlelight. Boom. Flames flickered, explosions roared, and Hancock, who was caught off guard, was knocked into the air. He spun several times in the air before he barely stabilized his figure, and landed lightly on a tree trunk. Suddenly rushing and biting like a terrible beast, what a disrespectful person. Although the words were full of disgust, there was a light smile on that indifferent pretty face. Following her gaze, I saw that Mr. Three froze in place while maintaining the movement of punching forward. The whole person lost all color, and turned into a stone statue with love in his eyes. The sweet fruit ability that has been ineffective since just now has actually worked. It's just that Hancock's petrification effect didn't last too long. As more and more cracks emerged, Mr. Three successfully lifted the restriction by means of candle coating and returned to its original state. Sorry for worrying everyone. Mr. Three bowed slightly to the dense forest behind Hancock to express his apology. He, who has reached the extreme stage of knowledge and domineering, naturally sensed the abnormality long ago. Whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, familiar figures slowly appeared from the depths of the jungle. Buggy the Red Nose, Hawkeye, Kuzan, Crocodile and other core members are all here. Looking at the look of anticipation in everyone's eyes that cannot be concealed, Mr. Three raised his arm and made the iconic gesture of pushing his glasses. Under the transparent lenses, there is a pair of radiant eyes. I have a plan, please listen quietly. Count? Trick you too, ahem, trick. 36 counts. All the cadres who had seen the horror of such a profound strategy all had their eyes lit up and became interested instantly. 3. The confident man I know, you are finally back. Buggy cried loudly and stepped forward to hug Mr. Three's thigh, with snot mixed with tears. The scene was very exaggerated. All right, Buggy, he's going to be the king, pay attention to his image. Mr. Three quietly covered his trousers with a layer of wax, raised his hand and gently patted Buggy's shoulder. I'm surrounded by my own people, and I have nothing to do with my image. Ah, what are you talking about? After realizing it, Buggy stopped crying, his eyes were round, and he blinked cutely. King? What kind of king? The corners of Mr. Three's mouth raised, and he said 3 words in a calm manner that made all the strong people present tremble. Do you need to ask? Of course it is. One Piece. One Piece. The 3 light words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone around. Needless to say, for an ambitious and strong man like Kaido's mother, Crocodile, even Hawkeye Kuzan, who has always been calm, couldn't help but stagnate. In this magnificent sea, no one can refuse the title that represents the world's most powerful and freest. Ah. Ah. As the person involved, Buggy's eyes suddenly jumped out of their sockets, showing an exaggerated expression of Yan Yi. Becoming the One Piece is a huge ambition that he wants to realize day and night, but when the hat snaps on his head, he who is somewhat self-aware seems so at a loss. But, damn it, Bastard Galdino, I didn't expect the image of Lao Tzu in your heart to be so tall. After a brief stupor, Buggy quickly recovered his composure, taking it for granted that this was just Mr. Three's opinion of him. After all, in order to become the One Piece, there is another hard condition besides his invincible power like Buggy the Great. That is to successfully find and reach the final island, Ralph Drew. Hearing this, the strong people present reacted, heaved a sigh of relief, and were more willing to believe in this possibility. Don't put gold on your face, Buggy, that's what you are with me. Mr. Three gave Buggy his little thumb with a face full of contempt. Seeing this, Buggy's mouth twitched, and he lifted his white-gloved hands angrily, and was about to activate the split fruit ability. In my hand, I have collected 4 rubbings of the historical text of the red road sign. The 2 split palms stopped abruptly, hovering in front of Mr. Three. Without giving Buggy and the others time to breathe, Mr. Three flicked out a ball of wax with his fingers. The wax liquid fell on the ground and spread out, revealing 4 neat rubbings of the historical text wrapped inside. This method can reasonably explain the problem of carrying it around. Here are the complete rubbings of the 4 historical texts of the red road signs. When you become king, I will announce them to the world. Mr. Three's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and his face was quite calm. But the words that came out of his mouth became more and more shocking and burst. Several powerful domineering bursts without warning, stunned the flying bird hovering in the air and cursing in a low voice, and fell to the ground with a plop. The pupils of all the strong men, especially Kaido's mother, constricted. For such a fleeting moment, they wanted to snatch it. This is what all pirates dream of, the signpost, leading to the final island of Ralph Drew. Mr. Three actually said that he would announce it to the world? Is he completely crazy? Three, aren't you joking? Buggy stared intently at the rubbing on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. Even where did Mr. Three get the complete rubbings? He didn't even bother to think about it. Such an excited reaction was naturally expected by Mr. Three. After raising his hand to create a candle sofa and sitting down, he explained to everyone the reason for doing so. Let Buggy be king in this special period. Naturally, it is to strengthen the name and prestige of the Cross Union, try to win over those pirates and third-party forces who are still on the sidelines at the moment, and increase the chances of winning a decisive battle with the world government. A simple announcement will certainly not be able to shake this group of shrewd and cunning old fritters, so the complete historical text rubbings must be displayed to the public to prove that the Crusaders have the qualifications to become the king-level pirate group. Even if they still choose to be neutral and do not want to go to war with the powerful world government, under the temptation of unparalleled huge interests, they will frantically embark on the road to find Ralph Drew, take Roger's treasure as their own, and gain both fame and fortune. In this case, the pattern of the entire sea will become extremely chaotic. As the maintainer of the world order, the world government naturally has no way to sit idly by and let this kind of situation happen, which is very likely to cause the Second Great Voyage era. In other words, as long as the rubbing information is released to the public, all pirates and even third-party forces will stand on the opposite side of the Navy, whether they want to or not, thereby indirectly relieving the pressure of the Cross Guild. In such a desperate situation, whether it is the Red Dog or the 5 Old Stars, will they still have enough time to formulate a detailed 10 destruction plan? In this way, their carefully planned 1-month preparation time will be completely disrupted. Pave the way with chaos, avoid the pits set by the enemy, and turn passivity into initiative. Hey, so that's the case, it's really a bold strategy. After some explanations, the fiery madness in Kaido's eyes gradually dissipated, and he looked at Mr. Three again with admiration. I thought the so-called 36 tactics were just an exaggeration, but now it seems, Mr. Three, you are indeed worthy of the title of the strongest strategy. Just in this way, Roger's treasure will have to be surrendered, Moria said with a sharp voice. With the pink coat fluttering, Doflamingo walked over with a step of disbelief, scolding an idiot with disdain on his face. Not everyone can decipher the ancient text of the historical text, and even if someone can decipher it, it is not an easy task to lock the location of Ralph Drew in a short period of time, arrive safely, and leave alive. Driven by profit, the brutal pirates who have no bottom line will become extremely crazy. Kuzan, who was wearing black sunglasses with his hands in his pockets, added in a deep voice, even if someone gets the great secret treasure by chance, it's impossible to be the final winner. If a month later, a new world overlord will be born in this world, it can only be one of the Cross Union and the world government. After thoroughly clarifying Mr. Three's crazy and reasonable thinking, everyone suddenly realized, showing expressions of amazement, treachery, or emotion. If it can be successfully implemented, this strategy will definitely be a catastrophic impact on the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Soon, the plan to publish the rubbings of the historical text was approved by all members, and Crocodile from the Intelligence Department was in charge of sorting it out, and contacted Morgans from the World Economic News, an old acquaintance. Even Morgans, the boss of the underground world who holds the most information in the world, fainted on the spot due to excessive excitement when he heard the news that was enough to drive the whole world into a frenzy. The execution of Roger, the One Piece, directly set off the age of great exploration that shocked the world until today. And the Cross Guild announced the complete historical text, and its final result is very likely to end this era and usher in a new chapter for the world. Undoubtedly, this will be the most exciting super big news in the past 10 years. The matter is of great importance. Simply contacting through encrypted phone bugs can no longer satisfy Morgan's infinitely expanding desire. So this Albatross fruit ability user took off overnight and rushed to the Cross Guild with flapping wings, wanting to confirm the rubbings of the historical text in person and learn more comprehensive and detailed information. On the second day, the vice captain of the 1st Division of the Crusaders Union, the evil witch Hatfree Ayasa, was captured by the newly promoted admiral, and the news that she will be publicly executed in the new Marin Vander headquarters a month later was overwhelming. Under the rapid spread of the newspaper delivery seagull, all forces, regardless of the Great Channel or the world, were informed of the news that shocked the world at the first time. Reminiscent of the importance of the Witch of Evil to the Crusaders, and the recent crazy remarks about world wars. They immediately realized with horror that this was the headquarters of the Navy, or to be precise, it was the decisive battle letter issued by the world government against the Cross Trade Union. And the scale of this battle involving multiple sea emperors and Shi Wuhai is definitely far beyond the top war of the year. In any case, the world pattern will undergo earth-shaking changes. A terrifying oppression immediately before the end of the doomsday enveloped the whole world, no matter civilians or revolutionary troops, no matter pirates or navy. If it is said that the news of the Navy's public execution of Ayasha in a month's time will hover in the hearts of various forces like a time bomb. Then a few days later, the even more important news released by the World Economic News was the catalyst that fully activated the bomb in advance, blowing up their remaining rationality and calmness, and completely falling into madness. Witness the birth of One Piece in the new era. This person is the leader of the pirates, Buggy the Clown, Qian Liangdao, Buggy the Clown. This unprecedented news that occupies all the sections focuses on the birth of another One Piece representing freedom and miracles after Roger the One Piece. In the news, the Cross Guild, as a collection of various forces, officially replaced the name of the Buggy Pirates, completed the upgrade, and became a veritable king-level pirate group that surpassed all the 4 emperors. At the same time, the Cross Trade Union cancelled the original president and team leader mechanism. At present, they can disclose the new structural system to the public as follows. Captain. 2 ways, Buggy the Clown King's Heart, Mr. 3, the Candle Demon Warlord, Galdino. King's Fist. The world's strongest creature, Beast Kaido, Born Destroyer, Big Mom. The 7 heroes of kings. The world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye Joracle Mihawk, the most invincible man Kuzan, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, Desert King Crocodile, Whitebeard E. Edward Weeble, Amayasha Don Quixote Doflamingo, Shadow Mage Moonlight Moria. King's Legion. Head of the Cross Guardian Silbaz Raleigh, Deputy Head of the Beasts Yamato, Corps Cadre's Aunt Rita, Acrobat Kabaji, Animal Trainer Mochi, Shiri. The large ship group of the Cross Union represented by G includes Supernova, the prisoner force of Advanced City, its 95 pirate groups, Mercenary Express and other organizations. As the reputation of the Clown Buggy gradually increases, more and more powerful New World veteran pirates choose to join the Cross Guild, and the comprehensive combat capability of the King's Legion has thus reached a terrifying level. Although such a clear and complete luxury lineup is enough to attract the attention and shock people, what makes everyone crazy about it, and even sets sail for the new world regardless of the safety of their names, is what is added at the end of the news. The key to the great secret treasure, the complete rubbings of the historical text of the red road sign. Because of the words of One Piece Roger, the whole world immediately entered the age of great exploration, and now that endless treasures are close at hand, how could the arrogant pirates who love money like their lives miss such a great opportunity? Even if you don't have the strength to snatch the big secret treasure, if you go to Ralph Drew and grab something casually, it will definitely be a priceless treasure. Just as Mr. 3 originally imagined, pirates from all over the world rushed into the New World as soon as they saw the news. The powerful pirates of the New World and the bosses of the Dark World are even more eager to move, secretly carrying out various crazy actions, and must use any possible means to decipher the text of history and firmly hold the big secret treasure in their own hands. The extreme chaos involving the entire world erupted without warning, and overwhelming pressure came from all directions, turning into a mountain and crushing the navy, causing them to be devastated and completely messed up. The holy land of Mary Joya, Pangu City. Looking at the news on the table, all the 5 old stars gathered in the room had gloomy faces, their mouths tightly closed and they could not speak. They thought that the news of the capture of the Witch of Evil and her public execution would deter those vacillating forces and weaken the morale of the Crusaders. Never expected that the other party would use such an unexpected method to forcibly push countless forces to the opposite of the world government. Damn Buggy the Clown, he actually revealed the secrets of Ralph Drew to the whole world. Is he crazy? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have stopped Charlos, and I would have dispatched the 3 generals to completely wipe them out. There was a dull slap on the table, and it was J. Golucia Sadenshang, the 5 old star with white curly hair. According to intelligence, Buggy the Clown probably doesn't have such courage. Wu Laoxing, with a long white beard, turned his eyes and glanced at the reward list that was put together with the news. The person who made such a crazy decision is probably Mr. 3, the Candle Demon Army Master. Wearing a dark red suit, the eyes of the blonde Wu Laoxing star shone brightly. Such important news spreads all over the world without saying a word. That fellow Morgans seems to be planning to make us our enemy. Hearing this, Wu Laoxing, who was wearing glasses, stopped wiping the blade in his hand and said without raising his head, "It would be better if this is the case, we can clean up all these ants who dare to resist us at once. In any case, the existence of Lord IM means that we cannot lose. It's just that the trouble this time is a little bigger than before." His tone was quite calm. At the mention of Master IM, the expressions on the faces of the other 4 elders softened and they regained their composure. So, in the face of this chaos involving the entire world order, can the Navy headquarters handle it? Wu Laoxing, who had 2 figure-8 mustaches, asked instead. If he can't even arrange such a trivial matter, he, the marshal, has no reason to continue doing it. The irritable Wu Laoxing snorted coldly. At this time, Wu Laoxing, who was wearing glasses, had already wiped the long knife in his hand, and a cold and pure fearful fighting intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. When this turmoil passes, it will almost be time for a decisive battle with the Cross Guild. Compared to the battle in the Valley of the Gods many years ago, I am somewhat looking forward to this time. We will have a chance to come forward and exercise our muscles. The undersea prison advances to the city, the dark 5.5th floor. Since the 6th floor was completely submerged by the backflowing seawater during the previous attack by the Cross Union, the special interlayer hidden between the 5th and 6th floors was naturally transformed into the deepest floor. The dark and damp floor tiles exude an extremely cold temperature, and the empty passageway is eerily quiet, in stark contrast to the chaotic world outside. Even though the detainees here are all heinous world-class criminals, they stay in place just like the ordinary prisoners at the top, without the slightest thought of jumping out to die at this time. Because at this moment, in front of the special cell in the deepest part of the aisle, there is a blind man in a purple robe sitting. The dark purple gravitational halo covered the entire specially made prison cell, suppressing the prisoners held inside so tightly that it was difficult for them to bite their tongues to commit suicide. The cloak of justice naturally fell to the ground, and the purple cuffs represented the highest combat effectiveness. This blind man was none other than Admiral Fujitora of the Navy headquarters. What kind of admiral is just a coward who likes to bully the weak? Willing to help the biggest villain in the world to carry out the so-called justice, hey ba, a group of lackeys of Tianlong people. Ayasha's hands and feet were tightly bound by Heilushi chains, and the powerful and heavy force of the gravity circle suppressed her, making her even unable to speak loudly, and could only communicate briefly and weakly. Even so, When looking at Fujitora, those charming blue pupils were still full of undisguised provocation. Sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, Fujitora's eyes were slightly closed, and the palm holding the staff knife remained motionless. Listening to Ayasha's continuous harsh language, he thought of the report of the 3 generals including Green Bull after the operation around the island in Sanju. After successfully covering the evacuation of her accomplices, the evil witch of the Cross Guild in front of her launched a frenzied attack on the 3 generals, not caring about her own safety at all. In other words, at that time, she was determined to die in Sanju Awandao. At the end of the war, she suffered 13 fatal injuries, and even the best medical team in the Navy headquarters had only 1/10 chance of rescuing her. It can only be said that luck is really good, no matter for himself or for the Navy headquarters who wants to wipe out the Cross Union. You are right. The old man is just a coward who is afraid of power and dare not face the darkness of this world. Fujitora raised his eyelids slightly, revealing his eyes with only whites. So, don't try to provoke the old man to shoot you, and don't commit useless suicide. Because it is the task of the old man to stay here to ensure your personal safety. With his exceptionally strong perception, he immediately saw through Ayasha's intention to kill herself. The fact is also true. Taking advantage of the moment when Fujitora was distracted by speaking, Ayasa opened her mouth very quickly and stuck out her tongue, and the 2 rows of teeth suddenly exerted force, wanting to bite her tongue and kill herself. In the next second, the extremely heavy gravity exploded, pressing her firmly to the ground, unable to move. Although the old man is a useless blind old man, he is not an idiot. Give up. From the moment you were arrested, you couldn't help but be destined to witness the demise of the Cross Union on the execution ground. Hearing this, Ayasha lying on the ground trembled all over. Even though her eyes were bloodshot, she still tried her best to resist the restriction of gravity. She is very clear about the painstaking efforts made by the 3rd brother in order to overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people. Reluctance and hatred for the weak self will disrupt all the plans of the 3rd brother and become an unforgivable stumbling block. So, no matter what, I must die here. He is obviously a cruel and vicious person who wants to bring disaster to the whole world, but he has such consciousness. Fujitora, who was unmoved by insults and scolding, was shocked by Ayasa's awareness at this time. He took out a newspaper from the pocket of the purple robe, and threw it in front of Ayasha, who wanted to die. The Cross Guild has released the historical text, claiming to be the One Piece of the current era, and a war between the 2 sides is inevitable. If you want this war to break out earlier, then continue to hold on to this death-seeking mentality and try to succeed under the old man's surveillance. Sensing that most of the opponent's determination dissipated the moment he saw the newspaper, Fujitora slightly slowed down the suppressing effect of the gravity circle. Ayasha, who successfully freed herself from the shackles, grabbed the newspaper and fell into a daze watching the news about the Cross Union and the 3rd brother. As the most devout fangirl, she really knows Mr. 3 very well, and there is even an observation record of the 3rd idol brother, with a thickness of more than 2 centimeters in the room. Therefore, just after reading the content roughly, Ayasha gave up the idea of suicide. Obviously, the 3rd brother has already arranged everything properly, and disappearing now will not only be useless, but will also disrupt the plan that the 3rd brother has re-established. At the same time, the stronghold of the Cross Union, Kale Bali. Mr. 3 stayed alone in the closed room, calmly staring at the system panel that appeared in the back of his mind. It has been detected that the progress of the main line goal has been completed 3 times, and the comprehensive strength of the Cross Guild fully meets the main line advancement requirements. Do you want to advance the main line goal, 4 emperors, and change it to the ultimate One Piece? The change will change the existing reward mechanism. After several days of planning and precipitation, his mentality finally returned to the peak and reached the strongest state. The red-haired pirates and the straw hat pirates still had no progress, so he resolutely gave up the idea of continuing to collect system rewards and directly started the final main line. Confirm changes. Ding. The change of the main task is completed, successfully entering the main line of the final stage. Current main line goal. The ultimate One Piece. Arrive at the final island of Ralph Drew, stand on the freest peak in the world, become the strongest King Vice. It is detected that the Buggy Pirates, Cross Guild, has reached the king level in terms of reputation and prestige, and has mastered the complete historical text of the Red Road sign, and will receive a special event reward, Old Era Powerhouse Battlefield. Battlefield of the Strong in the Old Era. A different dimension jointly constructed by the peak powerhouses of the Old Era, including but not limited to the Battle of Edvor Sea, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and the Battle of the Great Kingdom 800 years ago. Let's become stronger in the world of the strong with all the heroes. Is it the battlefield where the powerhouses of the old era are? As expected of the lucky value of A+SS, it's really great to get this kind of prop at such a critical moment. The corner of Mr. 3's mouth turned up, and he couldn't help complaining that Buggy was finally a little bit useless. One Piece Roger, Peak State Whitebeard, Legendary Pirate Golden Lion, Sengoku Carp, King of the World Locks. Thinking of fighting against these legendary top fighters, Mr. 3's blood boiled with enthusiasm, and his eyes under the goggles burst out with passionate fighting intent. What? You're going to go out to practice alone this month? In the conference room in Bali, Mr. 3's calm words shocked all the cadres including Buggy and Crocodile. For Mr. 3, who has already stood at the top of the world in terms of comprehensive strength, besides the Navy headquarters in the Holy Land of Mary Joa, the Cross Guild where the strong gather is the best training ground. But now, he actually said that he would go to a place far away from the new world to practice and become stronger? Is there such a suitable place? Alrita, who had completed the different dimensional training manual, was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly thought of the mysterious and fantastic islands they had reached before. That's right. Although everyone in the Cross Guild is very strong, they are all partners. It is difficult to achieve the effect of fighting to the death. Mr. 3 saw the concerns of Buggy and others, and said with a light smile, "Don't worry, I will keep a wax figure clone here during this period, and participate in the detailed arrangements and information exchanges before the battle. If there is an emergency, the body will be back as soon as possible." Hearing what he said, the strong anxiety in Buggy's heart was relieved. Unknowingly, the cowardly coward in front of him from the city with him has such a reliable sense of security. Even he himself felt quite unbelievable about this. During this time, I will also become stronger. With his hands on his hips, Buggy snorted arrogantly, "Become stronger than you bastard." The powerhouses present looked dignified and showed the same attitude. A month later will be a battle to overturn the world, and they will go all out with pride and arrogance, and they don't want to be the tail of the crane that drags the whole team back. In this way, without the knowledge of the outside world, Mr. 3 left Bali by boat alone, and disappeared at the end of the distant coastline little by little. The brilliant brilliance emitted by the system completely enveloped him, and when the dazzling light faded, the violent sea wind roared, and a rough sea scene appeared in front of his eyes. Not far away, dozens of large-scale pirate fleets sailed rapidly, chasing an inconspicuous two-masted pirate sailing ship ahead. Here, it is one of the famous sea battles in the pirate world, the encounter between the legendary pirate Golden Lion and Roger, the Battle of Edvor. 2 weeks passed quietly, and the vast and calm sea once again emerged with brilliant brilliance. Mr. 3 returned to the real world after the Battle of Edvor. His whole body was pitch black as if he had returned from mining in Africa. He could only see the whites of his eyes clearly under the goggles. He is not tanned, but the ultimate expression of domineering armed color covering the whole body. Mr. 3's eyes narrowed slightly, and the domineering aura on his body was like ink, penetrating into the depths of his skin little by little, restoring his complexion to normal. He clenched a fist with his left hand, raised a big knife evolved from a pitch-black ball with his right hand, and slashed at his left fist violently. With a sound of clang, the sound of steel colliding came out. It seemed that no domineering fist was covered, and there was no damage at all. Let the armed domineering energy flow with the blood in the body, and act on the internal organs, muscles, bones, joints and other parts of the body, and can permanently strengthen the physique without actively releasing it. This is the ultimate armed color domineering in the same realm as Black Wrist, Iron Fist, and Steel Bone. Ding. Congratulations to the host's overlord like domineering, knowledge-colored domineering, and armed-colored domineering all reaching the peak stage. The extremely powerful domineering will suppress the demons lurking in the body, and successfully break through the shackles of the Devil Fruit ability user. You will no longer be afraid of the sea tower stones and other restrictions, and can accommodate the second demon at the same time. The moment has finally come. Looking at the system panel that emerged from the back of his mind, Mr. 3 suddenly became short of breath. Even though he is now a super strong man who has cultivated the domineering energy of 3 colors to the extreme at the same time, he can't help showing an extremely excited look when he thinks of the long-awaited Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Unlike the extremely special Trinity of Blackbeard, from today onwards, he will be the one who truly masters 2 kinds of demonic abilities in the world of pirates and is not afraid of the sea. Mr. 3 took a few deep breaths, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and took out the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit that had been stored for a long time from the system props. From the appearance, The devil fruit rewarded by the system is somewhat similar to the shape of the dragon fruit, and the surface is covered with mysterious runes. The phantom beast devil fruit that has never appeared in the Devil's Illustrated book. Let me see how powerful it is. As the most powerful pirate army strategist in the current era, Mr. 3 naturally obtained the devil fruit illustration book through special means. With the super lucky halo blessing on his body, he didn't think he would step on thunder on this devil fruit. Click. Without much hesitation, Mr. 3 directly opened his mouth and took a big bite of the devil fruit. Ouch. Then he almost threw up. Although I was psychologically prepared, the degree of unpalatability was far beyond the expected range. This taste is so sour and refreshing than the grandmother's foot wrap. Mr. 3 complained frantically in his heart, trying to forget the stimulating taste, when suddenly, the ability information of the phantom beast devil fruit he ate just popped up in his mind. Fuck this. After knowing what a heaven-defying fruit he ate, Mr. 3 was so shocked that his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. His pupils turned into vertical pupils similar to snake-like creatures at some point, and his cheeks were covered with red scales exuding high temperature. Plop, plop, plop. Mr. 3 could clearly feel the sound of his own extremely powerful heart, and the power poured out like an inexhaustible fountain, filling every corner of his body. So far, he has finally completed the last short board of comprehensive strength, his recovery and vitality have reached unimaginable heights, and he has become a super hexagonal warrior that surpasses all beasts Kaido. The wax liquid flew, and instantly condensed and formed on Mr. 3's arm, turning into a flaming candle giant fist. He wants to try his current combat power. Candle Dragon Great Flame Breathing. Mr. 3 gave a low shout and swung his fist vigorously. A huge fist-shaped fireball whizzed out against the sea surface. The extreme high temperature distorted the surrounding space, and the seawater along the way was continuously evaporated, and billowing white steam emerged. Boom. The fist-shaped fireball exploded in the sea thousands of meters ahead, accompanied by a deafening bang. The flames soared into the sky, and a small mushroom cloud slowly bloomed. A circular deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters was directly blown out of the calm sea surface, and the rushing seawater kept pouring into it. Just an ordinary big fire breathing that is swung at will has such terrifying destructive power. Mr. 3 showed a very satisfied smile, called out the system information panel in the back of his mind, and let himself be submerged and swept away by the waves caused by the explosion. He has completely overcome the limitation of seawater, so he is naturally fearless. The strongest Emperor subsystem, host, Mr. 3. Appearance. Charm of personality, 99, physical fitness, SSS. Lucky value. S+SS, after the ability awakened, the clown buggy camp has its own buff, which will disappear after leaving. Abilities. Double devil fruit, armed domineering, extreme, internal destruction, reinforced iron frame, normalization, knowledge color domineering, extreme, foreseeing the future, heart net domain, overlord color domineering, extreme, tyrannical, domineering, physical destruction, knowledge killing, listening to the voice of all things, top swordsmanship. Props. Third Brother S Domineering Lecture Hall, Red Road Sign History Text 4, Rubbing Version, Black Ball, can change shape at will, Eternal Wax Museum, Accommodating Number 5, Cooling 1, Wings of Liberty, Shadow Space, Fruit Ability Development Capsule 1, Battlefield of the Strong in the Old Era. Main Goal. The ultimate One Piece, arrive at the final island of Ralph Drew, stand on the freest peak in the world, become the strongest King Vice. Target reward. Unknown. Looking at the almost full attributes, Mr. 3, who got his head out of the sea, nodded very satisfied. After taking out the last remaining fruit ability capsule and eating it, he didn't linger long, and entered the battlefield of the strong in the old era non-stop, wanting to adapt and develop the ability of the newly eaten phantom beast fruit before the final decisive battle. With the physical blessing of phantom beasts, his knowledgeable domineering can perceive a wider range and foresee a more distant future. Although it was quite faint, the dangerous aura of being in a certain distant area still made him feel vaguely uneasy that direction was the holy land of Marie Hoya on the Red Earth continent. The hesitation of the red-haired Shanks is not unreasonable. In the end, the power of Boss IM is unimaginable. At least the ordinary general is absolutely impossible to be her opponent. Therefore, in order to give himself a better chance of winning, Mr. 3 must become stronger in a limited time. The current state is not his limit. Call out. The brilliant light once again enveloped Mr. 3, and the restless sea area regained its tranquility. A few 10 minutes later, the floating white clouds over the sea were scattered by a strong impact. Beyond the Emperor of the Sea, the domineering power stronger than Roger and Locks, disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The slender pitch-black cloak fluttered slowly with the sea breeze, and the mysterious man wearing a spiked crown hovered in midair calmly watching the sea surface where Mr. 3 was before. In the depths of the only red pupil that was exposed outside, circles of black circles were engraved. This person is the only master who stands on the pinnacle of world power, the void throne I am. Number 16 days when the Crusaders were king. The pirate kingdom built around Bali, a technological island. A terrifying energy shock erupted, shaking the entire artificial island trembling. The people on the island were evacuated to the surrounding islands in advance, leaving only 3 main scientists, Gage, Quinn, and Caesar. Opposite the 3 of them stood the core members of the Crusaders Union headed by Buggy. President Buggy, next, please have a good look at our research results. Gaji, who was wearing a new type of combat uniform, had fiery eyes, and introduced to Buggy the 4 mechanical compartments placed vertically behind him. Ha ha ha. This will be a great weapon capable of overturning the world. It is not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. Quinn danced with excitement, and danced alone under the spotlight that suddenly turned on. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Caesar, who was covered in gas, covered his mouth with one hand and let out a rather devilish laugh. Under everyone's expectant and curious eyes, the 3 pressed the red button of the remote control in their hands at the same time. Whoosh! The steam gushed out, and the door of the mechanical warehouse with a height of nearly 7 meters slowly opened. Click, click. 4 tall humanoid weapons walked out of the steam-shrouded range with neat steps, showing the shockingly familiar faces one by one. From left to right, they are. The golden curly hair flutters, the 2 crescent-shaped white beards under the bridge of the nose are extremely conspicuous, and the multifunctional mechanical knife propped on the ground exudes a chilling light, the codename White, that inherits the blood factor of the young white beard Edward Newgate. He has a rough appearance, with a pair of slender ghost horns, and a multifunctional mechanical mace in his hand filled with blue arcs, the codename Ghost, who inherited the blood factor of Kaido of Beasts. Wearing a black cloak, a red-haired man with 3 deep scratches on his left face and healthy arms, the codename Red, who inherited the red-haired Shanks bloodline factor. The pink curly hair under the pirate hat is scattered, and the cool pirate windbreaker is worn on the body. The sexy pretty face collides with the devil's figure to create a gorgeous visual impact, inheriting the codename Evil of the blood factor of the young Aunt Charlotte Lingling. The above 4 not only have the powerful physique of the 4 emperors of the old era, but also incorporate black technologies such as the kinetic energy core of ancient weapons, the awakening of exoskeletons, and shadow enhancement. They are the highest masterpieces of the scientific research team of the Cross Union. You only need to conduct the final performance test before you can officially enter the war. Number 18 days when the Crusaders were king. Elbaf, the kingdom of giants with a vast territory. Under the guidance of the record pointer, the Straw Hat Pirates successfully landed in this giant territory with a transcendent status in the New World. Although they learned the final historical content from the news, while Luffy strongly despised Buggy, an idiot who dared to be called One Piece, he was unwilling to let Robin tell him how to get to the final island of Ralph Drew. The reason is naturally the same as that of not wanting to get information from Rayleigh. He wants to fulfill the dream of One Piece through his own adventure. Number 20 days when the Crusaders were king. After countless times of hard-line suppression, the Navy headed by Marshal Sakaski finally completely quelled the riots caused by the events in the main text of history. They began to mobilize around the world, mobilizing strong people above the rank of colonel to the new naval headquarters base. In addition, Steelbone Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government, also issued a convening order to transfer the army generals stationed in the allied countries and sea islands to the Navy headquarters to participate in the execution of the evil witch Ayasha. The gathering of countless elite generals of the 3 armies greatly strengthened the ability of the Navy headquarters to conduct large-scale wars. The grand scene and the large number of powerful people are the most since the establishment of the world government. The number 22 days when the Crusaders became king. By various chances and coincidences, Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kidd, 2 of the 3 captains of the new era, also appeared on the coast of the Kingdom of Giants. With their encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates, hidden in the deepest part of the giant kingdom, the mighty combat power that even the 4 emperors are afraid of begins to move around. A huge shadow hangs over the entire Elbaf sky. The number 20 of the Crusaders was king for 5 days. The wax figure Mr. 3 took the crocodile, Kuzan to visit the base of the Revolutionary Army secretly, and had a 5-hour meeting with the leader of the other side, Monkey D. Long, the specific content of which is unknown. The number 20 of the Crusaders was king for 6 days. Unimaginably great changes have taken place in the sea directly opposite the Navy headquarters, and a grey continent of hundreds of square kilometers has appeared out of thin air. Countless strange and huge vegetation rose from the ground, forming a strange forest full of vines and full of danger. Deep and thick dark clouds covered the sky over the mainland and lingered for a long time. As if the battle of the century had been predicted a few days in advance, thunder could be heard from deep in the clouds from time to time, bringing a sense of oppression and tension that made people short of breath. To be able to complete such a masterpiece overnight is none other than the admiral who has mastered the power of nature. The number 20 of the Crusaders was king for 8 days. Under the double blessing of Sanj domineering lecture hall and shadow space, the strength and arrogance of all the cadres of the cross-union have been improved. The strong people's faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement, and they obviously couldn't wait to let go of their hands and feet to make a scene, subvert the world, and rewrite the chapter of the times. In addition, the 4 super weapons of the Cross Guild have also completed final debugging and can be put into actual combat at any time. The day before the public execution of evil witch Ayasa, Naval Headquarters New Marine Vander, led by the Navy, the 3 armies of the world government have joined forces, and all generals above the rank of colonel have begun to gather in the forest continent. Eyelids lowered, these well-known powerhouses quietly wipe the blades in their hands, preparing for tomorrow's ultimate battle. At the same time, in the center of the One Piece Kingdom, in the outer waters of Kale Bali, pirate ships of different sizes and shapes are docked, and the flags of black-bottomed skulls are fluttering in the wind. On the high platform of the central circus building, Buggy, dressed in a big red robe, appeared on the stage, and the clown's eyes slowly turned, looking at nearly 100 pirate captains gathered in the square below with fierce faces. All of them are big pirates who are famous in the New World. Little ones, let us overthrow the Tianlong people's rule and completely subvert this world. Buggy laughed wildly, split his arms and opened left and right, making the Dahongpao extremely huge, showing an unparalleled sense of coercion. All the pirate captains below looked excited, raised their weapons high, and shouted the man's name loudly. Buggy. 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 The next morning, when the sun just emerged from the distant sky, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, the West Sea, the North Sea, the first half of the Great Route, the New World. Under the transmission of war reporters and photographers from all over the world, all races and forces in the whole world watched the live broadcast of Ayasha's public execution nervously. Even ordinary residents of remote kingdom villages know that this seemingly ordinary execution of criminals will provoke the most vicious and strongest pirate forces in the current era. This will be a super big event that far surpasses the war on the top of the year. And what kicked off the final prelude to the final battle was a phone call from the intelligence personnel of the Navy headquarters to Marshal Sokolsky. Report to the Marshal, the surveillance ships responsible for monitoring the pirate kingdom of the Cross Guild all lost contact at the same time. We have completely lost the movement of the Cross Guild and its pirates. New Navy headquarters dungeon. The harsh sound of chains rubbing against concrete steps echoed. Escorted by 2 admirals, Ayasha, who wears Halushi handcuffs on both hands and feet, is going up step by step, and is about to reach the end of her life. The entire underground passage is dark and long, and only a little light can be seen faintly at the top leading to the execution platform. The biting cold wind poured in from there, and Ayasha, whose eyes were drooping, was icy cold all over. Outside, the brightly lit naval headquarters is off the coast, and the forest continent that has only appeared in the past few days is ahead. Hundreds of naval warships flying the flag of the world government form a circular division, guarding the forefront of the Navy headquarters base. On the periphery of the land along the coast, there are hundreds of large-caliber heavy artillery. As long as the enemy's pirate warship appears in the sea area directly ahead, no matter how large it is, it will be covered by unavoidable and destructive firepower. As the field of vision zooms in, following the warships and artillery to the forest continent, the first to appear in the field of vision are rows of third-generation pacifists with different shapes. Having the appearance of Shichibukai Bartholomew Akuma, the human weapon in defense, performance and firepower is far above the previous 2 generations of pacifists, Mark -3. After this group of super weapons whose individual combat power is comparable to 100 million pirates, there are thousands of rear admiral of the 3 armies of the world government. Everyone nervously clenched the weapons in their hands, and in the depths of their righteous eyes, there was a fearless and strong fighting intent. The cloak of justice flutters in the icy sea breeze, densely packed innumerably, covering the huge turquoise forest with a layer of white ocean, with no end in sight. Wherever the eyes are directed, they are all righteous and strong men who can call out their names in this sea. In the middle of this vast and boundless white ocean, huge shadows cast down, covering a large area of sunlight. 20 giant lieutenant generals were equipped with the same huge épée and heavy artillery, standing proudly on the mainland with a magnificent momentum. Behind the tens of thousands of generals is the execution platform for this public execution. The execution platform, made of steel structure, is extremely stable, and directly below it, there are 7 leather seats neatly placed. The special cloak of justice with different colors of epaulette cuffs fluttered slowly, and 7 extremely oppressive figures with their legs crossed in different directions sat on the seats and were suppressed under the execution platform. It is the newly promoted 7 generals of the Navy headquarters. From left to right, these 7 generals representing the highest combat power of the Navy are Peach Rabbit Momoshagi Gion, Green Cow Aragama, Brown Python Gissi Fredo, Kizaru Paluzalino, Ares Azdrina, Fujitora Isso, T-Dolphin Tokikaki. Following the positions of the 7 generals, the front of the execution platform exudes a more powerful aura. 2 burly figures stood side by side. One of them was wearing a navy peaked cap, a dark red suit, and a large and mighty justice cloak on his shoulders. His eyes were dignified, and his iron-blooded face was full of silent chills. It is the current admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sakaski, who implements absolute justice. The other person is hidden in a wide black cloak. It is difficult to see his specific appearance, and it is difficult to accurately judge even the general outline of his figure. But what is certain is that since this person can stand in the same position as the Admiral of the Navy and look down on tens of thousands of generals including the general, his strength and prestige is absolutely ridiculous. If it was the top battle 3 years ago, the current combat power displayed by the Navy headquarters would have been able to completely crush the visiting enemies, even the pirate group led by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. However, what is most likely to appear here today is the well-deserved Super One Piece lineup that has assembled nearly 10 Sea Emperors. So the gorgeous lineup in front of me is not the headquarters of the Navy, or, to be precise, it is not the limit of the world government. Whenever the generals of the forest continent below feel timid when they think of the enemies they will face next, they will turn slightly and look at the upper part of the execution platform where Marshal Sakaski and the mysterious man in black are staying. There, it is obviously the same naval justice cloak as theirs, but it is emitting dazzling and brilliant brilliance all the time. 3 slightly aged figures stood proudly, like 3 unshakable towering mountains, suppressing the sky above the headquarters of the new Navy, filling the entire battlefield with a sense of security. They are the former Admiral of the Navy Buddha Warring States, the naval hero Iron Fist Garp, and the commander of the entire army Steelbone Kong. If Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion are the legendary pirates of the previous era, then these 3 are undoubtedly the legendary Navy in the hearts of all naval soldiers. Mr. Kong, after this battle, I really want to quit my job and go home to retire. With his hands in his trouser pockets, Zhang Guo said in a deep voice to Kong standing in the middle, "It's useless to say what you say this time." As early as the end of the Dingshang War, Sengoku submitted his resignation to Steel Gu Kong and recommended Kuzan as the new admiral of the Navy. It's just that he was not fully approved at the time to serve as Ometsu of the Navy headquarters. Before he had time to respond, a series of heartless laughter rang out first. Ahahaha. Warring States, in those stage plays, a guy who talks like you usually won't survive the next scene. Garp laughed loudly, reached out and grabbed a handful of donuts from the packaging bag in his arms, and sent them directly with his mouth open. The strong muscles on his body that were about to explode were exposed. It was hard to believe that this was an old man with gray hair and beard. Carp. Now is the critical moment of public execution, can you bastard not say such things here? Sengoku, who wore round-rimmed eyes, instantly dissipated the gentleness on his face, and yelled at Garp without caring about his image. Ha ha ha, it's just a joke, what's the matter? Then make fun of yourself. Seeing that these 2 old comrades in arms were still full of energy, they calmly stared at the space ahead with their hands folded and spoke slowly. Alright, Garp Warring States, this great war is of great importance, even I can't guess what the world will look like after this war. So this time, you must not keep your hands. Sora's gaze gradually became serious, for the justice we uphold. Hearing this, Zhang Guo and Garp put away their noisy childishness, and their expressions also became serious. Perhaps from the bottom of their hearts, They don't want to fight for those idiot Tianlong people, but today they have to fight this battle. In order to prevent the vicious pirates from acting more recklessly, and also to carry out the ridiculous but precious justice in my heart. Not all pirates are called Monkey D. Luffy, which is completely different from the last top war full of human sophistication. This time, Sangoku and Garp will go all out to ensure that Ayasha's public execution goes smoothly and clean up any enemies who dare to invade the Navy headquarters. The third-generation pacifist army with powerful destructive power, tens of thousands of naval powerhouses at the rank of Rear Admiral, 30 giant lieutenant generals born with brute force, 7 generals with the highest combat power, double marshals, combat power, and 3 legends-level navy. This is the strongest combat power controlled by the world government with a deep foundation. No matter how long the road is, it will eventually come to an end. The bright sunlight shines on Ayasha's face, which has not seen light for more than a month, bringing an unusually dazzling discomfort. Before Ayasha, who had narrowed her eyes slightly, got used to the bright light, the 2 palms that fell on her left and right shoulders suddenly exerted force, forcing her to kneel on the execution platform, who was restrained by Halushi handcuffs. There were bursts of tingling pain as her knees rubbed against the hard floor, and Ayasha, who was kneeling on the ground, was not at all emotional. She slowly raised her eyelids with slender eyelashes. Wherever she looked, there was an endless cloak of justice. The extremely visually impactful picture shocked Ayasha's mind, especially when she realized the number of general-level powerhouses dispatched by the Navy this time. Her firm and fearless eyes flickered slightly, revealing an unconcealable panic. Compared with the trivial matter of falling her head, she was more afraid that the third brother and the partners of the Cross Union would show up and jump into the deep hole dug by the Navy. I don't want myself, a helpless and down-and-out person, to drag down everyone's long-term plans, especially endangering the life of the third brother. 2 cold lights flickered, no matter what Ayasha's mental activity was at this moment. When the time came, 2 crossed cold beheading knives were placed on her neck. This scene was transmitted to all parts of the world by the video phone bug hovering in midair. Ordinary people who don't know why are a little unbelievable. The evil witch of the Cross Union, who is notorious for a long time, actually looks like this cute little girl. Sakazuki, who was standing in front of the execution platform, turned his eyes back, glanced at Ayasha, and then looked again at the misty sea in the distance. Seeing that the time was almost up and there was no sign of the Cross Trade Union appearing, as the leader of this public execution, he stepped up decisively, took a step forward, and came to the center where all the video phone worms were focused. The target of the Navy's public execution this time is one of the core members of the Crusaders Pirates, the Witch of Evil Hatfuri Ayasha. This person is the vice captain of the first team of the Cross Union, and her captain is Galdino, who planned the attack and kidnapping of the Celestial Dragons, the release of vicious criminals from the destruction of the city, and the occupation and persecution of the residents of the Three-Pillar Roundabout. It is Mr. 3, the famous and vicious Candle Demon Army strategist. According to the pre-prepared procedures, Sakazuki, in the image of a teacher of justice, showed the world the many evil deeds of the Crusades behind Ayasha. Thinking of how many times he was beaten by Mr. 3 before they met, Sakazuki's tone obviously became a lot more serious, with some personal grievances to some extent. Given the importance of this public execution, his slight mood swings were fleeting, and he continued to speak. And Mr. 3's captain, Buggy the Clown, the supreme authority of the Cross Guild, is the most valued crew member of One Piece Roger, and has inherited the extremely dangerous ideas of Gold D. Roger. Although this information is explosive, many people have known it for a long time. After all, the reason why Buggy was able to reach the top step by step from the unknown little pirate was the name of the crew of One Piece in the early stage. Therefore, in order to make the whole world fear Buggy, wishing that he and the Crusaders would disappear immediately, after a short pause, Sakazuki broke out in unexpected news. Besides, Buggy's biological father is also an ambitious man from the last era who wanted to bring disaster to the world, the self-proclaimed king of the world, Rox D. Gibbik. Lox? Rox Pirates. The names buried deep in the memory suddenly appeared in the minds of the older generation. Recalling that terrifying figure who was more dangerous than Pirate King Roger, no matter whether it was a civilian or a sea force, everyone was shocked into cold sweat and stayed where they were at a loss. In addition to the identity of Roger, the crew of One Piece, that clown Buggy actually has such a life experience? Reporters from all over the world are running around in a hurry, trying to write this breaking news into a newspaper in the first place. In an instant, the whole world panicked. At this time, somewhere in the mysterious sea, a pirate ship was completely hidden in the dark. Captain Buggy. I didn't expect I didn't expect you to have such an identity. No wonder even Mother Kaido is willing to join us, so you are the son of their former captain. Damn it. Damn it. You actually hid it so deeply, and following a man like you who is full of legends is the most correct choice in our life. The accompanying fans learned of Buggy's true identity from the special live broadcast provided by Morgans. These vicious big pirates with an average bounty of more than 100 million are all like fanatic fans who have fallen into complete madness at this time, standing in the middle with all their strength, holding their chins with one hand and pretending to sigh. Is it finally discovered? Buggy. Son of Rocks. Hello. This must be a joke, right? Doflamingo in the corner was shocked. As one of the bigwigs in the underground world, and with the special identity of a celestial dragon, he knew more about the battle between Locks and the Valley of the Gods than anyone else present. It's nothing more than a certain death charge. It doesn't matter whether Buggy is really the son of Rocks. The smoke from the cigar slowly drifted away, and Crocodile, who was wearing a coat, saw through the truth at a glance. At this time, if Sakazuki wants him to be, then he is. Crocodile is right. Kuzan walked over with his hands in his pockets, and said solemnly, compared to this, let's get ready for the upcoming peak battle. We are about to arrive at the headquarters of the new navy. Back to the execution stand. To sum up, in order to maintain justice and ensure that all countries are protected from pirates, the navy headquarters decided to publicly execute the evil witch Ayasa here. Even if it is necessary to start a full-scale war with the pirate force Cross Guild because of this, I will not hesitate. Sokolsky's inspiring words echoed across the forested continent below on loudspeakers. All the generals of the three armies who participated in the battle were full of blood, raised their weapons and shouted loudly, they must fight the Cross Union to the death. The deafening shouts inspired more fighters, and the morale of the world government lineup soared to the peak. Whoosh. Suddenly, in the sea area directly in front of the forest continent, an extremely strange and cold wind blew. The wind was raging, and the sea level, which was supposed to be calm and gentle, became turbulent for no reason. The waves crashed on the coast of the forest continent, bringing an indescribable coercion, which dampened the excitement of the navy. The overwhelming cheers stopped abruptly and were replaced by eerie silence. Gollum, Gollum. A giant navy lieutenant admiral tensed up and swallowed nervously. The 7 generals guarding under the execution platform seemed to have sensed something, and they all raised their legs in unison, protruding Erlang legs of different shapes. The howling wind continued to blow in the hearts of the admirals. Even a strong man who has experienced heavy wind and rain, when faced with this oppressive and quiet atmosphere, he still couldn't help but feel his hair straightening deep in his heart. The observers on the observation towers on both sides held the binoculars and watched the movements of the surrounding sea nervously. Looking from the camera facing the front of the forest continent, 3 huge black figures slowly emerged from the depths of the foggy sea. The young observer's breath was stagnant, his hands trembling, and he kept adjusting the focus of the telescope. The appearance of the black shadow in the lens became clearer. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, and the huge pirate warship pushed away from the sea and was heading straight towards the headquarters of the new navy. Come, come, they are coming, right in front of 12 o'clock, send, found the pirate ship of the Cross Guild. Following the young observer's voiceless exclamation, the rapid and sharp sirens immediately rang through the entire naval headquarters. The hearts of all members of the navy are beating wildly, and the final decisive battle that determines the direction of the world begins at this moment. Shouldn't it be fair to launch an attack from the front? It's quite courageous. Sakazuki folded his hands on his chest, calmly stared at the 3 giant ships that appeared in his vision, and hummed in a low voice. No matter what, it's a collection of Shisabukai and the 4 emperors. If you underestimate them, you will lose miserably. The black-robed man next to him reminded. I don't need you to tell me about this. Sakazuki glanced at the man in black rather uncomfortably, and the two seemed to be at odds with each other. Amid the constant sirens, the 3 large 3-masted sailing ships finally broke through the heavy fog, and appeared in the sight of all the generals of the 3 armies with a domineering and confident attitude. The pirate ship in the middle is the main ship of the Cross Guild, the enhanced version of the Bikudop, formerly the pirate ship of the Buggy Pirates. On the spacious and open red-nosed bow deck, there are 7 figures exuding a terrifying momentum side-by-side stand. The violent sea breeze blew their distinctive clothes, from left to right. Whitebeard E. Edward Webble, Amayasha Don Quixote Doflamingo, the world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye Joracle Mihawk, the closest invincible man Kuzan, the pirate queen Boa Hancock, Crocodile King of the Desert, Moonlight Mariah the Shadow Mage. It is the Cross Union with several strongest titles, the 7 heroes under the king. Looking at the incomparably spectacular mainland battlefield of the Navy headquarters waiting in front of them, the faces of the seven were calm, without any panic at all. On top of the war, the battlefield that Bastard Daddy has experienced. Weevil tightly held the Guandao with the concussion effect in both hands, silently feeling the heavy oppression that Whitebeard had faced. Heh. It's really an exaggerated scene. I don't know this time, is it the Navy that upholds justice, or the pirates redefining justice? Doflamingo spread his arms arrogantly, showing his signature sinister smile. After all, only the winner can define justice. I didn't expect that man to appear in front of the execution platform. Hawkeye Mihawk's sharp pupils spanned a long distance and landed on the man in black robe standing side by side with Sakaski in front of the execution platform. A deep black light glowed from the crossed black sword behind him, and he seemed to know this mysterious person who had the same status as the Admiral of the Navy. Is it on top of the war? I really miss it. Kuzan, who was wearing a windbreaker, put his hands in his pockets. His expression was covered by black sunglasses, and no specific emotional fluctuations could be seen. Maybe even he himself didn't expect that he would stand on the opposite side of the Navy with many colleagues and subordinates like he is now. Break through this last barrier, and you will be Mary Joa, the holy land where the Tianlong people are. A sexy pirate cloak outlines a perfect figure. Hancock supports his back with one hand, and his beautiful long black hair flutters in the wind. The stage of the strong, it really makes people feel the blood boiling for a long time. Crocodile combed his hair back, biting a big cigar. Excitement flashed in his haughty eyes. He. I'm so hungry and thirsty for my double knives. Moria, holding two large scissor blades in his hands, was full of fighting spirit. After a month of training, he became slim and strong, and he couldn't wait to make a big fuss. The high platform above the execution platform. Even though we have prepared for a long time, the scene in front of us is still unacceptable. Those guys will actually stand together as one. Zhang Guo couldn't help expressing emotion. Especially when I saw Kuzan standing on the bow of the pirate ship, I had mixed feelings in my heart. Garp next to him showed a rare dignified expression. In addition to the main ship, the pirate ships on the left and right sides also gathered some incredible guys. Following his gaze, the fog behind the Kudop, and the two pirate ships that are comparable to small islands slowly revealed their full appearance. The pink sails are engraved with Big Mom, and the flag of the Cross Union, the pirate ship of Charlotte Lingling, one of the former 4 emperors and now the king of the Cross Union, the Queen Mother Anthem. The whole body is painted with dark and heavy colors, and the 2 huge ghost horns on the bow extend outwards, full of a strong sense of oppression. The pirate ship of Kaido, one of the 2 fists of the king of the Cross Guild, is the pirate ship of the Qinglong 100 Beasts. On the bow of the Queen Mother Anthem, the huge ant is sitting on the throne, eating the delicious desserts constantly brought forward by her subordinates. A dense crowd of ministers from all nations stood beside her. Katakori, Smoothie, Cracker, Owen Daifuku, etc., are all powerful pirates from the New World. On the top of the highest mast, a thin old man with a long sword was leaning on a wooden post, staring at the Navy headquarters ahead indifferently. This handsome old man exuding a touch of coercion is none other than the former Deputy Captain Roger of the Pirate King and the current head of the King's Legion of the Cross Guild, Sir Boz Raleigh. Boom. A clear and loud voice came. The bow of the Qinglong 100 Beasts, and the Captain Kaido of the Beasts put the mace Bajai on the ground. Just standing there calmly, he looked like the most ferocious horror demon in the world, making the Admiral dare not look directly at him. Next to him, Yamato, who was wearing a white sleeveless kimono, carried his mace on his shoulders, tilted his head and curled his mouth to look away, feeling quite displeased with the arrangement that put himself and Kaido in the same team. After more than a month of harmonious coexistence, although she understood Kaido's severity to some extent, she was not friendly enough to fight side by side. Behind the father and daughter, there are also many strong men of the Beasts pirates, the Beasts led by Jin, Quinn, and Jack. 3 extremely large pirate ships sailed in a triangle shape, and countless fierce and domineering auras intertwined, converging to form an unparalleled terrifying coercion and attacking head-on, shattering the fierce fighting spirit that the admirals had finally raised. This unprecedented spectacular scene was transmitted to the whole world through countless camera phone bugs. At this moment, the ignorant commoners realized deeply how powerful the Cross Union, which dared to be king in front of the Sea King's navy, was. Under the attention of all the people, the 3 giant pirate ships that arrived in the coastal waters of the forest continent stopped slowly, completely ignoring that they were within the strike range of countless naval warships and heavy artillery fire. Sakaski stood still and did not give an order to bombard. This approach had no effect on the strong men on the 3 pirate ships. At this time, the leader Bikudop was on the deck. The New World pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions stood in 2 rows, respectfully welcoming their king's magnificent appearance. A group of stylists frantically operate around Buggy. Hairstyle is flawless, Captain One Piece's cap angle is perfect, tie is normal, and the amount of dust on clothes meets the standard. After confirming the clown makeup on the face, it will be presented to the world in the most stunning appearance. Lord Buggy, you can appear on stage now. Boom. The gun salute cleared the way, the lights were full, and the red carpet stretched out, leading directly to the front of the pirate ship. Buggy, wearing a big red robe, had a ferocious face and a smug smile on his lips, stepping on the stairs covered by the red carpet, step by step towards his own pinnacle stage. As he advanced, the view ranged from the narrow deck rails to the thick open sky. In the end, the light suddenly became transparent and bright, the waves surged, and the overwhelming cloak of justice suddenly filled the field of vision. Buggy successfully climbed to the top and stood among the 7 strongest men at the bow. For a moment, all eyes, including the camera lens, were focused on his eerie clown face. Wow. Wow wow. In front of the large projection screen in the Chambord Islands, several children were so frightened by the horrible face that they cried and collapsed on the ground, urinating their crotches. The strong sea breeze blowing behind him made Buggy's dazzling red robe dance wildly, and the red nose that was wiped smooth and flawless by the younger brothers reflected the light, attracting the attention of the audience. Buggy swept across the naval battlefield with an extremely arrogant expression, opened his hands to activate the ability to split the fruit, and stretched the big red robe on his body, making the image of the whole person as tall and fierce as a giant. The corners of the mouth, covered in clown makeup, were slightly raised, revealing an extremely insolent arc. Finally one day, he became the focus of the whole world. Become a well-deserved super protagonist above Roger Whitebeard. Ahahaha. Starting today, the era will be completely rewritten. Whether it's fate or the world, let's all tremble under the feet of my clown Buggy. Oh. The little pirates on the deck of the pirate ship broke out into overwhelming cheers, responding to their most respected and greatest king with this unscrupulous posture. In contrast, on the naval side, many generals had cold sweat on their foreheads, and were bluffed back again and again by Buggy's destructive arrogance. It's not because they are timid and afraid of death, it's because the name blessed on Buggy is too scary. The son of Rocks, the king of the world, the important crew member of Roger the Pirate, the best friend of the red-haired Shanks, the president of the Cross Guild who leads several Shichibukai and 2 sea emperors. Take any of these out, they are not small enough for them to look directly at. President Buggy, and everyone from the Cross Union. On the execution platform, Ayasha, who was kneeling on the ground, stared blankly at the 3 giant warships that appeared in the distance. Although she had planned it in her heart, when those familiar faces appeared in the field of vision, the depths of her beautiful eyes became moist uncontrollably. She knew that everyone was here to save her. Ahead, Sakaski frowned slightly. Compared with the arrogance of the Cross Union, he is more concerned about why the nearly 100 New World pirates under the Cross Union just convened a few days ago did not appear with the 3 main ships. Why is the Supernova ship group directly under the Cross Union missing? There is a more important and dangerous guy, Galdino, who is the indispensable heart of the Crusaders. Where is Mr. 3? The 7 generals in the audience and the 3 legendary Marines on the stage also discovered this abnormal phenomenon. Under normal circumstances, such large-scale wars are led by the pirates under the banner first, and after all kinds of situations are found out, the strong behind them will show up and join the battle. Why is the action of the Cross Union so abnormal, and what kind of conspiracy is hidden in it? Just when the naval powerhouses were puzzled, dark red thunder and lightning raged right above the sea area where the pirate ship was located, turning into extremely powerful energy fluctuations, shaking the thick and oppressive clouds away. The bright sun's rays are scattered through the gap, and white feathers are seen flying against the background of a clear blue sky. Mr. 3, with wings of freedom growing from his back, appeared like a god, swooped down at an extremely fast speed, and landed steadily beside Buggy on the bow of the Bikudup. President Buggy, the hidden danger has been resolved, and we can continue to move forward. The wax figure Mr. 3 had a confident smile on his mouth, raised his arm and gently pushed the goggles on the bridge of his nose. The appearance of the Candle Demon Army Master greatly encouraged the morale of the Crusade pirates, and even under the broadcast of the camera phone bug, it shocked people sitting in front of the screen all over the world. Are you aware of the thundercloud trap I set in the depths of the clouds, and act in advance to eliminate it? HMPH, the Candle Demon Army Master really deserves his reputation, he really is so domineering. Under the execution platform, the newly promoted Ares Azdrina, who is a natural person with such a fruit ability, was smiling. The white and slender palm rested on the white long sword at the waist, bursting out with a strong fighting spirit. On the execution stand. Third brother. Looking at the figure that she cared about day and night, Ayasha muttered to herself. Her dodging eyes were full of self-blame and guilt. Galdino, you finally appeared. Sakaski, who was standing in front of him, stared at Mr. 3 with cold eyes, his clenched right fist was bubbling with hot magma. The troubles and threats this man brought to the Navy in terms of tactics far surpassed that of Buggy the Clown, who is the president. Facing this man in the pirate world who has an extremely tough style of acting and powerful strength, Mr. 3 responded calmly and smiled. Sakaski, you probably didn't do anything to my lovely subordinates, did you? Both of them are strong men at the pinnacle of the world, and their knowledge and arrogance are beyond ordinary people, so they can naturally capture each other's voice from a long distance. What's more, there are camera phone bugs around the two of them for real-time broadcast. It's nothing, it's just that the death penalty will be imposed later. Sakaski smiled, and looked directly at Mr. 3 across a long distance. If you have the ability, try to attack her before her head hits the ground. Hearing this, Ayasha, who was held by two beheading knives behind her, couldn't hold back completely, let her tears flow, raised her head and shouted loudly towards Mr. 3 who was out of reach in front of her. Third brother. It's all my fault. I was arrested because I wasn't strong enough, and that's why everyone in the Cross Union had to take risks to save me. So, please don't worry about it, don't be tied up because of my existence, and don't be ambushed by the Navy. In the opposite sea area, Mr. 3 and most of the powerhouses heard Ayasha's weeping vibrato immediately. Those who are less knowledgeable, such as Buggy Moria, also learned of Ayasha's awakening through the live broadcast. But everyone stood there silently, letting the pirate ship push away the waves and continue to approach the coast of the forest continent, without the slightest thought of stopping it. Seeing that her words didn't work, Ayasha, who was restrained by Halushi's handcuffs and shackles, was heartbroken. As if she had made up her mind, she closed her eyes to lock the tears that were about to fall, and her tone suddenly became fierce. You liar, Mr. 3. All of them are disguised by me. If I didn't think of getting your powerful fruit ability, I wouldn't be close to such a bad idiot like you. She wants to put aside all relationship and emotion, so that the third brother can go to war with the Navy without any scruples. Because, the third brother without any restraints is invincible. It's a pity. How can such a poor acting skill be hidden from Mr. 3? If I remember correctly, this is the first time you have scolded me, right? Standing at the bow of the boat, Mr. 3 pretended to be angry and sighed. After taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions, he yelled out with the help of the live broadcast. Listen up, idiot. Don't do irrelevant things, bear the name of the Cross Union, just stay there and wait. You are one of Lao Tzu's people. It is what you should do to unswervingly express the most true thoughts in your heart to me. Or, is it your true intention to deliberately approach such stupid words because you want to obtain the fruit ability? A few short words are like a heavy hammer, hitting the softest part of Ayasha's heart. When she opened her eyes again, the tears could no longer be restrained, dripping down her pretty cheeks to the ground, moistening the cold execution platform. Third brother, Third brother, save me, I want to follow you for the rest of my life. I want to live. The Witch of Evil, who has always been capable and calm externally, can't control her emotions at all, and burst into tears in front of people all over the world. In sharp contrast, most of the cadres of the Cross Trade Union raised the corners of their mouths, showing satisfied smiles. Through the three-pillar round the island attack incident, they have long recognized Ayasha, who are proud, and are willing to regard her as a companion who goes forward together, rather than a little follower who follows Mr. 3 all day long. Mr. 3 took a step forward, while twisting his wrist to move his muscles and bones, he asked Buggy next to him. My dear subordinates have already said this to this extent, President Buggy, what do you mean? Buggy, who has always been cowardly, gave a stern smile, vividly interpreting the image of a pirate who is arrogant and vengeful. Do you still need to ask? Of course, fuck them. At the same time, the three pirate ships of the Crusaders just arrived in the coastal waters of the forest continent, less than 500 meters away from the outer naval warships. Everyone cheers me up and prepares to face the strongest pirate group in the world. Sakaski in front of the execution platform officially issued the order to go to war. In an instant, hundreds of naval warships quickly adjusted their positions and lined up in a line-shaped encirclement. The sound of steel gears turning sounded, and the dark and cold shipboard artillery aimed at the Crusader Union pirate ship. The heavy artillery arranged on the forest-land coastline also rotates, and the artillery shells are quickly loaded under the operation of the artillerymen. The situation became tense in an instant, and a terrifying battle was about to break out. In the face of countless cannons, the Cross Union was quite calm. Until this time, the admirals realized that the hull of their pirate ship was empty, and there was no decent artillery. Let the miscellaneous soldiers cheer up. Mr. 3 looked at Sakaski, who was giving orders in the distance, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Sakaski, it seems that you haven't realized what kind of war this is. After finishing speaking, he suppressed the smile on his lips, his eyes looking ahead became sharper, and dark red electric arcs kept beating around his body. Top battles don't need an extremely boring prelude, the weak are not worthy to stand on this battlefield. Everyone, please follow in my footsteps and let this good show of overturning the world structure directly enter the climax. Before Sakaski and the other Navy executives could react, in the next second, as the 10 strong figures of the Cross Union stepped out, the 10 domineering arrogance of the raging 10 domineering colors burst into bloom. These 10 kingly auras gathered into an unprecedented domineering storm, covering the entire forest and continental battlefield including the Navy headquarters. At this moment, the sea surged, the earth trembled, and the sky cracked. All the scenes in the world have lost their due color. In the black and white silent world, there is only the dark red thunder that fills the vision of all admirals, and the monstrous coercion that almost turns into reality. The king trembled in anger, and what these elites of the 3 armies had to face at this moment. There are 10 kings of the Cross Union. Under the deterrence of domineering and domineering, 10 pairs of pupils resembling ghosts and demon gods emerged in the depths of the consciousness of the generals of the 3 armies. Although those who can appear on this kind of battlefield are all brave and skilled fighters. But no matter how many battles they have experienced, they have never encountered such a hell scene where 10 domineering auras burst out at themselves at the same time. In the 3rd second when the domineering storm raged, a general who was not courageous enough turned his eyes white and lay trembling on the ground. Plop, plop, plop. As time went by, more and more generals couldn't bear the gradual increase in domineering arrogance, first at the rank of colonel, then at the rank of major general, and then at the rank of major general in the headquarters. In the end, even some of the lieutenant generals' legs went limp, and they knelt on the ground profusely, with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. 10 overlord-like arrogance, most of which are the combination of high-level overlord-like arrogance, the blow to the weak will is absolutely fatal. When the kings headed by Mr. 3 regain their aura and the color of the world returns to normal. Looking around, I saw that Nuada's forest continent was already covered with dense cloaks of justice. In just a few seconds, of the nearly elite of the 3 armies of the world government, only a few hundred people were left here and there. There are even fewer who can maintain a standing posture on both legs. These crazy and reckless bastards. On the execution platform, Marshal Sakaski clenched his fists tightly, looking at the general who was almost completely wiped out in front of him, his face full of gloominess. The current situation is completely beyond his expectation, and all the shrewd and detailed pre-war arrangements and encirclement and suppression plans will be invalidated. It's a mistake, we have all been solidified by the previous top war, and the eyes of the warring states on the high platform of the execution platform turned and scanned the surrounding broadcast points that had been arranged. Affected by the terrifying domineering storm just now, the video phone bugs all foamed at the mouth and lost the ability to work. This is obviously a premeditated deliberate act. With their relationship with Morgans, the direction of public opinion in this war facing the world will become uncontrollable. Thinking of this, Sengoku looked at Mr. 3 at the bow of the pirate ship in the distance, and couldn't help sighing in a low voice. It has eliminated the 2 major advantages of the naval headquarters home battle before the official start of the war. The strongest strategy in this era really deserves its reputation. Just as warring states was worried, the live broadcasts all over the world were quickly reconnected after a brief interruption. Only this time, most of the shots are aimed at the buggy gang on the pirate ship, rather than the righteous admiral with his back. When they saw through part of the lens, the navy that was almost wiped out in a short period of time, they were all pale with fright, and their doubts and panic reached the extreme. At this time, somewhere in the dark depths where no light can be seen, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, was sitting in front of the live broadcast screen, leisurely shaking the red wine glass in his hand. Ha ha ha. So what if the world government is wary of me? Didn't the world's live broadcast channels finally fall into my hands? Thinking that what he is holding in his hand is a super live broadcast that the whole world is paying close attention to, Morgans's mouth is almost bursting with laughter. Sure enough, cooperating with the Cross Guild is the most correct choice. On the other hand, Buggy, who had successfully repaired his makeup, although there was no change at all, took a step forward. After sorting out his image, he moistened his throat and started his performance. Sakazuki, wash your ears and listen to me. Our goal this time is to rescue Miyoshi's subordinates who have been wronged. We are targeting the Tianlong people who are doing all kinds of evil to exploit civilians. It has nothing to do with the brave sailors who implement justice and maintain peace. If you are scared, just let Ayasha go now. If you still want to fight us to the end, then move the fainted righteous sailors to a safe place. They are innocent. Speaking of this, Buggy, who was covered in clown makeup, twitched the corners of his mouth, showing a gentle smile that he thought he was approachable, and said kindly according to what Mr. 3 explained before the war. After all, we are not heinous villains. Tens of thousands of naval officers at the rank of general in school may not play a decisive role in the battle against top powerhouses, but they are definitely inestimable post-war resources. Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. This is also one of the most critical steps for the cross-trade union to win the hearts of the people and completely replace the world government. In an instant, the pressure of the audience came to Sakazuki, who was in charge of the commander-in-chief of this operation. Facing the camera that was deliberately aimed at him, his eyes were extremely cold. Why are they innocent? He said it as if he, the marshal, was the culprit of the heinous crime. However, no matter how angry and aggrieved Sakazuki was, he had no choice but to do so under such circumstances. You can't just ignore the fainted general, right? They were stunned by the overlord color, not cowardly deserters who should be punished. Sakazuki knew this clearly. Green Bull, move the soldiers to a safe area. He sighed heavily, and gave an order to the Green Bull under the execution platform. Understood. The green cow stood up slowly from the leather seat, raised its arms that became vine branches and inserted them into the ground below. Boom boom boom. The entire forest continent trembled, and countless luxuriant trees rose from the ground. The thick branches connected together, lifted the fainting generals of the three armies away from the battlefield, and transported them to an absolutely safe area. The horror of the natural-type dense fruit is fully reflected at this time. In just 10 minutes, the transfer of tens of thousands of generals from the three armies was completed. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, this method is amazing. Buggy, standing on the bow of the pirate ship, laughed and clapped his hands in admiration. But in the next second, his expression suddenly became cold and fierce. These plants have completed their great mission, so they can disappear. Whoosh. The moment the voice fell, the tip of Buggy's index finger in front of him suddenly burst into dazzling white light. After more than a month of training, he was able to complete the entire process of the nuclear explosion attack of the shattered fruit alone. Although the power is definitely not as terrifying as the combination with Mr. 3's wax liquid, it is very suitable as the opening of this peak decisive battle. He has to show the world just how terrifying Buggy the Clown can be. Hum, hum, hum. Circles of energy fluctuations continued to spread from Buggy's fingertips to all directions, bringing deep anxiety and panic to the generals of the three armies who survived the overlord-colored storm. At this moment, 7 generals sat neatly in a row under the execution platform. Boluzolino, who had a premonition that the situation was not good, lowered his head slightly, and his body turned into spots of light. The rest of the generals turned their heads and glanced at the place where the yellow monkey was, but the leather seats there were already empty, and there was no sign of him. I can't let you mess around at will, Buggy the Clown. The slow voice was accompanied by a dazzling golden light, and when Buggy, who was raising his hand and brewing a split nuclear explosion, reacted, the yellow ape flashing in front of him had crossed his arms, and his fingertips were shining brightly. Bachi Chonggu Yu. Shish. The whole body of the yellow ape turned into light was covered with laser spots, which fell at an extremely fast speed, and each shot had the terrifying destructive power of a heavy artillery shell. Looking at the 8-foot Chongguyu that filled his field of vision in an instant, Buggy appeared calm and unmoved, but panicked inside. As the 3 veteran generals, the sense of oppression possessed by Kizaru in a serious state is far superior to that of other generals. The laser spot quickly enlarged in Buggy's eyes, and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Just when Buggy was hesitating whether to dodge quickly, the white wings fluttered around him. Mr. 3, who had activated the wings of freedom, flew out first. Candle Demon, treasure of wax. A gray-white candle barrier stands in front of Mr. 3, and candle creations such as giant swords, heavy hammers, and broadswords emerge from the surface of the barrier. Driven by the blazing jet flames, the candle weapons all over the sky rushed out, facing the laser light head-on. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions resounded over the forest battlefield. The two sides were evenly matched, and all attacks annihilated each other in an instant, unable to break through each other. Billowing thick smoke filled the air, and was then dispersed by the violent wind. The yellow ape, who was stagnant in the air, just retracted his attack gesture, and in the next second, he smelled the pungent smell of a burning candle. Mr. 3 had already appeared in front of him in an instant. The candlelight flickered, and the scorching heat that rushed towards him made the pupils of the always lazy yellow ape shrink. Before he could make a counterattack, the huge candlefire fist, which was comparable to a giant, crashed down, hammering him into a spot of light, and fell heavily on the forest continent below, creating a deep pit. Mr. 3 stands in the air, with the holy wings of freedom firmly covering the dazzling sun behind him. He did not choose to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but raised the corners of his mouth, showing a confident and proud smile. Why, let you. What about disturbing our king as soon as he comes up? Yo yo yo. What a terrifying attack speed, Mr. 3. The bottom of the deep pit was shining with golden light, and the yellow ape walked out slowly from the billowing smoke. The admiral's cloak on his body was clean, without any dust from the impact just now. Ordinary candles breathing out fire naturally had no effect on him. Of course, the main reason is that the wax figure Mr. 3 at this time wants to save as much energy as possible, waiting for the main body in the battlefield of the strong in the old era to complete the final trial. After a little pretense, Mr. 3 descended slowly and landed back on the bow of the pirate ship. At the same time, Buggy, who has completed the energy accumulation of a small nuclear explosion, uses his fruit ability to float into the sky and pass by the falling Mr. 3. Then it's his turn to pretend. Under the watchful eyes of the remaining generals of the three armies in the whole world, Buggy came to the top of the forest continent battlefield, opened his arms to the maximum extent, and let the strong wind blow the big red robe on his body. The palm of the white glove was glowing with white light, covering his small body and turning it into a dazzling light source comparable to the sun. If at this time, Buggy added in a low voice, "From now on, let the world feel the pain," it would probably bring an unparalleled shock to the whole world. Too bad he didn't watch Naruto. Fragmentation, nuclear explosion, Buggy bomb. Buggy, whose face was full of arrogance and madness, let out a loud shout, and raised his finger to the forest battlefield below. Call out. The torn apart white light clusters flew across the air at high speed, leaving long trails behind. The whole world suddenly became extremely quiet. The people in front of the screen held their breath, and saw a huge black mushroom cloud quietly blooming on the forest battlefield. The flames shot up into the sky, the earth trembled, and the terrifying high temperature instantly melted everything it touched. It wasn't until the second after the black mushroom cloud was formed that there was a huge roar that almost shattered the eardrums in people's ears. Residents living in the New World even felt the energy shockwave from the headquarters of the new navy. This is the true power of Buggy the Clown, who inherited the will of Rox, the king of the world, and Roger, the pirate king. For a moment, the consciousness in everyone's minds was completely emptied, leaving only the huge black mushroom cloud full of visual shock. A few minutes later, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a scorched black pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Shocking scorching flames remained in the huge crater, but the outside of the huge crater was empty, and all the plants were swallowed by the aftermath of the explosion, leaving only black coke all over the ground. The big red robe fluttered slowly, and Buggy returned to the bow of the pirate warship, with a cold smile on his face, quite satisfied with his nuclear explosion Buggy bomb. But a drop of cold sweat oozing from his forehead showed that this guy was just pretending to be calm. For him, although this kind of powerful splitting attack would not exhaust his physical strength, it was absolutely impossible to do it easily. It's really a group of guys who don't know how to live or die. It's fine to pass out obediently in the domineering storm. They have to court death. Buggy crossed his arms and took it for granted that the generals of the three armies had died in the nuclear explosion. It's not that simple. After all, this is their home court. Mr. 3 looked forward with deep eyes. Buggy was about to refute, but he heard an unusual vibration from the devastated continent. The thick and hard ground surged layer by layer like ocean waves, and through this movement, the constantly emerging brown soil buried the scorched black parts deep underground. At the same time, there were also oval hard soil spheres that emerged. Click, click. The hard soil sphere shattered with a sound, and the soil slag fell, revealing the unharmed lieutenant general of the three armies inside. At the moment when the energy of the nuclear explosion completely erupted, Gicefredo, the general brown python capable of soil fruit, used his ability to protect these generals of the three armies. The calm ground suddenly became undercurrents, and the mud splashed, converging into a giant clay python hundreds of meters long lying on the ground. The mud python swayed its flexible and slender body left and right, sneaked to the coast and stood up high, opening its bloody mouth to swallow the buggy pirate ship in front of it. Earth python attack. Gicefredo the brown python appeared above the snake's head, and the brown admiral's cloak fluttered. A huge shadow shrouded down, making the environment around the pirate ship into darkness. The strong men at the bow did not panic at all, and stood calmly in place. The black coat shook, and Crocodile's legs, whose left sleeve was empty, turned into yellow sand, and rushed straight towards the mud python. The endless gravel mixed with black iron sand formed a high-speed rotating storm behind him. In the center of the storm, a huge gravel crocodile slowly poked its head out. Desert giant crocodile. The sand crocodile roared and rushed towards the oncoming earth python. The two giants, purely created by awakening the ability of the devil fruit of the nature department, collided violently in midair, biting each other. The yellow sand was flying, the dust was splashing, the python and the giant crocodile fought violently, and finally annihilated each other. Gicefredo, relying on the number of people, you beat me pretty badly at the three-pillar roundabout last time. Crocodile stood in the center of the world mixed with sand and soil, leisurely and calmly lit a cigar, and looked at the opposite figure with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Not only to avenge the other party's broken arm, but also to get back all the humiliation suffered last time. Crocodile, it seems that you don't even want a second arm. In the native state, Gicefredo sneered, dismissing Crocodile's threatening eyes. Crocodile, who was in a rather upset mood, didn't talk nonsense, bent down and pressed the ground under his feet with one hand. Arrows Samsara. Bang bang bang. With the old sand as the center, the earth immediately collapsed, the water was completely evacuated, and turned into yellow sand all over the sky. The rustling fruit itself has a terrifying erosion ability, and after awakening, it can permanently affect the surrounding environment, and its power is terrifying. However, just as the desertified land was about to swallow Gicefredo completely, there was a commotion in the depths of the yellow sand. The buds are glowing, the rhizomes are growing, and desert plants such as Selaginella, Taurus, and cactus suddenly emerge, forming a solid natural barrier around Gicefredo, stabilizing the erosion of yellow sand. Crocodile turned his eyes and landed on a huge cactus that was blooming with bright petals. No matter how barren the desert is, there will always be green plants in full bloom. Don't you even understand this simple truth? Green Bull, who walked slowly out of the cactus flowers, chuckled, and snapped his fingers at Crocodile, whose expression changed slightly. Buzz. Immediately, countless desert plants sprouted, vines spread and spikes flew, trying to completely crush the old sand within the attack range. Aware of the power fluctuations coming from behind, Crocodile remained calm and took a puff of his cigar with some enjoyment. At the same time as the smoke ring was spit out, the densely packed desert plants rushed to the front, as if they were restrained by some kind, and suddenly stopped in place, unable to move. The shadows cast by the plants on the ground twisted strangely, and turned upwards, restricting them tightly. He he he. I have been looking forward to the battle of top powerhouses for more than a month. Shrill laughter came from a distance, and Moria, who had recovered to his peak state after training, was strengthened by thousands of shadows, running wildly in the desert like a rough-skinned and thick-skinned humanoid beast. Take it, Admiral. Moonlight Shadow Demon cut. Moria, who came to Crocodile's side, jumped up high, and the scissors in his hands spun rapidly with two blades, pulling out two deep and dark shadow knife lights, and slashed down at the green bull on the cactus flower. Boom. The peach-colored sword flashed under the execution platform, and the great swordsman Momoto Gion, wearing a peach-colored general's cloak, appeared instantly. With her sexy body arched, she holds a sword in both hands, blocking the shadow Mariah in the charging state. Boom. The violent shockwave exploded from the center where the blades collided with each other, and the surrounding ground was blown away, revealing dark and deep cracks. Teotu's expression was cold, her slender legs stepped on the void, relying on the moonstep, one of the 6 Navy styles, to force Moria back with a peachy slash. Navy headquarters is not a place for you pirates to act recklessly. Momotu took advantage of the victory and pursued, constantly trampled on the air and bullied himself to catch up with Mariah, who barely stopped the inertia of retreating. Wild waves and white lines. Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat, appeared and joined the battle with a step of disbelief. Behind him, tens of thousands of white silk threads formed a turbulent white wave, and sharp and thick thread ends emerged from it, pointing directly at the peach rabbit that was frozen in midair by the five-color thread. Almost at the same time, a muscular figure sprang out from behind Teotu with a swoosh. The T-Dolphin Jiaji moved quickly, having super-enhanced his physique through some kind of secret technique. He swung his huge fist covered with high-level armed domineering towards the white line waves. Heavy iron fist. The fierce and domineering shock wave generated by the punch broke through the white line of the wild waves, and rushed straight to Doflamingo. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth raised an extremely unbeatable smile, and he slowly stretched out his finger to the top of his head. The cold knife light flashed, and the huge Wable jumped up from behind Doflamingo, and the guan knife covered with a tremor effect suddenly slashed down, shaking the fist-shaped impact to pieces. The ground was smashed into a huge circular pit full of cracks. Xiao Ming, are you okay? Wable scratched his head with a simple face, and said to Doflamingo beside him with concern. Damn bastard, if you don't want to be cut into pieces by Lao Su's thread, don't call me that guy like Mr. 3. Doflamingo couldn't hold back at that time, his stern face was slightly red, and he turned his head to give Wable a friendly greeting full of saliva. He was so angry that he didn't notice that a blinding golden light gradually lit up in the midair directly in front of him. Yo, you've shown your flaws, the Cross Guild. With the lazy voice and the extreme speed, the yellow monkey who seized the opportunity came to Doflamingo in an instant, and raised his radiant light speed kick. With the terrifying kick of speed is power, Doflamingo stood there with a face of astonishment. With his reaction speed, it was impossible to escape such a quick attack. So you guys, be a little more serious about my concubine, the other party is the 7th General. The pink shadow flashed past, and Hancock's hair fluttered after receiving the reminder from Mr. 3 who predicted the future, bathed in pink light all over his body. She disembarked to support a few seconds earlier, and arrived at the battlefield just as soon as Kizaru raised his foot. Big fragrant feet. The long legs swept out, and the petrified red high heels and the yellow ape's white leather shoes collided with each other in the same domineering posture. Boom. The golden light flickered, fighting against the enemy with the pink radiance, and the bursts of shocks from this explosion continued to spread and explode into the distance. The laser light scatters and flies all over the place, making a deafening roar. At this moment, a red light flashed in the eyes of all the strong men who joined the battlefield, and they chose to make a move in a very tacit understanding, brewing the most powerful moves to attack the opponent. Boom 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 boom. All kinds of terrifying moves that are comparable to natural disasters emerge in endlessly, domineering as if they don't need money, unscrupulous and full of madness. The energy of destroying the world is constantly blooming among the strong, and the countless large-scale killing moves are about to completely destroy this fragile battlefield of the strong. In just a few minutes, the strong players of both sides ended one after another, and the 7 generals of the Navy headquarters faced off against the next 7 heroes of One Piece. This is the pinnacle battlefield of the world's top powerhouses. Strange monster. After this world, what will it look like? It can't be stopped, no matter who it is, it can't stop this battle. Through Morgan's exclusive broadcast, people from all over the world witnessed this top-level battle with their own eyes. Such a shocking scene will become a picture they will never get rid of for life. Below the execution platform, the 7 chairs that were previously full were now only occupied by 2 people. Crunch. The purple cloak of justice shook, and the strange sound of clogs trampling on the ground came out. Mr. Isho, are you going to play too? Ares Azdrina, wearing a pure white cloak of justice, raised her slender legs and raised her unique Erlang legs. If you don't defeat the pirates here, the whole world will be in chaos. With his eyes slightly closed, Fujitora faced the battlefield ahead, and slowly drew out the stick sword at his waist. He admits that he doesn't like the Navy under the rule of the world government, which is full of all kinds of shady darkness. But compared to the brutal pirates who do all kinds of evil, even such a terrible Navy still needs protection. Not because he is an admiral of the Navy, but because of the word, justice, on his shoulders. Please let go of your hands and feet as much as you want, and I will provide you with the necessary assistance. Ares Azdrina raised her hand and brushed the pure white long sword on her slender waist. It can be seen from the gentle and friendly tone that she has great respect for the benevolent Fujitora. This is an emotion that she, with a cruel personality, would never show when she gets along with the green cow green bull and the brown python Gisi Fredo. The old man thanked you in advance. Fujitora slightly looked sideways, expressing his gratitude. At this time, he had completely drawn out the slender stick knife, and the sharp blade was surrounded by a lavender halo of gravity. Gravity knife meteorite. Without much hesitation, Fujitora drew his sword and slashed towards the sky. The purple light spread, turning into circles of gravitational apertures and rushing towards the distant sky. Boom 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 boom. A few seconds later, a dull bang echoed back from the sky. 3 super meteorites, comparable to small islands, swayed through the thick clouds, and their blazing trails completely evaporated the surrounding air, falling down with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. The target is directed at the 3 Crusaders Guild pirate ships on the coastline. On the bow of the Crusade pirates, Hawkeye Mihawk raised his head, looking calmly at the falling meteorite. Although the huge shadow cast by the meteorite completely covered the surrounding sea area, it still couldn't cover the sharpness of the pupils. Admirals, they are indeed powerful monsters. Hawkeye sighed in a low voice, and just took a step forward. The strong men in the fierce battle stopped their attacks involuntarily and turned their gazes over. The world's #1 swordsman is about to make a move. Jung. Hawkeye held the cross-black knife Yaya on his back with his backhand, and slowly unsheathed it. Obviously, it was a seemingly ordinary and impermanent sword slash, but the emerald green slash that bloomed from it was so blazing that it would completely fill the surrounding space. The gigantic slash that shocked the world soared into the sky, instantly cutting the 3 giants that fell straight into 6 halves. The aftermath of the energy that followed turned into miniature slashes that were hard to catch with the naked eye. Thousands of knives were chopped out in an instant. Just hearing a loud bang, the 3 menacing meteorites were completely crushed and annihilated invisibly. It's not over yet. The eyes of Hawkeye standing on the bow of the red-nosed boat are slightly condensed, and the dark red lightning jumps on his body, condensing into dazzling golden particles to cover the blade of Kuratoya. Without any words, the stern-looking Hawkeye directly directed towards the execution platform of the Navy headquarters, and swung a flying slash that was blessed with a domineering look. The slash pierced through the air like a siege cannon, and its power was so powerful that the space around it was slightly distorted. Under the execution platform, Fujitora, who felt the fear of this move, firmly grasped the handle of the stick sword, and wanted to use the famous move, Gravity Sword Tiger. However, the pure white admiral's cloak was 1 step ahead, blocking in front of him. "Let me come, Mr. Smile, I want to test the gap between myself and the world's #1 swordsman." Ares Azdrina stepped forward slowly, and gracefully drew out the white long sword. Even though the depths of her beautiful eyes were already filled with green and golden light, and the world's #1 flying slash was right in front of her eyes, she did not show much panic. Rather than panic, it was more like the uncontrollable excitement of a strong man facing a strong man. Understood. Fujitora stopped to gather strength, put away the blade and stood calmly on the spot. Obviously, he has absolute trust in the strength of the people around him. While speaking, a white cloud appeared from the hilt of the pure white blade in Azdrina's hand. As the density continues to increase, the white clouds become dark and dark at an extremely fast speed, accumulating into thunderstorm clouds jumping with electric arcs. Thunderstorm and accumulated rain. Azdrina took a step to get into a stance, holding the sword in both hands to meet the golden and green light that hit her face. Whoa! The dark clouds poured down the rainwater and formed a columnar slash, pulling the sky full of thunder and blasting out, forcibly blocking Hawkeye's incomparably domineering slash. Boom boom boom. The aftermath of the slashing from the collision of the top swordsman avoided the execution platform, and landed on the buildings of the new Navy headquarters behind, blasting out bursts of roar. Azdrina, the renowned supreme swordsman of the Land Kingdom. Hawkeye's pupils shrunk while holding the black sword, looking at Azdrina from the chaotic battlefield. He had heard of the other party's name, and once destroyed the entire Kingdom of War with 1 sword, he was known as the #1 female swordsman on land. Because Azdrina was not a navy or a pirate before, the two had not officially fought against each other. It's better to be famous than to meet. It really is an astonishingly strong domineering force. Azdrina supported her slender willow waist with 1 hand, and looked at Hawkeye from the air, with an arrogant expression. So what about this move? She paused for words, then suddenly swung her sword towards the sky above her head, throwing out a white torrent formed by the gathering of white clouds. The white torrent rushed straight into the sky, fluttering in the gust of wind from the slash, quickly skipped over the fiercely fought land battlefield, and slowly hovered directly above the 3 pirate ships of the Cross Guild. Hua Xiaoyun Purgatory Flame Sheep. Call out. A little fire lighted up, and then sparks started a prairie fire, completely igniting the entire white cloud. The heat wave with a burning effect made the air in the surrounding sea area extremely restless, and the sheep-like monster bathed in flames slowly protruded its huge head from the burning cloud. The flaming pupils and scorched thick skin make the supposedly lovely Ares extremely terrifying, like a ferocious monster that wants to ruthlessly tear apart everything in the world. The surface of the sea where the pirate ship is located is sparkling, reflecting the daunting flames in the sky. This situation is like purgatory. Call at the bow of the pirate ship. The man in the one-piece windbreaker sighed heavily. The cold breath exhaled from his mouth eased the dryness and heat in the air a little. Kuzan pulled his hands out of the pockets of the windbreaker, raised his head and stared at the roaring purgatory sheep in the sky. No matter how unwilling he is to do anything to his former beliefs, this is the path he chose after all. If you want to overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people and let the world completely get rid of the Shroud of Darkness, the Navy headquarters representing the world government must lose the ability to resist at this moment. As an excellent general of the former Navy headquarters who was highly respected by his subordinates, Kuzan's upcoming action directly shook the confidence of the lieutenant generals of the 3 armies behind the battlefield. People watching the live broadcast from all over the world soon recognized the admiral who once competed with Akainu Sakaski for marshal. Without leaving a last thought for the generals of the 3 armies, Kuzan suddenly exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the flaming cloud sheep in the sky that was ready to go. Ice. Age. A lazy but firm voice came from the deepest part of Hua Xiaoyun. In the next second, the ice bloomed and everything condensed. The continuous output of air conditioning suppressed the raging flames, and the horrified purgatory flame sheep was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture comparable to a small island. Whoa! Under the effect of gravity, the huge sheep-shaped ice sculpture crashed into the sea, setting off a monstrous wave, shaking the 3 huge Crusade Union warships wildly. The huge ice sculpture sank to the bottom of the sea little by little, completely disappearing without a trace. Kuzan, who was standing on top, activated his fruit ability decisively, freezing the sea area in front of the pirate warship, creating a passage to the mainland battlefield. On the high platform of the execution platform, warring states watched Kuzan complete this series of actions, and couldn't help sighing in a low voice. Is this your choice? Sakaski below looked gloomy and extremely cold. That idiot is no longer our colleague. It is a good destination to die on the land of the Navy headquarters. After finishing speaking, he stepped forward and shouted angrily at the shaken generals of the 3 armies. Everyone listen to me clearly, no matter what the other party's status is, as long as they try to prevent the execution, they are all enemies of the Navy headquarters. Don't show any mercy, shoot and kill. The serious and ruthless words shattered the short-lived sensibility of the generals of the 3 armies. Realizing that they are soldiers fighting for justice, their eyes gradually became firmer, and they held the weapons in their hands tightly, burning with a fierce fighting spirit that is not afraid of death. The road has appeared, and next, it's our turn to play. On the bow of the Queen Mother anthem, Katakuri, the leader of the 3 generals, slowly got up, glanced at the frozen sea, and jumped off without the slightest hesitation. Mom and Kaido have their own opponents to deal with, so the elite lieutenant generals of the Navy, who together can have an impact on the general's battlefield, naturally need their cadres to deal with it. Perispero, Smoothie, Cracker, Owen, Daifuku and other ministers who are famous in the New World, jumped off the bow one after another, and followed Katakuri to the battlefield filled with gunpowder ahead. At the same time, a black pterosaur flew over from the side, turning into a handsome man with the unique flame of the Lunalia clan burning behind him. Katakuri, I really didn't expect that we would have a time like this, fighting side by side. Flame Calamity Jin, one of the 3 major signboards of the 100 Beasts Pirates, walked with Katakuri, his voice full of emotion. When Kaido and Big Mom formed an alliance in the last Onijima War, Katakuri did not go to Wano country. So strictly speaking, this is the first time that the 2 veteran second-in-commands of the 4 emperors have teamed up to fight against the enemy. It's a pity, I thought we'd just pull the boat over and smash the execution platform to pieces. Please, you idiot, open your eyes and take a good look. What kind of fighting power is guarding the execution platform, and you are going to pull the boat over, you will die. Plague Quinn and Droughtjack kept up with the team cursing. Behind them, Fuzifu, Runti, Peggy Wan and many other animal-type ability users who survived the Ghost Island War looked indifferent and took firm steps. The scene in front of me is really unbelievable, Katakuri answered coldly. He glanced back slightly, and after confirming the grand scene, he kept his calm eyes showing a touch of amazement at all times. Don Quixote family, Neo-Baroque works, Amazon Snake Sisters, Vinsmoke family, prisoners on the 6th floor of Advanced City. At some point, dense figures stood behind him, all of them were powerful pirates famous in the New World. This group of pirate forces, who were supposed to be strangers or even facing each other, successfully stood on the same front under the agglomeration of the Cross Union. How can such a dreamlike picture not shock people? This team of pirates lined up with strong men moved forward slowly, letting the heavy artillery shells arranged on the periphery of the mainland battlefield fire out shells, and burst into flames around them. They didn't stop until the road ahead was blocked by a row of figures wearing justice cloaks. In terms of the three armies, apart from Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Smoker, newly promoted, and other well-known naval headquarters lieutenant generals, there are quite a few peak lieutenant generals summoned by the other two armies. Other troops do not have the highest combat power of the admiral, so relatively, the number of strong men below the admiral should be slightly more to ensure the security and stability of the region. This group of powerful backbones is the foundation for the world government to control the entire huge world. In addition, behind the lieutenant generals, there are also a large number of third-generation pacifists, Mark3, who are huge in size. This group of war machines, whose combat power is comparable to that of 100 million pirates, was not affected by the initial domineering storm of the Cross Union. Drop, drop, drop. The Mark IIIs raised their right arms expressionlessly, their palms continuously condensed with dazzling light. Aiming at the pirates opposite was a powerful laser cannon. Amidst the earth-shaking explosions, the forces on both sides charged at the same time, and a fierce battle broke out. The terrifying energy pouring out became the last straw that crushed the continental battlefield. The land, which was already crumbling under the battle between the 7 generals and the 7 heroes, was completely torn apart and became pieces of small islands. So far, the duel of the top powerhouses has evolved from a chaotic battle that destroys the world to a scattered battle in multiple regions, a life and death battle with some personal grievances mixed in. Peach Rabbit Guion, Tokikaki vs Moria, Doflamingo. Brown Python Githfredo vs Crocodile. Yellow Ape Paluzolino vs Kuzan. Green Cow vs Boya Hancock. Fujitora Smile vs Wable. Ares Azdrina vs Hawkeye Mihawk. Terrifying energy storms erupted one after another on various battlefields, fully interpreting the aesthetics of violence. Both sides have their own strengths and weaknesses, and on the whole they can barely reach a state of evenly matched balance. However, the generals of the three armies on the battlefield in the central area seemed a little powerless in the face of the impact of the pirate cadre team. As time passed, the entire front was pushed forward little by little towards the execution platform. In the past, the lieutenant generals of the headquarters with the cover of Mark III were completely capable of fighting, but they faced the extremely shocking Overlord-colored storm when they first came up, and their will and spirit were affected. On the other hand, the pirate cadres like Catacorigen, during the 1-month preparation time before the execution, all received the intensive training of the Third Brothers Domineering Lecture Hall in the Shadow Space, and their domineering strength has been further improved. With the ebb and flow of each other, the disadvantage of the naval camp seems very reasonable. In front of the execution platform, Sakaski, wearing a marshal's cloak, stared coldly at the battle situation of the entire battlefield. Although the 7 generals successfully resisted the attack of Hawkeye Kuzan and others, some generals even showed a crushing posture and approached the pirate warship of the Cross Guild in the opposite direction. But the generals of the three armies retreated steadily. In just a few 10 minutes, the pirates broke through the last line of defense and successfully landed on the mainland of the new Navy headquarters. It is less than a kilometer away from the execution platform where he is. Mr. 3 and Buggy the Clown, I really underestimated you. Thick smoke began to billow from Sokolsky's arms hanging by his side, reflecting Buggy's pupils with murderous intent. The domineering arrogance erupted by the other party at the same time completely disrupted many of his arrangements, and many planned strategies were cancelled on the spot, and even the right to control the live broadcast in the world was abruptly taken away by the other party. Since they played their cards so unreasonably, he didn't need to have any scruples. Anyway, there are 3 old guys sitting on the execution platform, so it's better for him to kill the clown Buggy, who is the leader. Quick battle to end this all-out war. Let me come. Just as Sakaski, whose arms turned into billowing magma, stepped forward and was about to go straight to the hinterland of the Cross Union, the black-robed man who stood beside him and remained silent the whole time guessed his intention, and walked to the edge of the execution platform first. The unadorned flip-flops contrasted sharply with Sokolsky's neat military boots. Speaking of which, I still have a lot of friendship with their President Buggy, the man in black said with emotion. Sokolsky stopped walking. The scorching magma on his arm slowly receded, his eyes rolled, and he glanced at the extremely domineering man standing in front of him. I didn't ask you. This is your own decision. Just at this time, a strong sea breeze blew from afar, lifting the black hood on the head of the black-robed man. The bright and eye-catching red hair fluttered freely in the sea breeze, and the 3 terrifying scratches on the left eye added a bit of domineering sideways to that handsome face. When the live broadcast freezes on the real face exposed by the man in black, the whole world falls into silence. Everyone froze in place with a dull expression. The name of that legendary man kept echoing in the back of their minds. The Emperor of the Sea spanning 2 eras, the superpower with the most domineering look, the red-haired Shanks. The unparalleled strength and domineering instantly covered the entire battlefield. Shanks, who was bathed in the dark red thunder, pulled out the griffin from his waist and pointed to Buggy at the bow of the pirate ship in the distance. Cross-Guild Clown Buggy, let me challenge your courage as the contemporary One Piece. The red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors appeared on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, together with Marshal Sokolsky, and the picture of challenging the Clown King Buggy from the air was spread all over the world through videophone bugs. The whole world boiled in an instant, and everyone realized belatedly that the relationship between naval power and pirate power has never been a simple confrontation, but intricate and full of many uncertainties. The battlefield of the Navy headquarters, the Crusader Union pirate warship docked in the offshore waters. Hey! Shanks. The moment he saw the red hair, Buggy, who was completely unprepared, made an exaggerated emoticon. 2 eyeballs popped out of the eye sockets, 2 slender snots hung under the red nose, and his chin fell to the ground in shock. Fortunately, the live broadcast at this time was all attracted by the red hair on the opposite side, otherwise Buggy's fierce image of the so-called One Piece of the current era would be lost in front of people all over the world. Seeing this, Mr. 3 frowned just right, and asked pretending to be puzzled. No way, Buggy, you've been here for so long, you haven't felt the unique strength and arrogance of Shanks, have you? In fact, even without the blessing of extreme knowledge and arrogance in a super wide range, he can very accurately recognize that the man in black robe next to Sokolsky is Shanks. The reason is simple, because the reason why Shanks appeared on this battlefield was originally part of his plan. In doing so, in addition to reducing the vigilance of the world government and ensuring that another important operation can be carried out smoothly, Shanks who joins the naval camp can also bring out Buggy's aggressiveness as the contemporary One Piece, so as to strengthen the army and increase the influence of the Crusades around the world. Fighting against the king, you can't really let Buggy go to one-on-one with Sokolsky, can you? Doing so will kill you in minutes. It's just that, as a good brother with a stronger relationship than iron, Mr. 3 didn't want Buggy to get such a bargain with such fame and fortune for nothing, so he kept this guy in the dark the whole time, and frightened him well. Perception. Cough cough, open. What are you kidding? Of course, I have already seen through his identity. After receiving such cynicism, Buggy instantly recovered his original appearance, his palms kept rubbing his chin, and even his tone became deep. I just didn't expect that idiot would dare to challenge me so openly. The exquisite, hard-spoken speech completely eliminated the doubts in the eyes of the little pirates behind him. Everyone raised their weapons and shouted the name of the great god Buggy there. That redhead turned out to be a non-threatening idiot in your eyes, as expected of you, Mr. Buggy. Hearing such unsparing praise from the younger brothers, Buggy raised his tail to the sky, turned around and bragged to the younger brothers. Ah. On Roger's boat 30 years ago, I could rub him on the ground. Now, of course, there is no problem at all. Really? Can you tell me how you rubbed against each other? A thick and powerful voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing someone asking politely, Buggy naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and raised his voice to express his affirmation. HMPH, that's a pretty good question. I think back then, when I hadn't eaten the devil fruit, Halfway through the blowing, Buggy remembered belatedly. Why does this voice sound so familiar? After the mind turned rapidly, an all too familiar face appeared in the field of vision. Thinking of this, Buggy blinked his round and lovely big eyes, and after turning his head to see the appearance of the person behind him clearly, the fine hairs hidden under the big red robe instantly stood up. I'm sorry, Buggy, I saw that you didn't respond for so long, so you ran over by yourself. You don't mind, do you? Shanks, who traveled thousands of meters to the bow of the pirate ship, had a kind smile on his gentle face. Fragrant, call out. Just as Buggy opened his mouth, a cold light flickered in front of his eyes, and the extremely sharp slashing flashed by. Now we are enemies of the opposite camp, Buggy. Shanks had a serious expression, and the griffin around his waist was unsheathed at some point, and he held it firmly in his hand. His sword speed was so fast that when the younger brothers reacted, the upper body and lower body of Mr. Buggy had been staggered and cut in half. Master Buggy. The younger brothers were aggressive, they didn't care whether the other party was the four emperors, and they took up their weapons and wanted to fight with all their might. Stop it all for Lao Su. Buggy raised his hand to stop the impulsive younger brothers. After feeling the seriousness in Shanks' eyes, his eyes became gloomy a little bit. The ability to split into pieces was activated immediately, stretching the big red robe on his body, looking down at the man in front of him from top to bottom. I'm very relieved to leave the red hair to you, come on Buggy, give him some color, Mr. 3 said with a smile on his side. Of course, what he really meant was that he was relieved to leave Buggy's life in Shanks' hands. Buggy was originally one of the very few men in the world who didn't need to give red-haired face at all, and now he is so firmly trusted by Mr. 3, the only remaining worries in his heart completely dissipated. Be careful with Shanks, now I have the power to destroy the world. Buggy yelled angrily, spread his white-gloved right palm, and swung it towards Shanks from the air. The not-so-strong palm wind gently brushed Shanks' face, and its strength was so weak that it could barely make Shanks' hair flutter. However, behind Shanks, Kuzan used the Ice Age to create the ice continent, but it seemed to be cut by a super-large grid-like slash, and split into countless huge cubes of ice in an instant. Whoa whoa whoa. The fragmented ice continent could no longer block the erosion of the tide, and the undercurrent surged at the bottom, lifting up a huge block of ice comparable to a naval battleship, floating and sinking in the waves. The torn fruit after awakening is so terrifying. Ha ha ha, Buggy, compared to the top war 3 years ago, you were really much stronger. Out of the corner of Shanks' eyes, he glanced at the horrified scene behind him, and there was a hint of astonishment in his calm eyes. He never thought that Buggy could do this to this extent. The two have been enemies and close friends since they were young, and they don't need to speak too much, just by making eye contact, they understand each other's thoughts. It is precisely because of this that I have the value of defeating you. As the voice fell, the griffin in Shanks' hands surged darkly, and the domineering aura like a mountain burst into bloom. Under the influence of this substantive arrogance, the entire pirate ship was shaking violently, and irreversible cracks began to appear on the deck. The strange thing is that the little pirates who were at the center of domineering were not stunned by this. I actually resisted the arrogance of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks? Ha ha ha, so I'm so strong. Speaking of which, what kind of shit admiral, we have the strength to fight. The little pirates, who had only a little pressure on their spiritual will, felt that they were doing well again. If you have the strength to fight happily, who is willing to stand in the distance like a fool and act as an atmosphere group? Pirates, of course, want to fight on the battlefield to their heart's content. Just as the younger brothers were boiling with enthusiasm, Buggy and the red hair at the bow had already fought together, and an earth-shattering energy shockwave erupted. The two stayed away from the 3 pirate warships in a tacit understanding, and fought farther and farther on the huge ice floes until they disappeared from everyone's sight. Buggy is not an idiot. After calming down and thinking about it, he noticed a certain fact from Mr. 3's surprisingly calm expression towards Shanks' appearance. Mr. 3, this insidious and cunning guy, must have been with Shanks a long time ago, colluded together. This is the fundamental reason why he chose to fight Shanks forcefully. At this time, somewhere is a hidden sky island far away from the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. President, the clown Buggy raised his hand to split the ice continent and had a fierce battle with the red-haired Shanks. Do you need more shots of their battle? Newspaper members reported. Morgans, who was sitting in a dark corner, shook the wine glass in his hand and said slowly, no need, just intersperse the scene just now in the follow-up live broadcast. We only need to broadcast the results of the battle between those two. Anyway, there is no suspense. After muttering to himself, he took a sip of the red wine, and the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Notify the members at the scene, and give me a point boost. The next showdown between the Navy and the pirates will only be more exciting than it is now. Yes, this subordinate understands. Pirate warship headed by the Crusader Guild. Mr. 3 stood alone on the empty bow. After Buggy left, he was the only one left here. With the powerful Shanks in charge, Buggy, as the leader of the Crusades, will basically not be captured alive by the world government. In this way, he can let go of his hands and feet as much as he wants, and make a scene without any worries. Grumpy grumpy grumpy. High-density wax spewed out from Mr. Three's arms, and under the burning of the blazing candle, it turned into a flaming candle fist with an extremely oppressive feeling. Admiral Sikarsky, dare to take the next punch? Holding 2 big flames in his hand, he was bathed in the scorching fire, and from a long distance, he issued a letter of war to Sikarsky in front of the execution platform. Since you are so anxious to die, then I am willing to help, Candle Demon Army advisor of the Cross Guild. When someone used his signature move face to face, Sikarsky smiled instead of anger. Thick smoke billowed from his arms, and then the fire suddenly appeared and turned into hot magma. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, it is naturally impossible for Sikarsky to confess in front of his subordinates. More importantly, he has long wanted to personally tear Mr. 3, who had teased him several times, to pieces. If you can do it, come on. Wings of freedom sprouted from Mr. 3's back, leaving an afterimage on the spot, rushing towards the execution platform at an unimaginable speed. Directly in front of him is Sikarsky, who is also approaching quickly on moon steps. In just a few seconds, the two appeared in each other's field of vision across a distance of 1,000 meters. Immediately afterwards, 2 pairs of fiery giant fists carrying a destructive aura slammed together fiercely with an extremely domineering attitude. Big fire. When the frontal battlefield of the Navy headquarters was in full swing, the Red Earth continent was directly above the sky. Under the support of the Cyan wind, a huge battleship arrived and hovered in place. Among the dense crowd on the battleship deck, a man wearing a black top hat walked out slowly. Mr. Long, there's news from Morgan's that Admiral Sikarsky has accepted Mr. 3's challenge, and he definitely won't be able to find time to solve other things right now. The wavy gold fluttered in the strong wind around the battleship. This person was none other than Yandy Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army who made a fuss some time ago. Of course, the strong man standing in front of Sabo is naturally the leader of the Revolutionary Army known as the world's most ferocious criminal, Monkey D. Long. From just now, the large-scale battlefield involving more than a dozen generals and full of uncertainties has all been within Mr. 3's expectations. Hidden in a navy blue overcoat, the dragon walked to the edge of the battleship and looked down. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army who dared to declare war on the world government stockhead on had to be amazed by Mr. 3's precise and unmistakable strategic layout. The sharp eyes pierced through the thick clouds, and the dragon seemed to see the magnificent building standing on the Red Earth continent. That is the sacred place of the Tianlong people, where the power and darkness of the world gather, Mary Hoya. Every step of the way, before the full-scale war, they have already unknowingly led the Navy by the nose, making their home game advantage disappear. While speaking, a strong man wearing a dark blue cloak with spiral patterns came to the dragon. He took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth, blew out a puff of smoke ring, and sighed softly. That man really deserves the title of the world's strongest strategist. This man that the dragons have to take seriously is not from the camp of the Revolutionary Army, but the right-hand man of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, and the emperor's deputy strongman with a super-high IQ Ben Beckman. His last exclamation was an indirect acknowledgement that Mr. 3's strategizing ability was far superior to his own. Fortunately, this terrifying man is on our side. If he is an enemy, it will be a kind of torture. Ha ha ha, at that time, people probably don't need to use resourcefulness, and they will defeat us only by strength. The voice of teasing and joking came out, and I saw a figure behind Beckman. Jesus be you, Lakilu, Bendik Snake, Bank Punch, Monsieur. Except for the captain red-haired Shanks, all the elite cadres of the entire red-haired pirates were present. Hee-hop. Well done 3 boy, the ugly and exaggerated big face squeezed from the side, and after a burst of piquant eyes twirling ballet, the she-male King Ivankov stood on his heels with fierce eyes. Next, what kind of gorgeous appearance should we use to be worthy of the curtain call of the celestial dragons? Perhaps it was because he lived with Mr. Tu Feng Kele in Advanced City for too long. Her words and deeds were more or less perverted. Although this product is already quite perverted. In addition to Ivankov, the core figures of the Revolutionary Army, such as Lightning, Bartholomew Bear, Recovering Consciousness, and the commander of the 4th Army, Bello Betty, Lindbergh, Maury, and Crow, were all present. This group of world-famous, vicious criminals, stood side by side with the leaders of the red-haired pirates, forming a very powerful force, full of a strong sense of oppression. Everyone's eyes turned, and their eyes fell on the dragon in the front. Seeing that the time was ripe, Long took a deep breath and took the lead to stand on the railing on the edge of the ship. Everyone, we have left our homes and lurked around the world for many years, sacrificed countless colleagues, and paid a heavy price, just to realize the same ideal and completely end the dark age dominated by the Tianlong people. And now, it is the best time for us to fight to the death with the world government, and it is also the only chance to overthrow the Tianlong people. I also ask you to give me the strength to make Mary Hoya, the source of evil, completely disappear on the Red Earth continent. Whoosh! The violent hurricane broke out from top to bottom, blowing the navy blue coat on the dragon's body and dancing wildly. The dragon in the center of the storm had firm eyes, and without hesitation, he jumped towards Mary Joya, who was directly below, with the consciousness of death. Although everyone knew what a powerful and even hopeless enemy they were going to face next, there was no trace of fear on their faces. Because, this will be a battle to subvert the era. Following in the footsteps of the dragon, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army and the elites of the Red-Haired Regiment launched a surprise attack on the sacred place of the Tianlong people from an altitude of several thousand meters. At this time, in the center of the Holy Land Mary Joya, the open square in front of Penghu City. The fully armed black suits and white suits are interlaced, and the powerful breath is connected together, bringing a feeling of suffocation that makes it difficult to breathe. Gathered here, in addition to the CP-0-9 of the secret spy agency directly under the world government, there are also the Judgment Legion and guards of the Holy Land Mary Joya, and some hidden troops that are unknown to the world. Right in front of the team is the 5 old stars who represent the highest power in the world. The latest news from the Navy headquarters is that Sakaski has already made a move, and a battle broke out with Mr. 3 of the Cross Union. Unsurprisingly, the old guys like Garp Sengoku will join the battle soon. J. Golucia Seiden, who was leaning on crutches, had no expression on his face, and said to the other 4, "Those rats who hide in the dark and try to overthrow God will never miss this great opportunity." As the supreme leader who has ruled the world for many years, Wu Laoxing is naturally not a character that can be easily fooled. When the surveillance ship in charge of monitoring the Revolutionary Army lost contact, they realized that the other party might take advantage of the chaotic gap between the Crusades and the Navy headquarters to launch an all-out attack on the Holy Land. Therefore, the 5 old stars have completed the assembly of Mary Joya's strength early on, and are ready to fight at any time and wipe out the Revolutionary Army. You said, how will they appear? Wu Laoxing asked aloud. Wu Laoxing, who held a generation of gouache in his hand, looked indifferent, and pointed to the top of his head with the hilt of his knife. Heaven. Oh? How do you know? Because they have already come. Call. As soon as Wu Laoxing's voice with the knife fell, the calm and gentle air around him suddenly became restless. The wind and clouds stirred high above the sky, and a large-scale hurricane representing one of the most terrifying disasters in the world swept out, covering the entire Mary Joya. The howling and piercing wind penetrated everywhere, filling the intricate streets of Mary Joya, and the powerful energy it carried directly shattered the windows of the buildings. Amidst the sound of glass shattering one after another, a huge turquoise tornado crashed to the ground, creating a hurricane channel between the sky and the earth. A series of powerful figures descended from the sky and appeared in front of Wu Laoxing. Ben Beckman. Seeing the familiar faces of the Red Regiment cadres, the eyes of the 5 old stars instantly darkened. Although they already had the answer in their hearts, they still wanted to make the final confirmation. So that guy with the red hair really made a choice between the 2 forces? Beckman took a sip of the cigarette held between his fingertips, lowered his head slightly as if in deep thought. Pausing for a few seconds, under the watchful eyes of the 5 old stars, he lightly exhaled smoke rings. Guess. We are not children anymore. Guess. Wu Laoxing, who received an affirmative answer, stopped talking nonsense, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes, bursting out with a terrifying aura of coercion. The tragic battle of the Holy Land of Mary Joya begins here. Boom. Over the land battlefield of the Navy headquarters, Mr. 3 and Sakaski's fire-breathing collided violently like meteorites. Circle after circle, the scorching energy that is enough to distort the surrounding space spreads in all directions from the center point where the 2 fists touch. The wax is sprayed thin, the magma roars, and the endless flames shine on the entire land battlefield, bringing the extremely high temperature that makes people feel tormented. This scene of purgatory instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Even the 7 generals and the 7 heroes tacitly stopped their attacks and counterattacks, and looked up at the 2 figures in the sky that looked like the center of the sun. The buggy pirate warships separated by a long distance still could not escape the ravages of the heat wave. On the deck, The young pirates who resisted the red-haired arrogance in their self-confidence soared and wanted to fight Sakaski, suddenly became a ball. Oh everyone. I suddenly remembered that we haven't confiscated the clothes hanging on the cabin yet, so I'll collect them first. Please help third brother. Bastard. This time we are going to the battlefield, and it's not a round-the-world trip. I have your mother's shit clothes to collect. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha. I suddenly felt that standing here to cheer for Chairman Buggy and the third brother is already the biggest support. We can't run over to drag these two adults back, right? This proposal was immediately approved by all the young pirates present with a show of hands. Agree. Agreed to add one. When they reached an agreement to continue the style of the Buggy pirates, even more terrifying energy fluctuations came from the sky battlefield again. In the center of the frantic confrontation between the candlelight and the magma, Sakaski, who was bathed in the natural firelight, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, resisting Mr. Three's flame-breathing candle demon. Hee, you have developed the humble fruit ability to such an extent, Mr. Three, you are indeed very strong. But a candle is a candle after all. In the face of a higher level of magma, it can only be completely evaporated. After the words fell, Sakaski suddenly exerted his strength, and under the promotion of the rolling magma, he erupted with unparalleled terrifying and destructive power. Under the condition of suppressing the fruit's ability, Mr. Three still couldn't bear the scorching super high temperature after all, was defeated by this powerful blow, and flew downward heavily. Coincidentally, the area where he landed was not the divided mainland battlefield, but the sea running through it. Mr. Three quickly opened his wings of freedom, adjusted his body angle and raised his hand to throw out a large amount of wax liquid, building a solid candle platform on the sea surface first. A red light flashed in the eyes of Mr. Three, who had just stood firm and wanted to launch a counterattack. Sensing the danger, he raised his head suddenly, and saw the magma fireballs covering the entire sky. It is Sokolsky's famous stunt, Meteor Volcano. Compared with the pirated version he used before, this trick used by the deity is more oppressive, as if he is facing the end of the world. After all, just one of these things has the terrifying power to turn large ships into ashes. Boom boom boom. As countless magma meteors fell, a deafening explosion sounded, and the entire battlefield was immediately dyed fiery red by magma everywhere. The scattered magma flowed across the ground, and the soil and rocks were swallowed up, sinking into the sea, and the cold seawater continued to boil and evaporate. In the long water vapor, Mr. Three slowly walked out of the pitch black and gloomy sphere, unscathed. The strength of this weapon tempered by domineering even exceeds that of ordinary black knives and black wrists, and its defense is quite abnormal. As expected of the devil fruit known as the most powerful attack, under the same awakening situation, there is basically no chance of winning with only wax fruit. Mr. Three stood on the fiery battlefield, the black barrier distorted and deformed according to his will, and reshaped into a black mace with ultra-high density. Sizzle sizzle. The dark red lightning ran and jumped, and the golden particles bloomed like flowers in the eyes, flowing on the black mace, exuding a horrifying aura. Holding the mace, Mr. Three did not hesitate to use the Overlord color coil, and rushed towards Sakaski in midair with the wind. Since the fruit ability itself has a restraint relationship, then use the purest domineering to make up for this disadvantage. Sakaski, who has a fierce personality, will naturally not be frightened by this momentum and dodge it, avoiding its edge. On the contrary, his right arm completed magma at an extremely fast speed, condensing the appearance of a hellhound. Faced with the astonishingly powerful Overlord-colored entanglement attack, he chose to be tough head-on. Thunder, gossip. The dog bites the red lotus. Like the previous fire-breathing, the mace collided with the dog-shaped magma, exploding golden red light all over the sky. But this time, it was Sakaski who flew upside down. The magma figure drew a crimson afterimage in midair and precisely hit the Justice Office building in the center of the Navy headquarters. Boom. Sand and stone rolled down, and thick smoke rose everywhere. Even an office building made of special materials couldn't withstand Mr. Three's astonishingly powerful blow and collapsed. Deep in the fragmented building debris, the crimson fire pierced through the thick stone slabs. The magma cleared the way, and Sakaski slowly walked out from the ruins, staring at Mr. Three in the sky with gloomy eyes. It's the same for one or two. You guys obviously possess such powerful power, but you only want to subvert this world. Hot magma continued to drip from Sakaski's body, and the violent and fierce breath continued to rise and strengthen. The most intuitive manifestation of this expansion of breath was that dark red arcs began to jump around him. Hum. Sakaski, who had reached the peak of his state, stared at him, and the golden particles of the magma arm hanging beside him burst out, making the already crimson magma sparks even more dazzling. As the admiral of the Navy headquarters who commands the 7 generals, Sakaski also has a very domineering look. Mr. 3, who was hovering in the air, was taken aback when he saw this, and then showed an indifferent smile. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that the guy who is willing to work for the world government also has the qualifications of a king. Although Sakaski possesses the overlord color and has cultivated to the level of domineering, Mr. 3 is slightly taken aback. But if you think about it carefully, as a boss that will appear after Kaido's mother, Sakaski has the same domineering arrogance as the Marshal Sengoku, which seems more reasonable even though when he crossed the original book and the life card there are no precise descriptions yet. Perhaps it was the slightly stronger domineering that allowed Sakaski to narrowly beat Kuzan at the same level in the martial battle 3 years ago. You who don't know the power of the world government, what qualifications do you have to point fingers here? After saying such a meaningful sentence, Sakaski shook his magma arm covered with golden particles, and made a fighting posture. Let me use these magma fists to combine your body with the boring and ridiculous dream that day. Let's burn it to ashes together. Hearing this, Mr. 3 unreservedly bloomed his domineering aura, bathed in the center of the overlord-colored burning red halo. If you can do it. The 2 people, who were ready to go, rushed towards each other, and started a more intense battle in the air than the previous 2. When everyone's attention was attracted by Mr. 3 and Sakaski, the Ghost Horn pirate ship, one of the 3 pirate warships of the Cross Guild, was on board. The strong man with a mace jumped off the bow quickly, turned into a blue dragon and soared into the sky, crossed the mainland battlefield at an extremely fast speed, and rushed straight towards the execution platform of the Navy headquarters. You let me act as a nanny to save people like this. When this war is over, I will definitely make Mr. 3 pay the price. Having said that, Kaido, who knew that the chance of a battle of this level was fleeting, still created a flame cloud around the body of Qinglong to maximize his speed. However, just when Kaido was about to touch the edge of the execution platform, his vision suddenly went dark. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately twisted his dragon-shaped body, and was about to make an evasive movement when an iron fist as heavy as a meteorite fell on the huge dragon's face. Boom. Kaido was blown away on the spot without any accident, and landed on the land hundreds of meters away, smashing out a deep pit full of cracks. With the old man here, you don't even think about crossing over here. The wide cloak flutters in the wind, and the majestic word, justice, on the back is so conspicuous and solemn. Monkey D. Carp replaced the previous positions of Sakaski and Shanks, standing in front of the execution platform like an insurmountable mountain. The official participation of naval heroes will push this world-class war to a more exciting climax. Hey! Did you see that? That is the legendary naval hero Garp. The hero who has driven Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times. If he makes a move, those pirates must have no chance of winning, right? It's hard to say. The opposite is Kaido, the strongest creature. The image of Carp's shot was captured by the videophone bug and transmitted to live screens around the world. Everyone was shocked and talked a lot. The generals of the 3 armies fighting in the Navy headquarters were greatly encouraged, and under the turbulent fighting spirit, they barely resisted the advance of the pirate cadres. This is the unparalleled influence of the naval hero Monkey D. Carp. The highly tense nerves of the 7 generals also relaxed, and their restless emotions became calm. It shouldn't be a big problem to have Mr. Garp on the execution platform. Everyone, it's time for us to let go of all our scruples and solve these people on the opposite side. Githafredo the brown python bent down and put his hands lightly on the ground. Buzz. The entire continent suddenly trembled violently, and accompanied by the roar of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, a giant brown python with a length and width of more than 1,000 meters emerged from the cracked earth. The head of choosing the sky to cover the sun was raised, and the gravel was thrown down. Immediately afterwards, the remaining generals responded one after another, unreservedly releasing their own fruit abilities. The dark clouds are densely covered with the power of thunder and fire, and the dazzling light source is shining brightly. Giant trees stand tall and form a forest of taboos, and the gravity field transforms into roaring tigers. The peach-colored devil rabbit and the brown dolphin ran side by side, completely filling up the little space left. Chi Dao's terrifying killer move that brought fruit power to the extreme shocked the audience, as if it wanted to tear the world to pieces. The 7 heroes of the Cross Guild are also the ones with the pinnacle of fruit ability and 3-color arrogance. Naturally, they are not afraid of the terrible disaster in front of them, and they will fight with a stronger attitude. Boom. The earth is destroyed and the sea boils. An unimaginably terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. The peak duel between the 7 generals and the 7 heroes has entered an unstoppable intense stage. Another landmass far from the corner of the Big Bang. Kaido, who entered the human beast form, stepped out of the deep pit full of cracks. His eyes were always fixed on the proud figure in front of the execution platform, and his attention was not attracted by the battle of the generals. It can be clearly seen that there is a big red bag on his head, which is incompatible with the 2 handsome dragon horns. Damn old man, the fist still hurts like always. Kaido shook his dizzy head, and his thoughts were drawn back to the decades-long battle in the Valley of the Gods in Garp's impactful punch. He was only a teenager at the time, and he was still a trainee crew member of Locks, so he had a profound experience of the power of Tekken Carp. Even after decades, those invincible fists still made him feel lingering fear. But, be careful with the old stuff, the me now is not the vulnerable brat I was back then. The corners of Kaido's mouth were raised, surrounded by dark red arcs. The arcs were highly concentrated and condensed into bright red halos after a month of training. With his innate understanding, he has naturally mastered the Overlord color burning. Is the legendary Overlord color burning? The strong sense of oppression made Garp's blood boil for a long time, and the ultimate armed domineering and domineering blended into a black and golden light, covering his fists. He shook his fist at Kaido, who was fully fired, with the iconic smile of the Monkey Clan blooming on his face. Come on, Dragonhorn brat. While the mace and the iron fist violently bombarded together, they were on the other side of the execution platform. The golden Buddha's light shines on the earth, thunder and flames are intertwined, and the Buddha's impact hardens the soul slash. The battle between the warring states period and the Big Mom standing on the fire cloud Prometheus started, and the aftermath of the collision caused the entire steel execution platform to shake violently. Sitting on the high platform of the execution platform, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Gang Gakong, who hadn't made a move for decades, also ushered in his own opponent. I really didn't expect that we 2 old guys who are about to retire would stand on opposite sides in this way. Steel Gu Kong slowly lowered his arms wrapped around his chest, turned slightly, and looked at the old man standing behind him holding a long sword, Silbaz Raleigh, Lord of the Underworld. It's an honor that you still remember me. Rayleigh had a faint smile on his face, but I haven't used Pluto since a long time ago, and now they all call me the Guardian of the Cross. When he followed Roger to explore the sea in his youth, Steel Gu Kong was still the admiral of the Navy headquarters who commanded Sengoku and Zephyr. Although there are very few opportunities for the 2 to fight head-to-head, they know each other's strength from the bottom up. Steel Gu Kong chuckled and did not answer, but his eyes fell on the young woman beside Rayleigh, who was surrounded by a blue flame belt. If I am not mistaken, this little guy is the daughter of Kaido, right? That's right. I'm not like monsters like you and Garp Sengoku. My physical strength and arrogance have already outdone the times. You don't mind bringing a helper, do you? Raleigh replied with a smile. 3-year-olds wouldn't believe such words, right? Looking at the whole world today, how many people are qualified to be your opponent? Speaking of this, the explosive muscles on Steel Gakong's body began to swell, and the extremely violent breath covered the image of the gentle old man. Feeling the familiar and undiminished powerful arrogance of the past, Rayleigh raised his sword in front of him, and said to Yamato beside him, "Be careful, little girl. Our next opponent is standing at the apex of the Navy, with a position of power. A monster second only to the 5 old stars of the world government." Understood, Mr. Raleigh. Yamato clenched his mace tightly, with a solemn expression. A month of special training has raised her comprehensive strength to a considerable level, completely stepping into the level of ordinary 4 emperors' combat power. With her assistance, the duel between Rayleigh, Kaido, Big Mom and Sora, Garp, and Sengoku can be guaranteed to be foolproof. After all, apart from Raleigh, the Cross Union is full of perverts with full stamina recovery. As long as they can be dragged into a protracted battle, it is not difficult to win. So far, all the strong players from the pirate camp and the Navy camp have all appeared on the stage, completely detonating this century-old battle that spans the strong players from the Old Era, the Mesozoic Era, and the New Era. The pattern of the entire battlefield suddenly became extremely clear. On the battlefield in front of the execution platform, the 7 generals will fight against the 7 heroes. In the middle battlefield of the execution platform, the generals of the 3 armies and the 3 generations of pacifists fought against the pirate cadres. The battlefield around the execution platform, Sora, Garp, Sengoku versus Rayleigh, Kaido, Big Mom, Yamato. The most desperate battle in the sky is the life and death confrontation between Mr. 3 and Sakazuki. Just when many strong men were fighting fiercely, the sea area was quite far away from the headquarters of the Navy. The energy storm is raging, and the waves are surging and gradually becoming stable. The red-haired Shanks was calm, and with a single blow, he shattered the oncoming storm of fragmentation. Looking at Buggy floating in the air, after a few seconds of silence, he slowly retracted the knife into its sheath. Buggy, I have already seen your strength deeply. How about it? Do you want to come with me now to support the Marie Hoya battlefield? Huh. You challenged Lao Su out of nowhere, and now you want Lao Su to die? Buggy was displeased. Although he probably guessed that this was Mr. 3's arrangement, he still wanted to beat Shanks up. The strength of the 5 old stars and the secret departments of the world government is unfathomable. There is no need for us to waste energy here. Seeing that Buggy had no intention of compromising, Shanks rolled his eyes and sighed sadly. The matter is of great importance, and there will be opportunities to learn from each other in the future. I don't want to be defeated by you like this. You bastard, you still know that the matter is important. Why don't you explain the situation to me in advance? Wait, what did you say just now? Don't you want to be defeated by me like this? That's right. If I want to support the Marie Hoya battlefield, without your help, I have no chance of winning by myself. Ahahaha. No problem. Buggy laughed wildly. Since you have said so, then Lao Su, who is stronger than you, will take a trip with you with great mercy, and take that shit to Heavenly Dragon Man Holy Land. Turn upside down. The battlefield of the Navy headquarters is intensifying. As the pirate cadres of the Crusaders Union went all out to penetrate the defense, the generals of the 3 armies were gradually defeated, and the outcome of the middle battlefield became clear first. Led by Katakuri, who can predict the future, and Jin, who is extremely defensive, the pirates marched forward triumphantly, expanding their previous slight advantage, and penetrating the battlefield like a sharp blade. They boarded the mainland of the Navy headquarters early, and they have rushed to the position, 100 meters in front of the execution platform. Although Garp Sengoku, who was guarding the area around the execution platform, wanted to stop him, he was entangled tightly by the 4 of Rayleigh, Kaido. If he made a slight move, he would be stopped in an instant, and he couldn't get away. On the battlefield in the sky, Sakazuki made a tyrannical attack and forcibly drove back Mr. 3 who was bullying him. He glanced gloomily at the generals of the 3 armies who were becoming more and more defeated, and finally made up his mind to use the secret weapon. If Ayasha, the evil witch on the execution platform, is rescued like Ace, the fire fist of the war, what face does their navy have to carry out justice? You must know that the enemies attacking the Navy headquarters this time are far above the Whitebeard pirates. Once Ayasha is released, they will have no possibility to continue to publicly execute and kill her. Thinking of this, Sakazuki decisively took out a red phone bug from the marshal. This was a special phone bug given to him by Wu Laoxing to issue special instructions. And the super weapon that needs to use the authority of the 5 old stars is naturally the serif of the original Shichibukai. As Sakazuki pressed the phone bug button, the secret passage hidden under the floor of the execution platform suddenly opened. A series of burly and tall figures slowly walked out of it. The huge pitch-black wings are burning with raging flames, and the serif, who has inherited the terrifying defense and speed of the Lunaria clan, the blood factor of Shichibukai, and even the ability of the original owner's fruit, makes a strong debut. Compared with the Warhead Island where Vegapunk was located a few months ago, after several times of strengthening and growth, the appearance of these serifs has matured a lot, and they have entered their youth. Now they have a terrifying combat power that is infinitely close to that of an admiral and an emperor of the sea. Dee boom. The terrifyingly powerful laser began to sweep across the battlefield, and the hexagonal war machine with no dead ends in all directions showed its extremely powerful side. Below the General Emperor level, they have almost no solution. In an instant, the advantage created by Katakurigen and others after a long battle disappeared. Even if they were unwilling, they could only fight and retreat, but the generals of the 3 armies continued to pull the front line further away. These seraphim who have completed their growth, too, will be able to confront the 4 emperors head-on without losing the wind. After they finish solving the group of weaklings, it will be the turn of you guys who want to subvert the world. Sakazuki looked at Mr. 3 hovering on the opposite side, and said confidently, "How does it feel to be completely reversed by a few scientific machines in the battle I carefully planned?" After catching the unmoved calmness on Mr. 3's face, the joy in his eyes gradually turned serious, and a bad premonition came to his mind. It may be difficult for you to understand, but Sakazuki, if you want to say how terrifying the power of technology is, even Vegapunk's understanding is not as deep as mine. After all, Mr. 3 directly in front of Sakaski used the wax fruit ability to create a phone bug of the same shape, and then raised and lightly pressed the button. Keep your eyes open and have a good look at it. It also represents the power of science and technology. It belongs to the super weapon of our cross-union. Boom boom boom. On the deck of the Crusaders Guild battleship on the sea, 4 huge figures with a strong sense of oppression galloped out, blocking the Shichibukai Seraph, who was in full swing on the frontal battlefield. Inheriting the blood factors and artificial fruit abilities of the 4 old 4 emperors, White Beard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair, they have awakened exoskeletons with abnormal defense and resilience. The shadow of the strong man stuffed in the body also allows them, who are icy machines, to use the 2 domineering colors of knowledge color and armed color. If the Seraph of the Navy is infinitely close to the 4 emperors, then the combat power of the 4 of the cross-union is the real level of the 4 emperors. Even if the Seraph of the Navy has an absolute advantage in numbers, it will be difficult to break through this gap in combat power. Therefore, this is another evenly matched duel between the 2 sides. The generals of the 3 armies watched Seraphim fighting with the old 4 emperors, who suddenly entered, and had no time to take care of them. After finally seeing the dawn of victory, their hearts were cold. The pirate cadres who seized the opportunity once again launched a fierce offensive, and the battle line once again advanced little by little towards the execution platform. The addition of super weapons from both sides made this super battle between the Navy and the pirates even more exciting. At the same time, it became even more tragic. With the continuous high-intensity life and death battle, people with weaker strength began to be injured or even died. Even on the battlefield ahead where the battle is most intense, the 7 generals and the 7 heroes inevitably show signs of fatigue. Even though they were all physical monsters who had been fighting with strong men of the same level for several days and nights, they were still alive and well, but this melee, which was astonishing in the past, was too fierce. If there is a slight slack and a flaw is exposed, it is very likely that they will lose everything, so their physical, mental, and willpower consumption is far greater than that of ordinary one-on-one duels. Boom. On the sky battlefield, the magma and the candle collided with all their strength, blasting out circles of astonishingly hot crimson flames. After the violent energy storm raged, a thin figure covered in burns fell straight from the sky. The exhausted wax figure Mr. 3 fell heavily into the dilapidated mainland battlefield, and finally lost to the Akainu Sakaski in his peak state. Mr. 3, who was lying in the deep pit, barely sat up. The heat waves smelt his nostrils, and the overwhelming magma followed and fell right in front of him. In the hot magma world, Sakaski, who was covered in red and emitting black volcanic gas, walked slowly, and stood in front of Mr. 3. I saw that the complete marshal's cloak on his body became tattered, and the strong muscles exposed were bloody. Obviously, even though he defeated Mr. 3, he was inevitably traumatized to varying degrees of course. This was not fatal to him with his extremely thick health bar. A tall black shadow cast down, covering Mr. 3's incomparably weak body. Standing in the center of the magma sea of fire, Sakaski's pupils rolled, looking down at Mr. 3 on the ground in an arrogant and ruthless posture from top to bottom. The blood overflowing from his forehead dyed his eyes red and bloody, and he looked like a god. Mr. 3, I know that you have the ability to replenish your physical strength to the peak in an instant. Sakaski did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stood on the spot with his arms folded. I gave you time, and now you can use it. What the calm and indifferent tone represents is his self-confidence as a top powerhouse. The wax figure Mr. 3 lying on the ground was silent and did not respond. Seeing this, Sakaski frowned slightly, lost in thought. He couldn't be sure if the man in front of him was showing such a decadent posture on purpose, trying to lure him to make a move, and then launched an unexpected sneak attack. Don't blame Sakaski for being suspicious, it's really Mr. 3 who is too insidious and cunning. Fighting with the strong of the same level has always been without martial arts, and has no bottom line. However, smelling color and domineering will not have any effect on this product. Looking at Mr. 3 who was lying flat and motionless, Sakaski thought carefully and cautiously, and finally took advantage of the cover of the magma under his feet to take half a step back quietly, choosing the most stable countermeasure. If you don't use that ability, then don't blame me, Ayasha will be executed publicly now. After all, Sakaski turned around, exposed his back, and walked towards the execution platform in the distance step by step. Since Mr. 3 wants to lure him to be the first to reveal his flaws, then he simply uses his tricks and turns himself into a seducer. What the tense Sokolsky never expected was that the others walked a few hundred meters away, and Mr. 3 behind him seemed to be really dead, and there was no movement at all during the whole process. Just at this time, the pirate cadres completely broke up the defense of the generals of the three armies, and the Flame Calamity, who was transformed into a pteranodon, flew high and went straight to the execution platform. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Sokolsky was full of knowledge and domineering, and after ensuring that the current distance was enough to deal with Mr. 3, who suddenly launched a surprise attack, his legs turned into jet magma and rushed towards the execution platform at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. As long as Ayasha is executed in advance, Mr. 3 will never sit idly by. In this way, all plots and tricks will be useless. However, it is easy to leave the execution platform, but how easy is it to return? The cold air invaded, and the blue ice condensed into a huge iceberg, which crossed Sokolsky's advancing route. Sokolsky, who recognized whose move it was, had a gloomy face, and raised his hand to wave a scorching red dog eating red lotus. Just like the Battle of Marshall Punk Hazard 3 years ago, the ice and magma poured and raged in the air, and eventually cancelled each other out and turned into steam. Kuzan, until now, you idiot, are you still trying to stop me? Looking at the figure standing in the steam, Sokolsky stopped his progress. Kuzan opened his mouth to let out a breath of cold air, and the black sunglasses covered his expression well. I'm sorry Sokolsky, I really think so now. Sokolsky stared at Kuzan with a gloomy face. As the colleague he was most familiar with, he was very aware of the opponent's strength, and it was impossible to take him down in a short time. In this case, we really want to go together. Sokolsky sneered, and before Kuzan could react to the meaning of the sentence, he yelled loudly towards the battlefield of the Emperor in the distance, Paluzalino. I'm here to stop Kuzan, you hurry up, right? Ayasha's public execution. Since Kuzan pulled away and ran to stop his actions, the balance between the 7 generals and the 7 heroes would definitely be broken. In this way, the yellow ape with the fastest speed will no longer be subject to any constraints. Call out. Knowing that the matter is of great importance, Kizaru changed from his previous lazy state and turned into a dazzling golden light and flew straight to the execution platform. What made him feel a little strange was that Hawkeye Hancock and the others were all standing still, without any intention of making a move. However, there is not enough time to think about their strange behavior. The golden light swept across the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of thousands of meters and came to the execution platform. After kicking Jin flying away from the execution platform with a speed of light kick, Kizaru clasped his hands together, pulled out the shining golden Amakonyun sword, and put it on the neck of Ayasha, whose hands and feet were bound tightly by Hylu stone. The executioner who had been arranged before had already fainted under the arrogance of Caprella Kaido and others. So Kuzan, what do you choose next? Seeing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, Sokolsky crossed his arms and looked at Kuzan opposite with great interest. Kuzan silently put his hands in the windbreaker pockets, his expression calm and indifferent. Sokolsky, your heart is too hot, and you are so focused on the defeated Mr. 3 that you ignore the scorching breath in the air. What did you say? After being reminded by Kuzan, Sokolsky, who suddenly noticed something, changed his face drastically, and turned his head abruptly. I saw that the deep pit behind was empty, only a puddle of off-white wax remained. Where was the figure of Mr. 3? At this time, all the strong fighters who were fighting fiercely stopped fighting, held their breath, and looked nervously at the execution platform. On the execution platform, under the broadcast of countless video phone bugs, the indifferent yellow ape slowly raised the lightsaber in his hand. I'm sorry little girl, please go now. Suddenly, Kizaru, who felt the strong breath of death, widened his eyes and froze in place, unable to say, death, for a long time. The lightsaber hanging above Aya's veil seemed to be frozen as if it had been frozen. At some point, a thin figure avoided the knowledge and perception of all top naval powerhouses, including Carp Sengoku, and appeared behind Kizaru. Don't move, Oriel. The top of the red clay continent, Marie Joya. The flames of war are raging, the impact is raging, and the terrifying energy that continues to erupt turns this sacred place of Tinlongren into dilapidated ruins. Compared with Fisher Tiger's destruction that focused on emancipating slaves many years ago, the turmoil this time directly destroyed nearly 80% of the buildings in Mary Joa. Even the outside of Pangu City, the core area that symbolizes the supremacy of the world, has been hit to varying degrees, billowing thick smoke. Under the walls of Pangu City, Dragon, Sabo, Beckman and other strong men followed Shanks and Buggy who came to support them. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the defense force of Mary Joya headed by the 5 Old Stars. The crowd approached forcefully, wanting to capture Pengu City. On the opposite side, the glamorous suits worn by the 5 Old Stars were in dilapidated condition, bleeding all over their bodies, and their breath was sluggish. They were no longer as high as they used to be. There was no one around them, and all Mary Joya's defense forces had been wiped out. Although the overall strength of the 5 Old Stars standing at the apex of the world is not weak, it is completely worthy of the general to be singled out. But facing the entire revolutionary army that has been in preparation for many years, the complete iron-walled red-haired pirates, and Buggy, who is difficult to deal with, after a long period of high-intensity confrontation, he still falls into an absolute disadvantage after all. Shanks, kill Buggy now and join us to suppress the revolutionary army. You still have a chance to repent. The 5 elders with a broken beard stared coldly at Shanks, who was standing opposite. Shanks' identity is quite special. He is the only draconian survivor of the Valley of God's War, and the most noble draconian blood flows through his body. So they still want to try their best to fight for it. Shanks, whose clothes were torn and injured a lot, tightened his grip on Griffin, looked sideways, and glanced at Buggy. Buggy also has more wounds, and his condition is worse than that of Shanks, who is still physically strong. Shanks, don't you bastard, don't mess around. He panicked at that moment, who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Fortunately, Shanks didn't intend to make fun of him at this time, so he looked away and turned to look at Wu Laoxing opposite. Sorry everyone, although Buggy doesn't have the slightest quality to be liked, I also hate him from the bottom of my heart. Hearing this, Buggy, who kept backing away and making a defensive posture a second ago, suddenly became angry, and floated over and directly pulled Shanks' collar. Huh. You bastard Shanks, what the hell do you mean by that? You still hate me, don't tell me you bastard have something I like besides the treasure map? Don't forget, I have a life and death enmity with you for the devil fruit. Shanks raised the one arm holding Griffin, and silently wiped the saliva sprayed on his face. Ignoring Buggy, whose teeth became jagged and chattering, after a pause for a few seconds, he fixed his eyes, smiled and stretched out his thumb to point to Buggy, and continued what he hadn't finished talking just now. But, this guy is a brother worthy of my life. Buggy drooling. But, damn it, to say such provocative words, damn it, I can't stop crying, the ghost and you are life and death brothers, bastard Shanks. Having said that, the tears gushing from the corners of his eyes still betrayed the most real emotion in his heart. Not to mention the 5 Old Stars, even Long, who is an ally, was a little dumbfounded by this scene. Is it really the Clown King who led Shichibukai and the 4 emperors, trying to turn the world upside down? Most of the time, their revolutionary army communicated with Mr. 3 and Crocodile, and most of their impressions of Buggy's understanding were still in the content of the news reports. So, there's a big contrast. I'm so sorry Shanks, you lost your last chance. Starting today, the Revolutionary Army, the Cross Union, and your red hair pirates will all become history. The faces of the 5 Old Stars were gloomy. After seeing Shanks' determination to fight against the world government to the end, they stopped persuading and turned around to the deepest part of Pengu City. Master please forgive us for our incompetence, unable to solve the current crisis. Under the astonished gaze of Long, Shanks and others, Wu Laoxing slowly bent his knees and knelt on the dilapidated ruins. Standing at the highest point of power in the entire world, these 5 men, who even the Admiral of the Navy and even the Commander of the Armed Forces can control at will, are actually kneeling before a certain existence. This situation made everyone on the opposite side feel absurd and unreal. I am the king of the world sitting on the void throne. Shanks tightened his hands on the Griffin, and when he heard the name, his relaxed expression instantly became extremely dignified. Due to the extremely special identity of the Tinlongren orphan, he had once seen the side of this mysterious strong man hiding behind the scenes of the world government. The other party not only possesses the national treasure-level destructive weapon of the world government, but his own strength is so powerful that even he, the Emperor of the Sea, can hardly comprehend the level of terror. If it wasn't for the first 3 days of the full-scale war between the Crusaders and the world government, Mr. 3 found and showed Shanks the double fruit form of the fruit ability breakthrough, he would not have agreed to assist the Crusaders in action, but tried his best to stop them. On the way to the Navy headquarters, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army headed by Long also had serious faces, and the cold sweat quietly slipping off their foreheads fully reflected their nervousness at this time. Long before the final decisive battle, several forces completed intelligence information sharing, so they knew the existence of the ultimate and strongest enemy. Squeeze, sizzle. A few seconds after Wu Laoxing knelt down, deep in Pangu City, there was a hollow courtyard filled with countless swords, spears and halberds. The slender staircase covered with a red carpet continued to spread upwards until it reached the void throne at the end. I saw a mysterious woman hidden in a black robe sitting on this throne, which symbolized the peace and equality of all people in the world. The woman's pupils were engraved with circles of black lines. After hearing Wu Laoxing's request, she slowly stood up from the void throne, and walked down the red carpet stairs step by step. Zilla, Zilla, Zilla. With the woman's steps, the icy cold terrifying coercion with a strong and desperate atmosphere spread in all directions in the shape of a ring. The most direct manifestation of this increasingly violent coercion is that the Pangu City Square where the red-haired dragon and others are located, and even the entire Nuada Marie Joya, burst out dense and agitated dark red thunder. Wherever the lightning arc passed, the buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and even the red earth continent, which had stood in the sea for countless years, trembled slightly. Substantial domineering color? Can it be achieved to this extent? Shank's heartbeat began to speed up, his eyes widened, and his handsome face was filled with disbelief. When he recovered from this breath and looked behind him, he saw that except for Long and Beckman who could barely maintain a standing posture, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army and the pirates were lying on the ground profusely. Completely lost the ability to resist. Just by blooming domineering, you have this kind of terrifying power. My name is I Am, and today all the thugs who offend the majesty of the world government will be sanctioned by God. Naval Headquarters Battlefield. Don't move, Oriole. The cloak made of crimson scales fluttered slowly, and Mr. 3, who had completed the final trial on the strongman's battlefield, put his hands in his pockets and stood behind the General Kizaru calmly and indifferently. The dazzling lightsaber turned into light spots all over the sky and dissipated. The yellow ape locked by the breath of death did not dare to move, so he could only obediently raise his two arms. At the same time, his eyeballs rolled back, and his thick, slightly obscene lips pursed. Yo-oh-oh, Mr. Silu, Kua, even though the current situation is more dangerous than being pointed at by Beckman's gun in the top war, the voice of brother-in-law Kizaru is still light and full of laziness. To come here across a long distance without the old man being aware of it, the changes that have happened to you are too exaggerated, right? Beads of sweat oozed from Kizaru's forehead, and his body remained rigid and motionless while speaking. At this time, the strong man's intuition and body instincts were frantically telling him a message. That is, the strength of the man behind him is far superior to that of the general. As long as he makes a slight move, the end will definitely be quite tragic. Although this feeling is extremely absurd to the yellow monkey who is the highest combat power in the Navy, the vast domineering aura emanating from Mr. 3 has to make him accept this cruel reality. All eyes gathered and fell on Mr. 3. Mr. 3 remained silent, standing on the spot with his hands in his pockets, and did not answer the question of the yellow monkey. The battlefield of the Navy headquarters, which was full of devastating fluctuations just now, suddenly fell into an extremely strange dead silence, leaving only natural disasters that changed the environment forever. The icy cold wind blew from the distant sea, blowing the slightly dirty general's cloak on Kizaru's shoulders, causing the cuffs hanging by his side to shake. At this moment, Mr. 3, who was still, moved. Boom. The loud noise broke the dead silence, and a terrifying shockwave that was difficult to catch with the naked eye exploded. The execution platform made of special alloy steel fell to pieces in an instant. The scattered and shattered steel was melted into hot molten iron by the extreme high temperature. Didn't I tell you to stop moving? Mr. 3 withdrew his fist. In the next second, he, who lost the foothold of the execution platform, and Ayasha, whose hands and feet were restrained by Hylu stone, fell from midair. Hearing this, Kizaru, who lay down in the deep pit below, spitting blood and almost not recovering from the punch. It's your grandma's. It's the old man's fault that the sleeves are blown by the wind? The remaining steel slag fell with a crash clatter, setting off smoke and dust that filled the ground. The sound of handcuffs and shackles being thrown on the ground came from it, and the sea breeze blew away the billowing dust, revealing Mr. 3 standing proudly on top of the ruins. 3, third brother. Ayasha's beautiful eyes flickered after getting rid of Halushi's restraint, staring blankly at Mr. 3 who was holding her princess in her arms. Why, don't you know me? Mr. 3's shoulder wax surged and turned into a slender candle palm, gently brushing off the dust on Ayasha's face. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Ayasha looked nervous and quickly refuted, and after calming down, She raised her head and glanced at Mr. 3, who was right in front of her. I just think that the third brother looks so handsome now. Looking along the shining field of vision of the little fangirl, I saw Mr. 3 wearing a red cloak with muscular muscles all over his body. His physique was stronger than before, and his height was nearly 2 meters. The iconic 3-letter hairstyle on the head was replaced by a hearty and handsome inch hair. Although the original facial contours are still there, coupled with Shang Yuzinsheng's appearance as high as 99, his personality charm has already exploded. Seraphim, kill that guy. Sakaski, who was in the distance, felt bad, and immediately gave instructions to the 7 seraphs who were closer to the execution platform. The seraphim immediately carried out this order to the end, and the burning flames of the black wings on their backs dissipated, gaining the ability to move at super high speed. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Shichidao's huge body with the appearance of the original Shichibukai burst out of the air, and appeared in front of Mr. 3 and Ayasha in an instant. At this time, Mr. 3 just put Ayasha back on the ground slowly, and the golden particles on the surface of the body ran along with the dark red thunder, condensing into a dazzling golden halo. The flow of time suddenly slowed down at this moment. In 0.5 seconds, Seraphim S. Bear, who has the teleportation ability of the Big Bear Ball, appeared first, and the palm of the ball touched Mr. 3 sideways. However, Mr. 3's speed was even faster, and before the meatball in S. Bear's palm touched it, his big mechanical face was smashed to pieces by the fierce fist. In 1.7 seconds, the S-Shark, which can swim on land, jumped out of the ground, and was about to use a Murloc karate move, but was stepped back with a hard kick, and the whole earth was cracked. In 2.2 seconds, thousands of knives tore through the space, and the S-Hawk holding a big sword swung an extremely powerful blow. Mr. 3 held the long sword made of pure black balls, and swung a more powerful slash with his backhand, smashing S-Hawk's attack hard. On its indestructible steel body, there is a huge cut mark running through the whole body. In 3.8 seconds, S-Snake and S-Crocodile rushed from the left and right sides, the palm laser condensed, and at the same time used the artificial sweet fruit and rustling fruit abilities. Mr. 3 stepped on the ground with his feet, and charged like a human-shaped cannonball. At the same time, the pure black long sword in his hand was transformed into a black mace. Thunder and 100 diagrams. The left half of the S-Snake and the right half of the S-Crocodile turned into powder on the spot, exposing the hidden machine parts that were emitting electric current. In 4.7 seconds, Mr. 3, who had rushed to the front of S-Bird and S-Shadow, clenched his fists tightly, ignited a raging candle, and before they could react, he opened his bow left and right, directly piercing through their mechanical chests. Boom. Mr. 3, who successfully eliminated all the seraphs, stood firm, and let the 7 explosions sound behind him one after another. In 5 seconds, the 7 seraphs whose battle power was infinitely close to the level of a general were wiped out. Under the horrified gazes of the powerhouses in the audience, Mr. 3 was surrounded by golden light, domineering and vast, like an invincible god of war standing between heaven and earth. The Overlord color-burning full power state did not stop because of the defeat of Seraphim, and he walked forward just like this, bathed in golden light. The ability of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit has greatly improved his overall physical fitness. After a month of training in the strong field and successfully completing the Fruit Awakening, this advantage has been infinitely magnified, which can be called abnormal. Therefore, giving up his life for more than 10 seconds will not cause much consumption for the current Mr. 3. Under the attention of all the people, Mr. 3 came to Sakaski, who was full of astonishment, and stopped. Sakaski, I'm here to end this fight. The sea breeze blew past Mr. 3 and Sakaski, who were standing facing each other, and swayed the cloaks on them from side to side. We want to overthrow the rule of the world government, and your navy wants to maintain absolute justice. From this point alone, there is no direct conflict between us that we must fight to the death. Mr. 3 looked at Sakaski, who was full of apprehension, and said slowly, sitting on the void throne, the Yi Tianlong I am, who secretly dominates and exploits the whole world, is the crime that your navy needs to solve the most. Just from this point of view, you and I still have the same goal, Admiral Sakaski. The amount of information contained in just a few sentences was quite explosive. Sakaski, Sengoku and others who knew some of the secrets of the world government all changed their faces drastically, and they broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Although it is not known exactly where Mr. 3 obtained the information about IM, it is irrelevant. Most importantly, if the existence of IM is made public to the world, the resulting impact will be absolutely unprecedented and full of unimaginable destructiveness. However, their worries are doomed to be in vain. The members of the World Economic News under Morgan's rule have already prepared to release the information about I am, the king of the world, to the whole world through the long-distance transmission of video phone bugs. In an instant, the kingdom people and underground forces in the whole world exploded. You idiot, do you even know what you're talking about? An exasperated Sakaski couldn't help breaking the defense and yelling at Mr. 3. As a cold-blooded man who would rather kill by mistake than let it go, and carry out absolute justice to the end, he naturally does not want to accept the shameful position that he is a dragon lackey, and has thought about countless plans for resistance. But I am is too terrifying. Even the peak state of Warring States Cap Roger Whitebeard teamed up. There is no chance of overthrowing the world government, and they can only keep their own in their respective fields. How could he, Sakaski, do it? Obviously, all possible plans are wiped out under the absolute power. Just like the insurmountable gap between the Vice Admiral and the 4 Emperors, I am, the king of the world, is so powerful that he cannot be defeated by the superiority in the number of generals. What's more, in her hands, there are powerful forces such as the 5 Old Stars, the CP Organization, the World Government Judgment Guard, ancient weapons, etc. Faced with Sakaski's roar, Mr. 3 was still indifferent, with a calm expression. What I mean is, the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army join forces, and together we will end the world's greatest darkness. You can even say the nonsense that the Navy and the Pirate Revolutionary Army are joining forces. Mr. 3. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The angry Sakaski no longer had the patience to continue talking. Hot magma spewed out from his right arm, and condensed into a scarlet golden vicious dog with a hideous face. Underworld dog, infernal prison. Accompanied by the high temperature and heat wave, Sakaski hit Mr. 3 head-on with a blow with all his might. It wasn't until the giant magma fist zoomed in rapidly in his field of vision, about to swallow Mr. 3 completely, that he slowly raised his palm in front of him. Boom. The magma splashed in all directions and dripped to the ground, burning the soil until it sizzled. Mr. 3 stood still on the spot, and lightly received Sakaski's magma fist in a state of rage. The unpretentious palm stands like a boundless mountain. No matter how much Sakaski increases the output power of the magma, it will be difficult to make an inch of it and shake it a little. Sure enough, I still have to show you a little bit. Looking at the veined Sakaski, Mr. 3 sighed helplessly, and slowly closed his eyes. Just when Sakaski didn't know what happened, Mr. 3's closed eyes suddenly opened in the next second. Boom. The overwhelming domineering arrogance exploded from the 2 vertical pupils flowing with golden light, turning into a thick and dense dark red thunder, instantly covering the entire battlefield on the mainland including the Navy headquarters. The air was filled with an extremely violent energy storm, and the thick and depressing roar resounded through the sky, and even the ground under his feet trembled and shook violently under this might. The sea was turbulent, and huge messy waves slammed against the coast frantically, making a panicking sound. In the 7 Heroes camp, Hawkeye Hancock and others, who were more or less injured, froze in place, their pupils shrunk in shock. What's the situation? An earthquake caused by the fruit ability. Moria, whose nose was bruised and swollen from the beating, inserted 2 scissor blades into the ground to stabilize the shaking of his body. Although he has regained the heart of a strong man and returned to his peak state many years ago, and his fruit ability has been successfully awakened, he is still a little short of the general level. So in the big battle just now, he was beaten terribly. Thanks to his rough skin and thick flesh, he was able to resist. It has nothing to do with the fruit ability. What caused the earthquake and tsunami is just Mr. 3 showing his domineering arrogance to the outside world. The black and white robe on Hancock's body was tattered in many places, and his beautiful blue eyes stared at Mr. 3 who was not far away, and couldn't help sighing in a low voice. Every time this guy makes an appearance, he can also impress me. More than admiration, Mr. 3's strength to this extent has already far exceeded her comprehension. Isn't it fake? The actual destruction of top-level domineering can be done to this extent. Doflamingo was so surprised that the sunglasses almost slipped off the bridge of his nose, revealing his hidden eyes. That man has reached a height that even we have to look up. Hawkeye, who has always been arrogant, has dim eyes, tightly holding the black sword in his hand, and tastes for the first time what it feels like to look up to others. Around the fragmented execution platform, the 3 steel-bone Kongs and the 4 Rayleighs confronted each other. Superior to the combat power of Admiral and One Piece, the well-deserved realm of God. Garp, whose forehead was dripping with blood, stared wide-eyed. It is hard to believe that there are still people in this world who can reach the level of a monster like I am who has lived for 800 years. Moreover, if you read correctly, as a devil fruit-capable user, he broke the Halushi handcuffs and shackles on Ayasha with his bare hands, right? Domineering and powerful enough to ignore the power of the sea? You know, Mr. 3 Galdino, a few months ago, was just a little Karami who mixed with Buggy in the New World. How on earth did he do it? As time passed, the overlord-like storm beyond everyone's imagination gradually dissipated. The restless land and sea finally returned to normal calm. Mr. 3 still maintains the posture of catching Helldog Inferno with one hand. Through the viscous and hot magma, it is not difficult to find that his palm has turned into a dragon-shaped sharp claw, and the back of his hand is covered with red scales. In order to make Sakaski, who was still trying to attack, completely give up, Mr. 3 cleared his throat, and began to explain the breakthrough of the devil fruit ability to the strong on the battlefield. To make a long story short, everyone should be very clear that a domineering and powerful person can minimize the impact of other people's fruit abilities, or even directly ignore them, such as viruses and petrochemicals. This is the fundamental reason why domineering is superior to all forces. Unfortunately, almost no one can implement this concept to the extreme, to the point where they can break through the shackles of demons in their bodies and face the power of the sea. Speaking of this, the crimson dragon scale quietly emerged, covering the skin of Mr. 3's whole body. His facial bones changed, with dragon horns on his head, and gradually evolved into a half-dragon man similar to Kaido but more domineering. On the back, the wide and powerful wings of freedom are stretched to the fullest. The deep and dark red and black colors have replaced the original holy and pure white. Coupled with the change of dragon wings, it looks full of strong visual impact. Facing the horror and doubts in the hearts of the powerful people in the audience, the corners of Mr. 3's mouth in the dragon form slightly raised. And I, Galdino, did it. The golden halo produced during the stage of Ba-Ran dissipated, replaced by a crimson streamer that appeared out of thin air and surrounded Mr. 3's body. This is a sign of the awakening of the animal devil fruit ability. Zoom, Phantom Beast, Candle Dragon, Candle 9 Yin form. This is the second ability I have after the fruit ability breakthrough. The pinnacle of three-color domineering, ignoring the restraint of the sea, and the ability of double devil fruits. The huge amount of information contained in easy-to-understand vocabulary constantly impacted the minds of everyone present and subverted their conventional cognition. This group of peak powerhouses who have crossed the sea for decades and experienced all kinds of turbulent waves are all stunned in place, especially those with devil fruit abilities like Sengoku Kaido. It is difficult to accept this exaggerated setting in a short time. But the domineering and astonishing Mr. 3 in dragon form in front of them made them have to believe this fact. I didn't expect the fruit ability to break through. It's interesting, it's really interesting. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Kaido raised his palm tremblingly to cover his face, and then let out a wild laugh. Compared with how powerful Mr. 3 is at this moment, he has been the strongest creature in the world for many years and even bored to death. What he cares more about is that his upper limit is not only that, Kaido of Beasts can become even more powerful. The Trinity Black-Beard brother has been wiped out. If he cultivates the three-color arrogance to the extreme and completes the fruit breakthrough, and then finds the Junjen fruit and eats it. Just thinking about that scene, the cells in his body couldn't help but boil violently. Other fruit ability users and even non-fruit ability users were also shaken by Mr. 3's words. Then, Sakaski, you should be able to understand the gap in strength between us. Gently pinching Mr. 3's dragon scale palm, the magma punch, known as the most powerful attack, was wiped out and disappeared into nothingness. It's time for the boring naval house games to come to an end. Join us in overthrowing the world's greatest evil, he said. Boom. Perhaps stimulated by the words, Navy playing house, intentionally mentioned by Mr. 3, Sakaski's anger was completely ignited, and red magma spewed out desperately, like a real large-scale volcanic eruption, destroying the entire world. The entire battlefield turned into a sea of hot magma and flames. Even though he has a deep insight into the strength of the opponent, even though he knows that he has no chance of winning now, but for the belief that he has always insisted on, and to carry out absolute justice to the end, Sakaski, who is almost in a desperate situation, screams angrily and still chooses in order to punch a strong enemy. Even if he knows to do so, the price he needs to pay is his own life. The heinous guy needs to be punished with absolute justice. Go to hell, Mr. 3, Ghost Dog Volcano. The overwhelming magma condensed into a hellhound roaring up to the sky, rushing straight to Mr. 3 with the realization that Sakaski must die. Absolute justice. Just as Sokolsky felt the power gap of Mr. 3, Mr. 3 also understood the righteous way that Sokolsky insisted on. If there is no world government, an unshakable mountain, he may become the most admirable hero in the hearts of all civilians who are persecuted by pirates. Although he is a fan of One Piece, he doesn't like the character of Sokolsky very much. Thinking of this, Mr. 3 clenched his right fist tightly, and wrapped the dragon scale arm with condensed and thick wax, igniting a candle dragon flame that was hotter than before the double fruit form. Candle Dragon King Mighty Explosive Flame Fist. Boom. Two extremely hot fists collided in the air, bursting out with unimaginable terrifying energy. The land with a radius of 1,000 meters was reduced to ashes in an instant. Bang bang bang. After only holding on for 3 seconds, Sokolsky lost the battle, was punched by Mr. 3 and flew, and smashed into the office building of the Navy headquarters with the words, "Justice," engraved on it. After the horrifying explosion, the office building that had been destroyed by half in the war completely collapsed, and the buildings behind it were razed to the ground. In the ruins, Sokolsky, who was badly injured and covered in blood, raised his hand to push away the stones on his body, and stood up with difficulty. Before he recovered from all the broken ribs, a scorching heat wave rushed towards his face, and the giant flaming fist had already hovered in front of him. Make your choice, Sokolsky. Mr. 3 issued an ultimatum. Although Sokolsky's power is very strong, his tough methods can also help rebuild the post-war world order. But for him, who is still a pirate in essence, there is no value that he must fight for. Sokolsky stood where he was, staring blankly at the fire fist full of death. Then, with a firm and stubborn smile on the corner of his mouth, he openly opened his arms to Mr. 3 and accepted his defeat. Of course, it is limited to the defeat of both sides in battle. I see. Mr. 3 looked icy, hovering in midair with candlelight and heavy punches bursting out with flames full of murderous intent. After waiting for a few seconds, just as he was about to throw his fist to end Sokolsky's life, a figure came quickly from a distance, using the Navy's 6 style, shaving, to complete the short-distance teleportation, and came to Sokolsky. Please, don't kill Mr. Sokolsky. The Navy really needs a marshal like him. The slightly immature face of the visitor was covered with snot and tears flowing from excessive fear, but even though he was terrified to death, he still stood firmly in front of Sokolsky, trembling all over. This is a young sailor who firmly followed in Sokolsky's footsteps, just waking up from a coma. Cowardly idiot, get out of here, or I will kill you. Sokolsky, who had calmed down after recognizing the person in front of him, fell into a rage again. I don't want it. Even if I die, I won't let Pooh Kai. Before the young sea soldier finished speaking, Mr. 3's candle punch arrived first. The huge fist of the candle that had extinguished the flame hit him on the spot until a mouthful of blood spewed out, and his frail body flew upside down like a kite with broken strings. Young guy, but you are not qualified to come to this kind of place. Mr. 3 didn't retract his bloody fist, but stretched it out in front of Sokolsky. A guy who can't even protect his subordinates is talking about bullshit justice. Sokolsky, open your eyes and see clearly, this is the real justice. Looking at the sandbag-sized fist in front of him, Sokolsky's face was extremely gloomy. Mr. 3's sentence, a guy who can't even protect his subordinates, how can he talk about bullshit justice, as constantly impacting his brain nerves? That's right, if you can't even protect your subordinates, what qualifications do you have to bear the name of justice? Seeing subtle changes in Sokolsky's psychology, Mr. 3 took out a small phone bug with a screen from the depths of his cloak, and decided to add another fire, the fire of despair. Call out. Cannonballs made of candles soared into the air, exploding colorful fireworks in the air. After receiving the signal, Morgans, who was hiding in a safe corner, immediately ordered his men to switch the live camera. With the camera switching, the scene of the battle at the Navy headquarters disappeared, and what appeared instead were small-scale battlefields raging with flames. After recognizing the location of these battlefields, Sokolsky was instantly dumbfounded and stood there blankly. I was still wondering where all the New World pirates under the Cross Guild went. I didn't expect it to be such an arrangement. Is this also 36 counts? The places that have been captured one after another by Eureka and other vicious pirates are the subordinate institutions of the world government whose defense forces have become extremely empty after the transfer of personnel. In other words, even if IM takes action to solve all the troubles at the Navy headquarters, it will be difficult for the world government to return to its previous position of dominating the entire world. Coupled with the wave of resistance set off by the Revolutionary Army, for a long period of time to follow, the struggle of the people of the Allied countries against the Tianlong people of the world government will be staged all over the world. No matter how powerful I am it is impossible to take care of him. From the time when they mobilized elites from all over the world to gather at the Navy headquarters, the battle has already been decided. Including Mr. 3, everyone present in the cross-union may be completely wiped out, but the Navy and the world government will never be able to taste the fruits of victory. Is the Navy playing house? For me, it's really an appropriate description. Sakaski laughed at himself sadly. Looking at the Dragon Man Mr. 3, who is like an insurmountable mountain, Sakaski suddenly remembered those 10,000 plus world government elites who were stunned by the Overlord-colored storm before the fight. If Mr. 3 is really ruthless enough to completely plunge the world ruled by the celestial dragons into chaos, then it is impossible for these 10,000 plus elites to leave the field unharmed. Judging from the damage to the Navy headquarters and the mainland battlefield at this moment, they will have no intention the whole army is wiped out. Our goal this time is to rescue Miyoshi's subordinates who were wronged. It is aimed at the Tianlong people who do all kinds of evil to exploit civilians. It has nothing to do with the brave sailors who implement justice and maintain peace. Sakaski's ears echoed the arrogant speech of the Clown King Buggy before the war. He thought they were putting on a show in front of the video phone bug, but now it seems that it may really be the real idea of the cross-union. The evil pirates actually protected the hope of world stability, but the world government he served only valued the interests of the Tianlong people. As for him who implements absolute justice, he can't even guarantee the lives of his subordinates. Thinking about it this way, it is really full of sarcasm. Seeing Sakaski's face full of depression and decadence, and being silent, Mr. 3 took a step forward and continued what he hadn't finished speaking just now. That's right, we want to stand at the pinnacle of the world and become the most unscrupulous and freest people, but this doesn't mean that the Crusaders want to destroy the world at all. Only by completely ending the rule and domination of the celestial dragons and cutting off the evil exploitation of heavenly gold can the world be able to usher in relative peace. After the victory in the war, Buggy will use his ability to split the fruit to pieces to overthrow the Red Earth continent and connect the whole world into one piece, which means one piece. Hearing such a crazy plan, Sakaski widened his eyes slightly. You guys are really a bunch of lunatics. Mr. 3 ignored Sokolsky, and after contemplating the context for a while, he began to draw big cakes. At that time, the windless belt will also disappear, and the 4 seas will be unimpeded. This is the best time for you to punish evil and implement justice to the end. After all, we are pirates, and we won't be so merciful as to do such thankless things. The corner of Sakaski's mouth twitched instantly with anger at these words. Dare to do it but dare not take responsibility. You really are a group of selfish and shameful people. If you are righteous, then you can do it. Mr. 3 took the words as a matter of course. After that, he turned and walked towards the cross-union camp, not caring that his back was exposed to Sokolsky's attack range. Facing death does not mean firm will, it may also be a cowardly act of escaping reality. I hope you can understand what I mean, Sakaski. The voice that gradually faded away came slowly. Sakaski stood there blankly, with a wonderful facial expression. He didn't say a word. Mr. 3's words completely cut off his idea of fighting to the death. Once he does this, he will really run counter to justice, and the title of coward will be confirmed. But just accepting the defeat of the Navy across the board, it is inevitable to feel unwilling. After all, as the Marshal, what he represents is the face of the entire Navy. In just a few words, Sokolsky fell into an embarrassing situation where he was not a human being. Sinister and cunning Mr. 3. What the hell, I shouldn't have listened to his ramblings. Sakaski clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. Just as he was annoyed, the sound of leather shoes stepping on the gravel came, and 3 slightly aged figures came to Sakaski. After a big battle, Garp, Sengoku, and Kong all had a lot of color on their bodies, and blood dripped down the ground along the navy cloak from time to time. Obviously, they were sending steps to Sokolsky. Sakaski, although the Crusaders are evil pirates who stand completely against us, what Mr. 3 said is not unreasonable. As long as the Tianlong people system exists, justice will always be unable to lift its head. Karp, who has always been heartless and at odds with Sokolsky, rarely persuaded him seriously. Only by breaking the conventional concept can the Navy have a chance to usher in a new era. Put aside your prejudices for the time being and join forces with the cross-union. Sakaski glanced over the 3 of Karp, feeling their abundant and powerful arrogance, and his face suddenly became gloomy. You know, the opponents of these 3 old things are Mama Kaido, who is in her prime, and Rayleigh Yamato, who is at the level of the 4 emperors. It may not be obvious at the beginning, but after a life and death battle, Age is already at a disadvantage, how could they still be so energetic? Have you colluded with the cross-trade union? Sakaski tried to lower his voice. Ha ha ha. Don't slander the old man. The old man just talked about trivial matters with that rebellious idiot's son at home. Karp stretched out his hand and scratched his head, laughing loudly. Seeing thick magma smoke suddenly swish from Sokolsky's clenched fist, Garp quickly put away his hippie smile and said seriously, Luffy is the grandson of the old man, and the dragon is the son of the old man. There are even the prints of the old man's slippers, you can just ignore them and let them make a fuss, right? Of course, the old man decided to cooperate after confirming that they had no malicious intentions at all. The Warring States period can testify to this. The sudden backstab of an old friend almost broke, and the cat pretended to be a deep Sengoku. Karp, you bastard. They also vented their anger on me beforehand. It was a big gamble. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Gang Ji Yukong, took the initiative to stand up, and his expression could hardly conceal his size and emotions. At least judging from the results, we made the right bet. If the Cross Guild really wanted to destroy the world, they would not let the 100,000 elite sailors go. If Mr. 3, who has reached the Zeon state like I am, the king of the world, is really a vicious person, they would have died long ago without a place to bury them, so where would there be a chance to speak here? It is precisely because they have witnessed Mr. 3's terrifying power that is the pinnacle of power, that they will let go of many scruples when they see hope, and choose to have a showdown with the world government and stand on the opposite side of the Tianlong people. How can Sakaski, who has a deep mind, not move to such an easy-to-understand truth? In fact, ever since he became the admiral of the Navy and came into contact with more and deeper dark sides of the world government, he has long had the idea of completely ending this dark and twisted era. Now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with smooth and stable steps was in front of him, so he naturally went down the slope to get rid of the last trace of worry in his heart. Mr. Kong, you are the marshal of the armed forces, and I respect any decision you make. Steel Gakong showed a gentle smile. Thank you for your understanding, then the next thing will be much simpler. Afterwards, his expression became serious in an instant, he put away his smile, and turned around to meet the gazes of many Navy and pirate powerhouses. Generals, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I announce that from now on, the war in the Navy headquarters will end. Next, we will venture into a short-term alliance with the Crusaders to fight against the world government ruled by the Tianlong people, and completely end the darkness that has shrouded the world for 800 years. Under the live broadcast of the video phone bug, these shocking remarks spread to every corner of the world. Hearing that the Navy is actually going to join forces with the pirates to overthrow the evil Tianlong people's rule, the whole world is completely boiling. In contrast, the generals and lieutenants on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters seemed much calmer. Standing by and eating the melons of Marshal Sokolsky for so long, they have long known this destined result, and they can, dare not understand it. As for the powerhouses on the side of the Cross Union, let alone, after all, the United Navy is only the first half of the plan to overthrow the Tianlong people's rule. In a corner of the battlefield, Kuzan, with his hands in his pockets, was chatting with Mr. Kizaru, whose sunglasses had been hammered to pieces. Yo, Kuzan, it's you who can see so far. Kizaru wiped off the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth, and said slowly. Perusalino, to be honest, I didn't expect that guy Mr. 3 to be so powerful. Recalling that when he was still lurking in the Blackbeard Pirates, he and Fan Oka ran to attack Mr. 3, Kuzan felt a sigh of relief. The old man didn't expect that it's almost time to meet Lu Fei's nephew. Maybe it was too excited, but Kizaru unconsciously expressed such emotion. Kuzan was shocked on the spot. What did you say? Oh. Did the old man talk just now? Realizing that the yellow monkey who had slipped his tongue was short of breath, he put his hands behind his back, turned around and walked away pretending to be calm. I'm careless, I actually stained the cloak, I had to find a place to clean it, after all, the old man is an admiral. The epic battle involving more than 30 generals, announced by the commander of the three armies, Gang Ji Yukong, ended with an unexpected result for everyone in the world. The frightening live broadcast also turned into a wonderful screen review, including 7 generals fighting against 7 heroes, the fateful confrontation between the clown King Buggy and the red-haired Shanks, Mr. Although the war is over, its huge impact has just begun. Those with a keen sense of smell have already realized that a new era is coming, and they have taken action one after another. Navy headquarters. Through the joint efforts of everyone awakened through the fruit ability, they barely stabilized the disintegrated battlefield, so the Navy headquarters avoided the serious consequences of being directly washed away by the waves. The powerhouses who reached a consensus gathered together to discuss the next plan of action to crusade against the 5 old stars in the world King I am. Since the red-haired pirates, Buggy and the Revolutionary Army are attacking the Holy Land of Marijoa, according to my idea, we should form a fleet and set off now to complete the rendezvous with them. Sengoku, with pale hair and beard, made an opinion. Although these top combat forces consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle just now, they are all monsters with amazing resilience. The short journey from the headquarters to Marijoa is enough for them to recuperate and recover to 80% to 100% of their peak state or even higher. It is no problem to deal with powerful enemies such as the 5 old stars. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are crushed. Of course, even if they have an absolute advantage and will soon be free, they can only play the role of assisting from the side. What really determines the final outcome of this action to overthrow the Tianlong people's rule depends on the confrontation between Mr. 3 and I am, the king of the world. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't expect that the group of monsters around me who could turn the world upside down could only get a position as an assistant to watch the battle in the end. Sengoku's proposal was quickly approved by the entire Navy, and the strong members of the Cross Union turned their attention to Mr. 3 standing in the center. Although there will be a duel of absolute strength next, when it comes to action plans, they have already recognized Mr. 3's strongest strategy, and they still subconsciously want to hear his opinion. Even Zhang Guo and others couldn't help but look sideways, expecting Mr. 3 to come up with a more perfect action plan. Until now, this feeling is quite strange. As the Navy, they will also become partners with pirates to discuss major issues together one day. Under the gaze of many eyes, Mr. 3 raised his arm and pushed the goggles, coughing lightly. My advice is, we stay here and don't go anywhere. The crowd full of anticipation. Mr. 3 slowly raised his head, looking at the Holy Land of Marijoa on the Red Earth continent far away. Because the other party has already come. The calm words immediately set off a turbulent wave in the hearts of all the strong people in the audience. Before they could react, a dark red light flashed in the depths of their pupils one after another. They, who had captured the short future through their powerful knowledge and arrogance, turned their heads to look at the west coast of the Navy headquarters. Shish. In the next second, several figures flew across the sky like meteors falling, and fell heavily on the west coast, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. Everyone who realized that the situation was not good arrived here quickly, and saw familiar faces such as red-haired Shanks, Monkey D. Long, the Clown King Buggy, Yandy Sabo, Ben Beckman, etc., lying on the bloody ground. In the chap pit. Their faces were pale, their breath was sluggish, and they were dying as if they had suffered a fatal terrorist blow, with only their last breath left. Obviously, the only one who can make this luxurious lineup capable of sweeping the world like this is Lord I Am, who sits on the void throne. Everyone was about to step forward to check the injuries of Hongfa and the others, when suddenly a huge shadow fell from the sky, covering the bright sun's rays, and casting a black shadow like the end of the world on the entire naval headquarters. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar came from high above. Feeling the strong aura of danger, everyone suddenly looked up, and saw a steel giant with a length and width of thousands of meters that was comparable to a small island, and it did not know when it appeared above the Navy headquarters. That is, a super weapon capable of destroying an island in an instant, a national treasure passed down by the Tianlong people for hundreds of years. Doflamingo, who used to be a Tinlongren, changed his face drastically. Even though he was rebellious, after recognizing the giant mechanical weapon hovering in the air, fear engraved in his blood spontaneously, and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. From the Lulusha kingdom and the pirate paradise Beehive Island that suddenly disappeared from the map before, we can judge how lethal this thing is. That thing is indeed a national treasure of the Tianlong people, but it also has another name that is well known by the world. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Gang Jiu Kong, obviously knew more information, and said solemnly, "Ancient weapons, the king of heaven, Uranus." Ancient weapons. Those 4 simple words made everyone's breathing stagnate, creating an extremely unreal illusion. As top powerhouses who have been in the pirate world for many years, how could they have never heard of ancient weapons? Crocodile was even willing to lurk in Alabasta, far away from the New World, for many years in order to obtain this weapon, just to dominate the world after obtaining it. Now is just the beginning, everyone must be fully prepared. A huge phantom of Mr. Candle Dragon and 9 Yin vaguely appeared on Mr. 3's body. Under the phantom hovering under the Eternal Wax Museum, a wax figure stepped out slowly, turning into white light spots all over the sky, and scattered into the bodies of the red-haired Buggy and the others. In an instant, their expressions on the verge of death improved, and they forcibly took their last breath. After finishing this, Mr. 3 indifferently looked away from Uranus, the king of the sky, and looked at the Crusader Union pirate ship docked in the offshore waters of the Navy headquarters. Help! Help! Third brother! Lord Buggy! Help! Sea Kings, super many Sea Kings are constantly approaching us. The little pirates who stayed on the boat to watch the battle ran wildly, as if they had seen a very scary monster, and ran towards this side with all their might. Behind them, the sea area frozen by Kuzan has long been fragmented and turned into floating ice floes. Countless huge figures swayed in the deep sea below the Navy headquarters, as if they had received some kind of call. They all broke through the ice, protruding out of the sea with huge, grotesque heads, and surrounded the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, which seemed quite miniature in comparison. Surrounded. All of them are super large Sea Kings with a body length of more than 5,000 meters. The ability to control super large Sea Kings at will, this is an ancient weapon, the ability possessed by the Sea King Poseidon. Looking at the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, which was instantly crowded, the corners of Steel Gu Kong's mouth twitched slightly, and deep in his heart there was already a turbulent wave. Is this also Im's method? At this time when Uranus, the national treasure of the Tianlong people, came to the battlefield, the strong hostility in the eyes of the super-large Sea Kings is enough to show the seriousness of the problem. Buzz. The sea turmoil caused by the appearance of the super-large Sea Kings has not completely subsided, and the entire naval headquarters trembled uncontrollably. A shadow even bigger than the Sea Kings slowly approached from the distant sea. The monster's eyes were empty, and a strong and huge elephant trunk hung down in front of him, shaking with the movement of the elephant's legs trampled on the bottom of the sea. It is the supergiant elephant that has survived for thousands of years, the Elephant Master. Next to the main elephant, there is another super battleship not smaller than it sailing slowly. The appearance of the battleship is very similar to that of Wano country, like a steep side hull with cliffs, covered with countless dark muzzles. On the deck, which is more spacious than a small island, there is an unknown core energy shining, carrying the power of destroying the world. The giant battleship next to the Elephant Master, no, it's also an ancient weapon, right? This time, even an arrogant man like Kaido Hakai couldn't keep calm. Pluto. Crocodile's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Uranus, the king of the sky, Pluto an elephant, the king of the sea, and the super-large Sea Kings dominated by the Sea King Poseidon. The legendary 3 ancient weapons capable of destroying the world appeared at the same time and gathered in the naval headquarters. It's hard to imagine what kind of hopeless and terrifying scene this is. Mr. 3 folded his hands on his chest, still looking calm, as if he had expected such a bad situation long ago. After the fruit ability breakthrough, his ability to listen to the voice of all things was fully awakened. Therefore, it can be heard very clearly that the super-large Sea Kings and Elephant Masters who raised their heads to look up at the sky at this moment are all whispering the same words. Welcome to our king. I am willing to fight in all directions for you, and wipe out all the enemies in front of you. Following their submissive gazes, one could see a figure in a slender black robe standing high above the sky, directly below the heavenly king Uranus. On her left and right sides, the Wano country General Momonosuke and the mermaid princess Shirahoshi are floating with stiff bodies and red eyes, who are obviously completely controlled. I heard that you group of ants are trying to resist my rule? The cold moonlight poured down, and the shadow of the moon enveloped the entire naval headquarters, replacing the covered sun's rays. The king of the celestial dragons, the mastermind behind the world government, the ability user of the animal department, phantom beast, human fruit, and moon god form, the king of the world, I am, is on the battlefield. As that I am, the king of the world? The coercion naturally emanating from his body is so powerful that it is exaggerated. Looking straight into his eyes, the blood all over his body freezes as if it is about to stop flowing. Is this really a creature that should exist in this world? On the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, both the Admiral and the 4 Emperors felt the terrifying oppression from I am high above the sky at the same time. Stronger than them, breathing became short and disordered at this moment. Until this time, they didn't know why Shanks Sakaski was so afraid of the celestial dragons in the world government. This group of people is not at the same level as monsters like I am. When he was shocked, I am, who was shrouded in the deserted moonlight in the sky, lowered his head slightly, and stared down at the same time. The domineering look far beyond everyone's imagination bloomed, and the overwhelming momentum turned into reality, setting off an extremely terrifying energy shock. Wherever it passed, even the space was distorted visible to the naked eye. The domineering impact from top to bottom was watched by everyone helplessly, sweeping across the entire battlefield of the Navy headquarters at an extremely fast speed. All of a sudden, strong winds blew up, the earth trembled, and the waves roared. All the things and scenes in the world have been faded and reduced to deserted black and white. Same as the arrogance released by Mr. 3 in the dragon form, IM's arrogance also has the terrifying power to directly change the natural environment. Because this time is the indiscriminate coercion of the enemy, the throbbing and pressure felt by the powerhouses in their hearts should be more clear, obvious, and deadly. The moment IM's domineering envelops the Navy headquarters, it is stronger than the brains of the lieutenant generals and pirate cadres roaring. Their eyeballs rolled up uncontrollably, foaming from their mouths, and they passed out one after another. The Emperor's deputy powerhouses like Katakorogen, who were barely able to maintain a clear mind, could only lie on the ground in shock, losing all mobility. Even the weaker 4 Emperor generals, such as Green Bull, trembled under IM's pressure, and almost raised their hands to surrender. Let's avoid the boring temptation. When you were in Marie Joya just now, shouldn't you have noticed my domineering? Mr. 3, the only one in the audience who was not affected in the slightest, snorted softly, raised his right foot covered with dragon scales, and stomped heavily on the ground below. Boom. There was a sound of crumbling on the fragile ground, and at the same time, there was Mr. 3's turbulent arrogance that was also powerful enough to change the natural environment. The crimson domineering field bloomed like a candle flame, forcing the domineering coercion released by IM to spread, covering the swaying naval headquarters battlefield. The suffering people only felt their bodies lighten, and regained the ability to move freely. Their faces were full of pride and arrogance. No matter what, they never thought that they would be overwhelmed by the domineering arrogance released by others at will. Zilla zilla zilla. In midair, the domineering field of Candle Dragon full of hot aura collides with the domineering field of Moonlight full of desolate atmosphere, stirring up a dark golden thunder that spans thousands of meters. Compared with ordinary Overlord colors, there is no doubt that the domineering collision between Mr. 3 and IM has reached a higher level, almost equivalent to the uninterrupted high-intensity domineering confrontation between the 4 emperors. Compared to when you suddenly appeared and disappeared a month ago, you are much stronger. IM withdrew her raging domineering aura, similar to the phantom of the moon emerging behind her. Her tone seemed very cold and indifferent, calm and calm. Compared to the last time we fought, your aura has become more unfathomable, moon god IM. The corner of Mr. 3's mouth rose, pointing out IM's fruit ability on the spot. In the final test in the battlefield of the strong in the old era in the destruction of the ancient giant kingdom, he had already fought against the strongest IM and Joyboy at that time. The ability effect of the 2 god-level fruits of Sun God Nika. Needless to say, Nika, the Sun God, is known as the most nonsense ability. He can hold lightning flames as he likes, and can also create objects that emerge in his mind out of thin air. It can be said that the richer the imagination, the higher the upper limit devil fruit. Its core skill, Drum of Liberation, is a bug ability that can be called the protagonist's halo. On the contrary, the Moon God fruit possessed by IM is known as the Calmist ability, which can endow the capable user with extremely powerful analysis and judgment. The higher. At the same time, the Moon God can change the ebb and flow of the surface ocean by affecting the orbit and mass density of the moon, that is, the power of terrifying tides. Because of this intimate relationship with the ocean, the Moon God fruit is also the only devil fruit that will not be cursed and disgusted by the mother of the ocean. Are you Joey boy? IM's pupils contracted slightly, and his eyes crossed thousands of meters to meet Mr. 3 on the ground. No, you don't look like that idiot acting illogically. The last time she showed her ability was the Great Kingdom War 800 years ago. Since Mr. 3 can say the 3 words, Moon God, it means that he must be inseparable from that era. But why does she not even have the slightest impression of a strong man of this level? Doubt arose in IM's heart, but he would not be affected by this confusion. As long as this obstructive man in front of him is completely defeated, all kinds of questions will be revealed. Hundreds of years of vicissitudes made her feel calm, and it was difficult for her to be affected by external factors. Because of this, the increase in power brought about by the Moon God fruit ability was even more terrifying. What does it matter if it's Joey boy? Mr. 3 reopened the candle dragon's wings behind his back, and the red-gold candle flames dotted around his body, erupting with unparalleled coercion. You just need to know that from today onwards, the era of the celestial dragons will come to an end. Little devil, you will pay for your arrogance. I.M. slowly stuck out a slender white finger from inside the black robe. Hum. The phantom of the huge moon suspended in the air emits moonlight all over the sky and becomes more solid, and you can even see meteorite craters all over the surface. Whoa whoa whoa. The sea area around the naval headquarters suddenly became extremely manic, and the sea wind howled, setting off layers upon layers of turbulent waves. Countless upwelling currents spurt out from the bottom of the sea, break through the clouds and reach the sky, and finally converge into giant waves of taller than Neptunes and elephants. The Navy headquarters, which was already covered by the shadow of the Sky King Uranus, was completely plunged into bleak darkness. This is the ultimate tidal power mastered by I.M., the Moon God Fruit ability user. The coastline of the headquarters has directly dropped by more than 10 meters. Even a white beard in peak condition can't do this, right? The golden light lights up, illuminating the dark environment. The sunglasses on Kizaru's face slipped quietly, revealing slightly dilated pupils. Kuzan, let's go. Sakaski was very calm, and turned to look at Kuzan next to him. Kuzan put his hands in his pockets, expressing his powerlessness. Let's use your meteor volcano to evaporate. Asshole, if I can solve a huge tsunami of this level, do I still need you to do it? Sakaski looked angry. So how do you think I have the ability to freeze it? Kuzan said coldly. Even if his ice age can freeze a 100-meter tsunami, but this one in front of him is a tsunami that reaches the sky. It's really useless. It's been a waste of time to go outside for 3 years. No matter how you say it, it's better than you being a marshal for 3 years. What do you mean by that? After understanding each other's justice, the combination of ice and fire has become more and more like the Straw Hat Group Suishan. Leave it to me, I.M. As for the 3 ancient weapons, I'll leave it up to you all. In the end, it was Mr. 3 who became a dragon and stood up. He looked up at the tsunami waterfall that crashed down after reaching the final point, and his strong body swelled and stretched rapidly. The candle flames spewed out, and the red dragon scales appeared, and everyone saw a 1,000-meter-long red gold candle dragon tearing apart the void, heading straight for the tsunami. Candle Dragon Mr. 3 opened its huge dragon mouth and blew out a mouthful of turbid air. The monstrous tsunami was condensed into ice by the frosty air, and with another breath of hot air, the glacier was melted into fine pieces of ice, hundreds of pieces, by the hot breath. Meters long. With the impact storm formed by Zhulong's charge, countless ice blocks flew away from the Navy headquarters. The god of Zhongshan, named Zuyin, regards it as day, shuts down as night, blows it as winter, and calls it summer. This it is the ability of animal system phantom beast species Candle Dragon Candle 9 Yin form. Roar. Candle Dragon roared to the sky, broke through the glacier at an extremely fast speed, and charged towards the phantom of the moon suspended in the sky. The raging flames ignited Mr. 3's huge body, like a flaming blade thousands of meters away, piercing towards I.M. under the shadow of the moon. I.M. calmly raised his white right palm, facing the galloping flame Candle Dragon. Buzzing. The phantom of the moon behind him bloomed with moonlight, condensing into an endless hemispherical barrier in front of him. Boom. The flaming Candle Dragon hit the moon barrier with an extremely domineering attitude, and the golden thunder exploded in an instant, and the huge explosion sounded through the sky. The collision between the two produced an energy storm center capable of destroying the island. Mr. 3, who has regained his human beast form, has a crimson streamer floating around him, holding a siege spear transformed from a pure black ball. The golden particles flowed out continuously and wrapped around the tip of the spear, giving it a terrifying lethality that penetrates everything in the world. Candle Dragon King. Spear of the Dead Thorn. After maximizing the strength of his arm, Mr. 3 threw the siege spear in his hand towards the lunar barrier. Call out. The extreme speed left a trail of golden particles, and the siege spear was unstoppable, directly piercing a gap full of cracks on the surface of the moon. The fragments of the moon were scattered all over the sky, and the dragon wings of the Candle of Freedom set off a manic hurricane. In the next second, Mr. 3, whose right arm of dragon scale was ablaze with crimson flames, appeared in front of I.M. At the same time, Yim, who had been prepared for a long time, also clenched his fist tightly, and under the traction of the tidal force, he compressed the endless seawater on the front of his fist. Candle Dragon King Mighty Explosive Flame Fist. Moon God Tidal Burial. The two diametrically opposed elemental energies collided like meteorites, dyeing the entire sky in 2 different colors. Even the supergiant ancient weapon Uranus, the King of Heaven, became a dull background board at this time. The golden light shone and turned into a continuously circulating energy halo to bless Mr. 3. Without too many probing actions, he directly activated his current strongest state, Dragon Man Awakening plus full power. With the huge physical strength and resilience provided by the animal-type Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, the Overlord-like burning stage is no longer a bottomless consumption for him, and the continuous supply of domineering makes this killer weapon last for a long time. This is not the best venue for us to fight, so fly for me. Mr. 3 fully fires, swinging a terrifying punch that even distorts the space. Both sides have cultivated the three-color domineering to the peak that no one can match, so the knowledge that can foresee the future seem to be useless to them. Unexpectedly, I was directly blasted away by this incomparably domineering punch, spanning an unknown distance, and finally smashed heavily into the huge wall of the Red Earth continent at the end of the sea. Boom. Its power is so great that even Nuada's Red Earth continent trembles violently. Countless boulders tumbled down, crashing into the ocean below with a loud bang. In the depths of the billowing smoke and dust, whose side face was slightly bruised, stood in the bright moonlight field, his double pupil eyes calmly staring straight ahead. At the line between the sea and the sky, the raging flame candle dragon clings to the surface of the sea, flying at a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to catch with the naked eye. Wherever it passed, hundreds of meters of waves were set off on the left and right sides of the sea. Before these waves fell back to the sea surface, they were evaporated by the ensuing extreme high temperature and turned into thick fog. Even who has lived for nearly 1,000 years and has seen countless amazingly talented and powerful people, couldn't help but be moved by this scene. The Mr. 3 who appeared out of nowhere in front of her was undoubtedly the strongest and most difficult enemy she had ever faced. The calm heart suddenly became a little hot, and it's really not good in this situation. After pondering for a few seconds, the flaming candle dragon in his field of vision rapidly enlarged, and the corners of Im's mouth slowly rose, but he still didn't take the initiative to restrain the most primitive instinct of the body and let the blood boil in his body. Although this will reduce the calming effect of the moon god fruit ability. Because of this, you can crush your self-confidence, trample on your arrogance, and let you feel the value of true despair. The moon is coming. In space, the main body of the moon flying around Pirate World suddenly experienced a violent earthquake, which shocked the thunder god Enel who settled on it. Through the powerful ability of the moon god fruit, can draw energy from the inside of the moon to strengthen himself. As long as her physical strength hasn't bottomed out, this moon power blessing won't disappear. At this moment, Mr. 3, which was under full power, had arrived. Without much verbal exchange, the two who raised their aura to the extreme launched an unprecedented life and death duel on the slender and towering red soil continent. Will the old era ruled by the celestial dragons be completely destroyed, or will the new era be strangled before it sprouts? This top-level contest between the world's top powerhouses will determine the direction of the world in the future. Mr. 3 and are in a fierce battle, and it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. On the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, under the siege of the three ancient weapons, the Elephant Lord and the Neptune, the powerhouses seemed a little powerless. Not to mention that they had already consumed part of their physical strength in the previous battle, and they were not in the most perfect peak state. Just the killing light cannon of the ancient weapons that can destroy the island with a single blow makes them tired of dealing with it, and if they fail to do so, they will end up seriously injured and wiped out. You must know that these three super war machines named gods have existed since ancient times. The technology of the ancient times was far more advanced than the current era. From this point, Vegapunk has become a genius scientist 500 years ahead of the world through research and study of O'Hara's ancient books and materials, and we can clearly draw a conclusion. In terms of energy, destructive power, and sturdiness alone, the ancient weapons are far superior to the four Emperor Seraphs studied by the Crusades. Boom. 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 Uranus, the heavenly king floating in the sky, emits a dazzling light and continuously drops beams of destruction tens of meters in diameter. It is bound to be like the kingdom of Kokoja and the Beehive Island before. Wipe Navy headquarters off the map forever. In every corner of the Navy headquarters, southeast, north, and south, there are Navy cloaks of justice fluttering wantonly. Headed by Marshal Sikorsky and former General Kuzan, the 7 generals who have the ability to change the natural environment are scattered all over the place. They raised their hands high to maximize their fruit abilities, abruptly receiving one after another terrifying beam attack from Uranus, the king of heaven. Destroying energy continued to explode over the Navy headquarters. Kaido, Hawkeye, and the slightly recovered red-haired Buggy and other pirate camp powerhouses face the ancient weapon Pluto head-on. This super battleship that traversed the ancient battlefield was equipped with a terrifying number of light tower turrets. Countless giant laser beams that are not weaker than Uranus, the king of heaven, shot out, crowding the sea area around the naval headquarters, overwhelming the pirates who wanted to board the ship to carry out internal destruction, helpless and difficult to advance. As for the supergiant sea kings and the elephant masters, who are relatively scattered and weak, the weaker Carp Sengoku Raleigh will lead Yamato Kairijin and other cadres to snipe. Although their destructive power is not as good as that of Uranus and Pluto, they are only rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and they are extremely numerous, and their backs to the deep ocean are even more advantageous. Super-large Neptunes have extremely high IQs. Carp and others want to solve them in a short time, and the possibility of withdrawing to support the other two battlefields is almost zero. The situation in the entire Navy headquarters immediately fell into a stalemate. And this is the biggest crisis facing the strong. No matter how strong the recovery ability of human beings is, in the face of ancient weapons with almost unlimited energy, the result of a protracted battle will definitely be annihilation of the entire army. It can't go on like this. Sakazuki and Red Hair can't hold on for too long. Shrouded in the golden Buddha light, Sengoku waved a shock wave from his palm, and the Neptune, who opened his bloody mouth wide enough to swallow a small island, blasted away, standing back to back with his old comrade Garp. Garp also brutally punched the giant Neptune into the deep sea. Looking at the huge heads protruding from the sea one after another, he couldn't help but feel a headache. That's no way. The world's top powerhouses have gathered here. No one can break the balance. We can only try our best to fight Mr. 3 and defeat IM. The point is that we can't wait. Garp, repeat what you just said. Warring states seem to have thought of something. Garp was confused by what he said, and out of trust in his old comrade in arms, he still cooperated and said, "There is no way." No, the latter sentence. The world's top powerhouses have gathered here. That's it. Garp, can't you remember? There are still young kings who are qualified to appear on this kind of battlefield in this era. The Warring States period meant something, and deliberately emphasized the word, young. Warring States, you mean? Hearing the words of the Warring States period, for some reason, an incomparably bright smiling face suddenly appeared in Garp's mind. No, how is that possible? A field of this level is fine for the dragon, but it's too far away for that brat who needs to be beaten. He shook his head repeatedly. Perhaps he is still a young kid in your eyes, but Garp, have you ever seriously thought that he is already an indomitable man who defeated Mama Kaido? Warring States stopped the Buddha's sword in his hand shock. He was full of knowledge and domineering, barely captured the next scene. His mood inexplicably became calm, and he was smiling. Garp opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the next second, he also foresees the future, and his eyes froze in place for an instant. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the strong men who were overwhelmed by the fierce attack of ancient weapons all heard the incomparably loud and cheerful laughter from high above. The laughter was full of inspiring appeal. Invisibly, there seemed to be a thick drum echoing in the hearts of everyone, dispelling their fatigue and bringing about double liberation of body and spirit. Devil God Fengjiao Hell Feast. Ghost Chi 9 Swords Asura Draw Sword Dead Man's Play. Rubber Siege Ape Gun. When the laughter stopped, there was an earth-shattering noise from the relatively fragile back of Uranus, the king of heaven in the sky. As if receiving a terrifying blow, a hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters was pierced through the solid hull. Although this damage is almost negligible compared to the ancient weapons with a length and width of tens of thousands of meters, it still inevitably disrupted the attack rhythm of Uranus, the king of heaven. It gave the overwhelmed Sakazuki Kuzan and others a precious breathing space. HMPH, what's the matter? Hundreds of meters of steel plates have been crushed by my foot. If I hadn't cut it open with a knife first, you would have rolled on the ground hugging your legs in pain. Green algae head bastard, do you want to fight? I don't mind kicking you from this height to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish, which happens to be full of big guys. Zoro Sanji, the king's wings, bickers every day. Ancient weapons. Superstar Neptune class. The king of the world I am. Die. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were the cowardly trio, but they hugged each other desperately, trying to get some warmth from each other's arms. If God gave them another chance, they wouldn't even dare to think of rushing to the Navy headquarters if they were killed. In this way, they will not be taken to an altitude of by the inexplicable upwelling current, when I am as showing the power of the tide, and then fall into the four emperors and walk everywhere, and they will die thousands of times in a minute hell battlefield. Robin, Jinbei and the members of the Thousand Sun followed closely, and in an unexpected way of falling from the sky, the four emperors' Straw Hat Pirates appeared. At the same time, the sea area around the headquarters of the Navy. Eustace Kidd controlled the mechanical giants composed of steel torrents to soar into the sky, and fired an electromagnetic cannon that condensed all the energy, smashing one of the 100 cannons arranged on the side by Proto, the ancient weapon. The impact of the huge explosion forcibly changed the angles of Pluto Proto's remaining light tower artillery, and part of the firepower flew towards the distant sea area against the sea surface, blasting out a mushroom cloud of amazing power. The high pressure endured by the strong players of the pirate camp was also temporarily relieved. On the other side of the sky, Princess Shirahoshi and Momonosuke were tightly bound by the phantom cage of the moon. Hum. The special sound of the fruit of the operations ability being activated came out, and the handsome Trafalgar Law appeared. The blade in his hand was covered with the super-penetrating attribute after the ability awakened. Let me, as a doctor, use this trick to rescue you from your abnormal mental state. Our room cut. The 100-meter knife slashed across the sky, cutting through the phantom of the moon, and at the same time cut off the connection between IM and Momonosuke Shirahoshi. So far, the three captains of the new era, who have completed training and strengthening from the giant's hometown of Elbaf, and whose strength has reached the level of generals, have all arrived on the battlefield. Although their combat power alone is far from being able to severely injure the three ancient weapons, the timing of their appearance is quite perfect. The few seconds gained will directly break the stalemate and become a crucial turning point for victory in the war. Lulululufe. Looking at Luffy, who was falling rapidly from the sky and still not forgetting to laugh, Garp and Long stared wide-eyed, holding both hands on both sides of the head synchronously. The eyeballs jumped out, and were extremely frightened. A few days before the start of the war, I received news that they were making a fuss in Elbaf, the kingdom of giants. I really didn't expect to appear here so soon. Warring States crossed his arms and smiled happily. Rather than fighting on the top, he is obviously more willing to stand on the same front as Garp, his trouble-loving grandson, as he is now. On the other side, Shirahoshi and Momonosuke, who had escaped IM's control, immediately stopped the indiscriminate attacks of the superstar Neptunes and Elephant Lords on the Navy headquarters, and Sengoku Garp and others were naturally free to defend against the attacks of the supergiants. Siege. These damned New Era brats still like to steal the limelight as much as ever. Although Kaido and Big Mom were cursing, the slightly raised corners of their mouths truly showed their first reaction when they saw the three of them. This is the affirmation and recognition of the old strong to the new strong. The power of the slash just now is astonishing. Hawkeye swung his sword to split the laser cannon of Pluto Proto, and looked sideways at the three-sword swordsman high in the sky. His sharp eagle-like pupils flashed with emotion. The hard-fated boy has finally grown to be able to stand on his own, the top swordsman. Beside him, the red-haired Shanks also smiled, looking at Nika Luffy, who was wrapped in white flames in the air. You are becoming more and more manly, Luffy. It's time to take back the straw hat from you. With the random entry of the three newly promoted pirate forces of the four emperors, Luffy, Kid, and Luo, the physically and mentally exhausted strong were encouraged and their morale rose. Coupled with the defection of Sea King Poseidon, the remaining two ancient weapons were completely destroyed, which is already a certainty. There is only the last and most critical step left to successfully overthrow the Tianlong people's rule. That is, kill IM, the king of the world, Red Earth continent. The vast and boundless land is devastated, full of large and small deep pits. Countless huge abyss cracks with a width of 100 meters appeared, and the dark red and red gold thunder power in the middle roared and lingered for a long time. The influx of seawater reacted violently with the underground magma, spewing out high-temperature steam as high as a kilometer. Above the largest abyssal rift, Mr. 3, the Dragon Man, stands opposite to the moon-tide IM. Despite the high intensity and long-term fierce battle, the aura of the two is still steady and vigorous, without any sign of disorder. One of them is the strongest phantom beast species awakened by fruit, and the other is backed by the vast and endless energy of the moon. Their physical strength and resilience are at an extremely bug level, and the gap in strength and domineering is also negligible. If there is no decisive trump card, it is impossible to decide the winner in a short time. After some fighting, Mr. 3 is very clear about this truth. After thinking about it, he finally locked the breakthrough on IM's Moon God Fruit ability. According to the information obtained from the battlefield of the strong in the old era, the upper limit of this god-level fruit depends on the calmness of the capable person. The more calm the capable person is, the stronger the combat power they display, and vice versa. This is IM's only fatal flaw. But even being indifferent to being told about the fruit ability in person, what explosive thing can shake IM who has survived for hundreds of years? When he was in trouble, suddenly, a flash of light flashed in the depths of Mr. 3's mind. If it goes well, this trick may really expose IM's flaws and complete the crucial lore. Seeing the inexplicably treacherous smile on the corner of Mr. 3's mouth, IM, who was bathed in the holy moonlight, frowned, realizing that things seemed not so simple. Could it be that this unfathomable man is hiding a more powerful ultimate move? Combined with Mr. 3's miraculous strategic mind, even IM, the king of the world, has to be prepared. The knowledgeable domineering who can predict the future can't predict a battle of their level at all. Next, use this trick to decide the outcome, IM. The golden brilliance on Mr. 3's body suddenly bloomed, raising his aura to an extreme state that was far more powerful and ferocious than ever before. The messy wax shavings set off a pure white sandstorm, covering the entire battlefield. IM's calm and indifferent eyes scanned left and right, and saw the flying wax shavings condensed around her, turning into dense human-shaped wax figures. Candle avatars. Mr. 3, I already know your upper limit. No matter how many avatars you transform, you still can't do anything to me. Having said that, IM still raised his spirit to the extreme, and used a huge phantom of the moon to protect himself. Mr. 3's fearful aura of threatening death still made her somewhat apprehensive. Sorry, these are not my clones, Mr. 3 said with a half-smile. As soon as his voice fell, the human wax figure completed the final coloring and shaping within a few tenths of a second. Intense male hormones flooded the entire Red Earth continent. In an instant it turned out to be a group of handsome men with different styles. It's ridiculous, you think you can shake it to the point of. Unlike Cake Island's dealing with Big Mom, even in the face of the beautiful men everywhere, IM's heart is still calm. Strictly speaking, it wasn't without waves. I saw that her eyes became extremely gloomy, and she was trying to suppress the raging anger that was teased by this little trick. Before IM finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, and his body instinctively felt an extremely strong, dangerous aura. At the same time, behind Mr. 3, the phantom of the Eternal Wax Museum quietly faded away. Awakening sweet wind. The pink glamorous light shot out from the place where the Wax Museum disappeared, passing through IM's body with precision. The wax figure Hancock walked slowly to Mr. 3 with long white and flawless legs. After successfully completing the fruit ability breakthrough, Mr. 3 has further developed the Eternal Wax Museum. Just like the Seraphim of the Navy has the original owner's ability, the wax figure simulated by the Wax Museum can not only use the original owner's fruit ability, but also have the same fierce and terrifying combat power as Mr. 3, except for recovery power. That is to say, the charming light cast by Hancock, the wax figure who inherits the same domineering Mr. 3, cannot be offset by the same domineering at all. Although IM forcibly suppressed the agitation deep in her heart the first time she was swept by the sweet light, the overwhelming wax figures of beautiful men in front of her eyes became the final lure, temporarily shaking her unshakable firm will. Although it was only for a very short second, it was deadly enough in a duel of this level. An extremely scorching heat wave rushed towards her face, as if she was about to burn her, who had lost the guardianship of the moon, into ashes. Candle Dragon King Meteor Impact. IM just recovered from the trance state, when the flaming fist pouring all the strength of Mr. 3 exploded in her abdomen. Boom boom boom. The extremely terrifying energy storm exploded in an instant, and IM was blasted into the depths of the Red Earth continent by this irresistible force on the spot, and pushed forward endlessly along the coastline. The Red Earth continent, which had stood for an unknown number of years, suddenly collapsed, and a shockingly huge gap appeared, and the seawater on the left and right sides poured in madly. And this is just the beginning. Under the continuous and violent output of Zhulong Mr. 3, the collapse of the Red Earth continent is like a domino, spreading all the way forward until it disappears at the end of the field of vision. For a moment, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into silence, leaving only the sound of choppy water. Unexpectedly, instead of pursuing the victory, Mr. 3 hovered in the air leisurely with his eyes slightly closed. After waiting for a long time, Mr. 3 opened his eyes and turned around slowly until a violent earthquake came from the other side of the Red Earth continent. The terrifying attack just now penetrated the entire Red Earth continent and appeared from behind him. Next, it's really the final blow. Although the physical strength of Mr. Three's main body was squandered in an instant, it took time to recover, but in the Eternal Wax Museum, there are still 4 wax figures equivalent to his peak combat power that have not been activated at this time. One after another, figures came out from the depths of the Wax Museum. The number 3 wax figure Mr. 3, wax figure transformed into Hancock, is holding a black ball mace, surrounded by golden thunder, and gathers all the strength on the 3-color domineering. The arms of the number 3 wax figure Mr. 3 turned into black and gray candle giant fists, which assimilated the unaffected red soil continent below, and condensed into a super high-density candle spear comparable to a nuclear bomb. The number 3 wax figure Mr. 3 is in the human beast form of candle dragon fruit, with a breath of energy brewing in its mouth. The moment the rather embarrassed I Am appeared in the field of vision, 3 Mr. 3 wax figures representing the peak of different abilities shot at the same time, making the strongest blow ever. Candle Dragon Demon Trinity Killer, boom. An indescribable super big explosion resounded through the sky. Almost the residents of the entire pirate world heard it at the same time, which represented the shocking noise of the complete collapse of the Red Earth continent. From this moment on, the 4 seas of the southeast, the north, and the west will be connected, and the Red Earth continent, the Windless Belt, and the Great Sea Route will no longer exist. The whole world is completely connected. When all the movements subsided, Im's figure appeared from the smoke and dust in the sky. Even with the full force of Mr. 3's blow from the 4 god realms, Im's breath of life was sluggish to the extreme even with the energy supply from the moon. The sad moonlight fell, reflecting on her body that gradually became transparent. I don't know when, but at this moment, it is the night when night falls and the starry sky is shrouded. Im's eyes turned slightly, and he cast aside his glistening body under the moonlight, and finally gave up the struggling method of lingering on his breath, allowing the vitality in his body to dissipate with the bitter cold wind. So what if you can ease your breath? Facing 3 wax figure clones that were almost identical to Mr. 3's body, she tasted the despair she had never experienced in 800 years. His intuition told I Am that with the stability of the man in front of him, there was probably a wax figure hidden in the dark that was not used. That being the case, the extra struggle is nothing more than making oneself look more embarrassed. Even if Mr. 3 hadn't been so cautious and had used this almost foul method from the very beginning, she might not have survived the night and couldn't appreciate the colorful starry sky above her head. After successfully overthrowing my rule, what are your plans? Even when it was about to disappear, Im's eyes and expression were still very calm. This is the temperament she has shown from the beginning to the end in this ultimate decisive battle, except for the second when she was charmed by the wax figures of beautiful men. Are you planning to? Mr. 3 dragged his chin with one hand, and after thinking for a while, he said, abolish the evil heavenly gold, and restore the world order to a normal track. Residents of all kingdoms can live and work in peace and contentment, and don't have to live in fear and constantly being exploited and squeezed. All races can sit at the dining table in harmony and joy, enjoy delicious food, and talk about a bright and infinite future. Hearing this, Im's eyes widened, and undisguised disdain appeared on his increasingly transparent face. Where there are people, it is absolutely impossible that there is no oppression and exploitation. I didn't expect a man as powerful as you to be so naive and ridiculous, and he couldn't even understand such a simple truth. Seeing I Am, whose expression suddenly became lonely, Mr. 3 couldn't hold back his snort, and laughed. So what I just said was just to tease you. You. The corner of Im's mouth twitched, sullenness appeared on his face. There is no need for her to continue to suppress her emotional outbursts now. Marry 10 wives first. Mr. 3 said suddenly. What? Im's face was full of black question marks. Mr. 3 added without blushing and heartbeat. 20 is fine, after all, this is the great ideal that has supported me along the way. I am looking forward to the profound meaning of that sentence. Cultivated to such a terrifying combat power that no one can match, is it just to marry a wife? I Am, who really couldn't understand this kind of confusing behavior, finally couldn't control his emotions and laughed out loud. You really are an out-and-out womanizer. The shallow and relaxed smile means that I Am completely let go of all obsessions and readily accepts that he has lost to the man in front of him. A powerful man like you shouldn't stop here. I Am, with a faint light on his body, slowly raised his head, looking up at the bright starry sky that he had been pursuing all his life for the last time. A man's dream never ends, Mr. 3, try. Go and conquer the sea of stars and stars that I have never reached. After the words fell, I Am turned into light spots all over the sky, completely dissipating in this piece of heaven and earth. So far, This battle of gods that shocked the entire world has come to an end with Mr. Three's victory. The shattered Navy headquarters. After learning from Mr. Three, who returned triumphantly, that I am was completely killed, everyone fell into an uncontrollable carnival. This point is especially prominent in Buggy. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Well done, Mr. Three, I know you will be able to do it. Buggy laughed wildly, his mouth almost bursting with laughter. From now on, with countless superpowers under his command, the path of the great Buggy god One Piece will be unimpeded, and no enemy can stop his footsteps. All the treasures in the world, especially the priceless treasure map, will be in his pocket. The Clown King Buggy officially rules the world at this very moment. Everyone, President Buggy told me before that if we really succeeded in winning the final victory, he asked me to announce a very important thing. In front of countless pirates, Navy and Revolutionary Army powerhouses present, Mr. Three expressed that he had something to say. When Buggy, who was stuck next to him, couldn't help himself to the bright future, his ears instantly pricked up, and the clown's face was full of excitement and joy. That's right. Let's quickly announce Three, about the fact that Buggy the Clown is the freest pirate in the world. This thing is, if we win, we will disband the Cross Guild. Ahahaha, that's right. Three is right, I just want to disband. The overexcited Buggy was talking, and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Huh? Disband the Cross Union? Before the flustered Buggy could explain, the little fan behind him was already moved to tears. Wow. As expected of Mr. Buggy, knowing that the Cross Union is too powerful and not conducive to the development of other forces, you choose to disband it reluctantly. You are simply too impartial, woo woo woo. In order for all the cadres and adults of the Cross Guild to compete fairly to go to the final island of Ralph Drew and compete for the title of the final One Piece, you really... I cry to death. Hearing the pranks of the little pirates one after another, the corners of Buggy's mouth twitched crazily, wishing to tear them to pieces. Damn it, when did I become such an upright person? You bastards. Buggy wanted to deny it, but the situation forced him to admit it, so he could only bite his back teeth and said, that's right. Hey. Competing for the final throne of One Piece based on strength, things are really getting more and more interesting. Ambitious Kaido was the first to express his opinion, and his domineering eyes scanned the audience. Then everyone here, from now on we will become a competitive relationship again. If you meet him on the way to Ralph Drew, don't blame me for being merciless. After all, Kaido leapt directly into the sky for life, turned into a green dragon and rolled up a piece of land, leading the men of the Beast Pirates to float into the distance, preparing for the final sprint. Well, my old lady has the same attitude. If you accidentally die under the knife of my old lady, just blame yourself for being unlucky. The ant laughed arrogantly, and continued to add, of course, if you want to join the Big Mom Pirates, you can come to Wan Guo. For the sake of your partner, I can make you a general. With the injection of Big Mom's soul power, the gigantic flame cloud Prometheus supported the cadres of Big Mom's pirates, and they also left the Navy headquarters. Do you really want to compete with these two monsters for the One Piece? Buggy wanted to cry but had no tears in his heart. What made him even more sad was that familiar faces such as Crocodile, Hawkeye, Hancock, Kuzan, etc. stood up one after another. They all showed excitement on their faces, and after saying goodbye briefly, they made an appointment to have a showdown on the final island of Ralph Drew. Even though we are reluctant to give up in every possible way, there is a moment of parting at the end of the journey. They started by overthrowing the rule of the Draconians, and finally overthrew the rule of the Draconians. Now is indeed the best and most suitable time to say goodbye. The strong ones in the pirate camp are gearing up to start the final competition, vying for the title of One Piece and becoming the freest man in the sea. The powerhouses in the naval camp are equally motivated. They decided to unswervingly implement justice to the end, and they must arrest this group of vicious guys and give peace to the brand new sea that is connected together. As for the Revolutionary Army camp headed by Long, they left quietly. Whether to continue to strive for the goal, or just retire, no one knows what their next purpose is. Soon, the news that the 800-year-long rule of the Tianlong people was completely overthrown spread throughout the world through videophone bugs. Even in the middle of the night, the people who were persecuted by Tianshongjin still started the carnival after they were liberated. This is a super big banquet covering the whole world. Just when all the powerhouses were making final preparations to compete for the One Piece throne, the second thing Mr. Three publicly announced directly plunged them further into the fiery heat. Tomorrow morning, he will publish the 36th plan to the world through the World Economic News newspaper. Both the pirates and the navy are yearning for and flocking to this strongest strategy that will bring the Crusaders to its peak. In their eager anticipation, the next day arrived. Morgans released the video that Mr. 3 gave him in advance as promised, but its content was beyond everyone's expectations. Its content is this. Do you want to strategize and win thousands of miles away? Do you want to win with less and more with the weak to defeat the strong, and play with the enemy in the palm of your hand? If you want, I can give you all these strategies, go find them. I put all 36 strategies on the distant moon, a place called Infinite Earth. Looking at this inexplicably familiar image, the corners of the mouths of the strong men who were full of anticipation could not stop twitching. The hot-tempered guy couldn't help but yell at the bastard Galdino, "You fucking brotherhood. Won't be heard anyway." Buggy cursed like this, and led the veteran cadres such as Alrita on the journey to Ralph Drew. He will fight for the final throne of One Piece with countless strong men. At this time, at the end of the Sky Island, on the ultra-high altitude passage leading to the moon, the 1,000-meter candle dragon walked through the air, leaving behind the magnificent sky scene. In the original book, Enel can reach the moon by sailing on the Ark, which shows that the moon is not far from the ground. And if you want to understand the sea of stars that I am said at the end, going to the moon is obviously the most effective way. Third brother's back is so warm. Ayasha, who was dressed in black, lay on Candle Dragon's broad back, with her pretty face pressed against the red dragon scales, feeling the warmth transmitted from above. The fiery red twin ponytails swayed from side to side in the oncoming hurricane. Time passed quietly, and she finally tied on the third brother's favorite hairstyle. Suddenly, the extremely fast-flying Candle Dragon stopped abruptly, almost throwing Ayasha out. Third brother? It's nothing, I just want to tell you that there is something warmer than this. What? Mr. 3, who had regained his human form, stretched out his strong and powerful arms, and gently hugged Ayasha into his arms. Ayasha was flattered, her pretty face flushed instantly when she thought of some possibility. Looking back, the luxurious big bed made of candles has already appeared in front of us. Ayasha, thank you for your unswerving and steadfast following. From now on, please teach me a lot. Okay.